See if it works. You're live. It says you are live on YouTube. Is this cutting into our recap time? I know, right, Sam? Hey, all right. So if somebody wouldn't mind going over to YouTube and letting me know if it is coming in okay. If it cuts out again, then maybe we'll just stay over here on TikTok and we'll just focus our efforts over here. But if it works over there, cool. But one way or the other, if you guys are new here, they're talking about getting rid of TikTok. So if you wanted to go and follow me on YouTube, that would be awesome because that's where I go live whenever my internet's or computer is working with me. It doesn't seem to be cooperating. It's working. Very cool. Ryan, okay, I can see you here. Awesome. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Brittany. Hello, Brittany. All right, so it's good. So hopefully it stays with us. But I watch you in YouTube. Awesome, Chase. Live now. Awesome. All right, very cool. Very cool. No problem. All right, working. Hello, hello. What's up, Sam Bam? How you doing? Good to see you guys. All right, so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name, I'll try and move to YouTube. Yeah, come on over, new staffs. The water's warm. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are doing a Bible study of the entire Bible. I know there's people, some people like going out and, buying a book at a bookstore and, having that kind of lead them through the Bible in a sense. But, I'm a huge fan of staying in the Bible. You can go through other books, there's other, books that you can read through in a sense to kind of help in other areas. But my favorite is always just going through the Bible, like use the Bible as your Bible study, And so that's what we're kind of doing here. Morning, Jill. And so I think it is, I think it's kind of cool to just do that. It's very challenging. It's very difficult because you're forced to unpack a lot of things that a lot of people try to avoid as far as, topics, especially in the churches nowadays. And so when you go through the Bible verse by verse, it really forces you to get in there and just figure it out. Hey, thank you, Lori. And so, that's what we do here. We just so happen to be going through the book of Revelation. That's the very first book. We've been doing this for about 1 year and 3 months now. And so we started with the book of Revelation back in 2022. And now we're going through the book of Revelation again here in 2024. And so both of them are uploaded to YouTube. But if you compare the first time that we went through it to the second time that we're going through it, there is just so much more detail in this study that we're going through right now. And it is really cool. But like the only reason I'm telling you that is just to show you how much I've grown and how much I have learned since 1 year and 3 months ago. And so I'm thankful for you guys to be here. I'm thankful for all you guys keep coming back. It's super cool. I mean, we have, hundreds of people in here like at certain times, and it's really remarkable, and that's why I think it's such a bummer that they're trying to take TikTok away from us because, it's a mission field. At least that's the way I view it. And, if they remove this mission field, then, the mission doesn't change, but it kind of gets stumped, at least for me in a roundabout way, or stifled. And so it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And, like I said before, we'll keep on going till the wheels fall off. And so we are just moving right along. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're going to be going through the book of Revelation, but I want you to recognize that everything we're going to be talking about here is going to be secondary issues. And so I don't want you to divide if you disagree with me on certain things. A lot of the things, there's a lot of really, really great Christians who see it this way, and there's a lot of great Christians who see it this way. And so the book of Revelation is very difficult. It's tough. It's challenging. How do you, and so being definitive is rather tricky in some aspects because when you are super definitive, you better have all the reasons to back it up, or, like allowing yourself to leave a little wiggle room in there to say that you could be wrong, makes room for some humility to enter the game. And so if you allow humility in there, then you will remember what we are supposed to be doing regardless. And that is supposed to be loving the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself. But clothing yourself with humility is very, very important. But the book of Revelation is going to be talking about secondary issues. But what is the primary issue? The primary issue is always going to be the most important issue ever. And that is going to be, how do you know for sure that you're going to heaven? How can you know for sure that you're going to heaven? There is only one way, and that is the most important thing. This is the one thing I will never, ever budge on. And the question is, how do you get to heaven? Well, you need to first recognize that you are a sinner. When you recognize that you are a sinner, that's step one, because then you look for a savior. But the Bible says in Romans 3:23, it says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." So once you recognize that you have fallen short, then you're like, well, if I fall short, then how do I get to heaven? Well, Paul tells us more in Romans 6:23. He says, "For the wages of sin is death." And so then all of a sudden you recognize that you are under this death penalty, because the wages of sin is death. You get death, the death penalty for sinning. And that is just what a perfect, holy, just God it requires. He requires perfection. So how do you do that? Well, that's where he continues on in Romans 6:23. He says, "For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Paul expounds on that again in Ephesians 2:8-9. He says, "For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." And so that is how you do it. That's how you get born again. There's three tenses of salvation. There is justification, past tense. There is sanctification, current tense, like present tense, where we are right now. And then there's glorification, when we get home with the Lord. So there are three tenses of salvation. So if you're a born again believer, you can say that I have been saved. Whether it was yesterday, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you can say I have been saved, or I have been justified. That's when you get justified, it's a one and done deal. It's a one-time thing. It doesn't happen multiple times. Justification happens once. That is past tense. Sanctification, however, is every single day, moment by moment, second by second, you are currently being sanctified. Hey, what's up, Ed? Jill over on YouTube. Leanna, hello, hello. Good to see you, Lori. Second cup, hello. And so it's good to recognize that you and I are currently being sanctified as we go about our life. And then when we get home with the Lord, then we will be considered glorified. And so that's present tense. So it's past tense, present tense, future tense. So past tense, justification; present tense, sanctification; future tense is glorification. That's all what basically is encapsulated when somebody says, "Hey, are you saved?" And so there's layers to that understanding, at least. But that's the most important issue. You need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." It is through Christ and Christ alone. It's not Christ and It is not Christ and all of these things or all these other things over here. It is Jesus. That's why Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, he's like, I determined not to know anything among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. That's what it's about. Paul's like, I'm going to lay all these things down except Jesus Christ and him crucified. How amazing. And so we need to understand what the main thing, other people try to add things to it. And I just would caution you to be very vigilant when it comes to the salvation issue, because the salvation is everything. And then outside of the salvation issue, they're all secondary issues. But let's go ahead and dive into this recap, Book of Revelation. Ryan in chat. Hello, Yogi. What's going on? Lewis, how you doing? Trying to watch them both. It doesn't work. Good to see you, Lewis. Yes, Ed, full send, man. Let's go ahead. All right, if you guys are new here, we're going to be doing a recap of the Book of Revelation. We're going to fly by these chapters, but before we do, I want you to recognize who the author is. The author is a guy named John. He is John, the guy who wrote the Gospel of John. He is the disciple whom Jesus loved. And so John and Jesus had such a close relationship. These two guys had such a close relationship. It's such a relationship to where Jesus, when he was on the cross, he looks down, he sees John, and he's like, John, behold your mother, mother, behold your son. He gave John the responsibility to watch after his mother. That's the relationship that we're seeing here when you read the Book of Revelation. Fascinating. And so when you continue reading, or when you start diving into the Book of Revelation, it's good to understand it's a singular revelation. This is one long revelation. It is not multiple. It's not revelations. It is revelation. And so there's a blessing that's attached to this. And so when you understand in Revelation chapter 1, verse 3, it says, blessed is he who reads and those who hear the words of this prophecy and keep those things which are written in it, for the time is near. So we are given a Good morning, Ashley. We are given a blessing to this, and so you can unpack that and see what it comes down to. What do you think that blessing is? I think that there's a strong argument to be made that you and I are receiving it right now because we understand how it ends. Can you imagine if the book of Revelation was not in the Bible? We would have so many questions. We'd be like, "What's going to happen? Oh my goodness! What about this? What about this?" So the book of Revelation unveils. It is an unveiling, which is what the book or the name of Revelation actually means. It's an unveiling. This book it reveals so many things that we didn't have the answers to up until this point. And so having these answers, it allows you and I to just kind of just take a breath and be like, okay. Whoo, you get like, okay. And so the more you dive in here, the more it reveals to you, and the more it reveals to you, the more you light up you get, and the more you just want to tell somebody about it. And so that's really cool. But in Revelation chapter 1, verse 19 is the outline. Revelation chapter 1, verse 19, Jesus is told by John, Jesus told John to write the things which you have seen, write the things which are, and write the things which will take place after this. So he gives you the outline for the entire book of Revelation. So in the first chapter, John wrote the things which he has seen. That's chapter 1. Then in chapter 2 and 3, John is told to write the things which are. So Revelation chapter 2 and 3 encapsulate the things that are, because while John was alive during the church age. The church was born during John's time. While John was on the ground, boots on the ground, he was alive while the churches were being born and, popping up all over the place. And John was a part of that. And so he is writing about the things which are, which was talking about the church age. Then it says, write the things which take place after this. Now, when you get to Revelation chapter 4, to the end is basically the things that will take place after this. And what is the after this that he's talking about? The after this that he's talking about is the church. He says, hey, write down the things that are going to take place after the church age, is basically the way to view it, or a way. I want you guys to always remember, I am not telling you what to think. I'm giving you a way to think, and you are to test all things, and we are to hold fast to that which is good. That is what Paul tells us to do. Paul also commends the Bereans. Hey, thank you, Brian, because in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, he commends them because Paul went up to the Bereans and he told them what to think. And the Bereans were like, okay, Paul, we hear what you're saying. And then they went and they grabbed the scriptures and they searched them to see if what Paul said was true. And so that's what you and I need to be. We need to be getting in here and getting it all over us. And then when somebody comes up to us and says this, we're like, well, that's not right because it says over here this. And then you're able to defend yourself. And so it's really, really kind of cool. But anyways, Revelation chapter 2 and 3, there are 7 letters that are written to the 7 churches. The first church that is written a letter is the church in Ephesus. Ephesus was the first church. There's 7 letters to 7 churches. Each church or each letter has a theme. There's like a format on each of the letters. Jesus always introduces himself with a certain title. He always every title he uses is different and it's unique to the church that he is talking to. Every church ends with a roundabout similar saying, he who has ears, let him hear what the Spirit says to the 7 churches. So you see the similarities sprinkled all throughout these letters that are written to the 7 churches. Also, almost every church has something bad said against it. There is only 2 churches that have nothing bad said against it. The 2 churches that have nothing bad said against them is Smyrna and Philadelphia. There's 1 church that has nothing good said about them. And the church that has nothing good said about them is the very last one, which is Laodicea. And so we'll get to that. But Revelation chapter 2, the first church is Ephesus. Ephesus was very, very good and a super solid church doctrinally. They held fast to all the things that Paul told them. Paul was like, hey, do this, 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 and this. And they did that, and that. And so they were doing it. But while they were doing it, they were looking and handling all the people in their world, and they weren't doing the things that they forgot their first love, essentially. And because they forgot their first love, which is, they were focusing on the doctrine rather than their devotion for the Lord, because they were living in that kind of world, they forgot to love. And so it's just this interesting dynamic. As a Christian, as you grow in your Christian walk, what you'll find is that the more you learn, the easier it is to look at other people who don't know as much as you and be like, I can't believe that you would not know this. How could you not know this? And you start like living that type. And so that's why Paul allows us to remember. He reminds us, he's like, what are you doing? He's like, we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffs up, but love edifies. And so that's what the focus is, right? We all have knowledge, cool knowledge, but love edifies. And so we need to remember that. But anyways, Revelation chapter 2, verse 8, you get to the next church. This is the church in Smyrna. This is a great church. Like, this is one of the churches that has nothing bad said against it. This church was just, they thought in their own, if they were doing a self-assessment of themselves, they would conclude that they were doing terrible. And that's unfortunate because this church was doing so good. But from their own perspective, from their own judging themselves, they thought that they were doing poor. And Jesus, like, you think you are poor, but you are rich. And so it's just so interesting, man's point of view and God's point of view. Now, this is like this, like if I like look at myself and I'm like, oh man, what am I doing? Like, I could be beating myself up, but from God's point of view, he's like, Ryan, or you you could use the same thing. Or the flip side of that is could also be true to where I'm like, man, I'm kind of killing it right now, right? You think you're doing awesome, but then God's up there looking at it in the complete opposite way. And so it's very interesting to see the difference between man's opinion and God's opinion. We need to be focusing on God's opinion here. But the church in Smyrna was crushed. And so whenever you think of Smyrna, I want you to think of myrrh, because myrrh is associated with death. This church was being persecuted and persecuted and persecuted. And because they were getting wrecked, that's why they thought they were doing so poorly. And then Jesus is like, no, you are doing great. The next church is the church in Pergamos. The church in Pergamos, whenever you think of Pergamos, I want you to think of mixed marriage. Pergamos. You have mixed marriage. And if you have a mixed marriage, what that basically is showing is it's basically when just so you can visualize something, a believer and a non-believer getting married together. If a believer and a non-believer get married together, that is a mixed marriage. And that's not going to end very well because you have two people with different perspectives on who God is. And so if you fast forward in that marriage and then kids start popping out and then you have like 4 kids and then the dad is saying one thing, the mom is saying a completely different thing. The children will then grow up to be super confused, have no idea what's right. Mom's right, dad's right. Which one is it? And so when you think about this church in Pergamos with this mixed marriage type idea going on here. Thank you, Christina. Hello. I want you to just understand that that is a picture of the church mixing with the world, because the church was mixing with the world, and that is not okay, because right when the world gets in there, then all of a sudden all its spawn, all of its offspring is going to be all kinds of terrible things, and then all the offspring is going to be all kinds of confused. And so that is what is important to recognize. That's what's going on in the church in Pergamos. The next church is a church called Thyatira. Thyatira has the idea of continual sacrifice, and this church was continually sacrificing Jesus in a sense. But we understand that Jesus died once for all mankind. He did it one time, but this church was allowing this works-based salvation to enter into the idea of the church. And so all of a sudden, all of these people, what's up, Julie? Good to see you. All of these people became super confused because next thing you know, they're buying all kinds of things. And they got crosses and the rosary. They're going to an actual human being and they're confessing their sins to a priest. They're baptizing infants with water. They're, their communion type thing. They believe that is transubstantiation. It's a whole bunch of things and traditions, but it's not what the gospel is actually about. And because they were so far away from the gospel and they were focusing on things that they were actually doing, Jesus writes them a letter and he's like, hey, if you don't repent, then you will be cast into great tribulation. And so this church, Thyatira, was promised if they do not repent, then they would go through great tribulation. This church has a lady named Jezebel in it. Now, this was probably an actual individual, but I think it's more important to focus on what the idea of a woman in Scripture actually is representing, because a woman in Scripture typically, when it's used symbolically, is used in a religious kind of entity kind of fashion. And what I mean by that is that if you look at Israel was the wife of Yahweh. Israel was the wife, there's the woman aspect the church is the bride of Jesus. You have Jezebel here is a type, or it's in the negative kind of fashion in the religious entity. This woman Jezebel is a picture of false church, and it goes hand in hand with Revelation 17 when we talk about the mother of harlots. And so the mother of harlots is a picture of false Christendom. Here is a picture of false Christendom, and Jesus writes them a letter, and he's like, if you guys don't change up your game, then you're going to go through the great tribulation, and it's not going to be good for you. Yes, thank you. This is the YouTube right here. If you guys wanted to go follow, just because they're, really threatening to take away TikTok from us. And so this is my only other social media. So if you like these verse by verse Bible studies, I would encourage you to go check it out. The next church is in Revelation chapter 3 is a church in Sardis. This church is really interesting because this church had a reputation that they were alive, but they are dead. And so that is highly, highly unfortunate. They were alive, but Jesus is saying, but you are dead. Can you imagine getting a letter from Jesus where Jesus is like, hey, you think you're doing well? Okay, well, let me tell you, the reality of it is you are dead. That's crazy. And so there are churches like this all over America, all over the world right now. And it is heartbreaking to think about that. There's so many people who go to church right now who just have no idea how to be born again, but they've been going to church for over a decade, and they're in there and they're giving money when the plate passes, and they're in there singing, they hold their hands up in the air. They feel something, like the tinglies when they, get all emotional. They trust their emotions, and and so it's so interesting because there's so many people who just think that they're alive, but Jesus is like, you are dead. And so it's fascinating because when you dive into this, I saw a picture, it was something that somebody just put together, but it was basically a security camera inside a church, and then they're all in there on a Sunday morning, and then all of a sudden the rapture happens, and half of the congregation gets taken while the other half stays inside the church. And so that's a very accurate picture where people are still going to be left behind inside a physical building, the physical church. And so it's really remarkable thinking about this kind of stuff. And it's just like heartbreaking at the same time. So when you are out and you are thinking about your mission field, I don't want you to look past the people that you see when you go to church, because there's a lot of people in the physical building of church that do not know how to get to be born again. And so I think that's really important to at least consider. Hello, Heidi. So, hey, thank you, Liz. And so when you move on to the next church is the Church of Philadelphia. This church is brotherly love. This is you will never understand Revelations. But in Revelation chapter 3, verse 7, it says, and to the angel of the church in Philadelphia. So this Philadelphian church has the idea of brotherly love. This is a friendly fellowship type of mission field. These people were a missionary church. And so I think that's really kind of cool to see what this church did, because Jesus opened the door and these people went through it. Thank you, Ed. So they went through the door and they did what we were supposed to be doing. They were supposed to be going all over the place, just telling people about Jesus as much as they possibly could. Hey, thank you, Tamara. And so it's kind of cool to see that this church actually did it. And it's, and I don't want you, we talked about this before, I don't want you to, kind of beat yourself up if you physically can't go out and do something, because I know that's a lot of people can't go outside. But it's not just that. It is, again, it's the heart of the matter is always going to be the matter of the heart. Where is your heart? And so he's checking out your heart. He's seeing what's going on in there. And if you are trying to do right before the Lord, he's going to recognize that. But if you're just doing it for the show of all kind of mankind, then he's going to recognize that as well. But in Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, it says, but because you have kept my command to persevere, I also will keep you from the hour of trial, which shall come upon the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. So in Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, you have two different people that Jesus is talking about. Jesus says, hey, I will keep you out of the hour of trial, and that will come upon those on the earth. So there's two people that Jesus separates. He's like, I'm going to take you out and they're going to be on the earth. So there's two people. And so this is a great verse to support a pre-tribulation rapture. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, and that's just my opinion. If you believe in a mid-trib rapture, that's okay. If you believe in a post-tribulation rapture, that's also okay. These are secondary issues. We're going to be talking a lot about the millennial kingdom today when we actually get into it. But I think the millennial kingdom will answer a lot of different questions that maybe you didn't even know that you had. But when we start talking about it, a lot of questions are just naturally going to arise, because it's a tough subject, the millennial kingdom. I was listening to a guy on TikTok, and I saw that somebody asked him about the millennial kingdom, and his response was, "That is not a Christian belief." And I read that, and I was just like, "What?" Like, what do you? I'm like, "Let me show you." And so we're gonna talk about these things, but it's just so interesting. It's really cool to dive in here, and so you can be the judge. I just present to you the things and the verses and the idea, and then you take it and do it with it what you will. But Revelation chapter 3, verse 14, we have the church in Laodicean world. In this Laodicean world here, this Laodicean church, rather, I believe that's the world that we're living in right now. In the general church in all around the world is predominantly Laodicean are ruling the church. And so that's why when you go to all these men, like flying from the raft, elephants walking in, camels, like acrobats, like fire going up, and like it's like a whole concert. And then when they actually get to the word of God, it's like a 15-minute thing, and it's very light surfaced, and they might say one thing here or there, but it doesn't really cut through the heart. And there's nothing there. There's nothing. It's like, and so it's always interesting, like when you think about these churches, it's like, how in the world does the word of God compete with that kind of show that is being just widely displayed, where they spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars on hiring all these people? And I'm just like, man, it's almost like it's almost like the word of God, like people just zone out right when the preacher is actually preaching, because now there's no more shiny things. And so I think it's really interesting to think about Jesus, because he had no desire, or he had his appearance, there's nothing about him that we would desire him, right? And so, when you think about the word of God, it is very lowly. It is very like, whoa, it is very low down here. It's very humble. And so it's so fascinating, because it's almost, like you almost got to like put on like a dance and show to kind of entertain people nowadays in church. And I think it's, how far we've come from what it once started out to be. And so it's weird to imagine what it was to how it is now, these churches and how they've, devolved in a sense, or evolved, whichever one you would prefer to look at it. But this church, Laodicean, there's nothing good said about this church, and it's something to pay attention to. There's nothing good said about this church. In Revelation chapter 3, verse 20, it says, Jesus says, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock." So Jesus is knocking on the door, and he's like, "Guys, can anybody in there hear me?" And it's remarkable, because he's outside the church. That's why he's out the door. He's knocking on the door. Like, why would Jesus be knocking on the door unless he's outside of the church? You don't knock on a door if you're on the inside of the church. And so here he's writing to the Laodicean church. He's knocking on the door from outside the church, and he's like, "Guys, can you hear me? I'm out here. You're in an actual room, but I'm the one you're supposed to be worshiping." So this church was very, very Laodicea, where the people are ruling the church. And if the people rule the church, then the people are going to get what they want to get. And that is why Romans 1 is so fascinating, because Romans 1, he's like, "Hey, you want this?" He's like, "God gave them over. God gave them over. You want this? God gave them over to it. You want this? God gave them over to it." It's fascinating. Anyways, Revelation chapter 4. In Revelation chapter 4, what you have here, you have, it says, "After these things." So what is after these things? And so after these things, what you have here is after the church age. And so this is a great support, in my opinion, to example to support a pre-tribulation rapture. I believe this supports a pre-tribulation rapture. Why? Because here, this is where, from Revelation 1:19, where he's like, "Write the things which you have seen, write the things which are, and write the things which are hereafter." The word is metatauta in the Greek. He's saying, write the things which are after these things. And so what is after these things? What is after this? It's after the church, because Revelation 2 and 3 is the church age, and then Revelation church. Well, you see it in Revelation 19, but you get my idea. The church is not mentioned here. There are saints that are mentioned, but they're tribulation saints. They are different than what you and I are today. Anyways, Revelation 4, you are introduced to 24 elders. Revelation 5, the 24 elders are very important to understand. But in Revelation chapter 5, John is up in the throne room. He looks around and he sees God the Father holding a scroll, and he starts sobbing uncontrollably. And then an elder goes up to him and he's like, why are you crying? And he's like, because nobody was able to take the scroll. And so then the elder's like, don't worry, there is one who is worthy. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David has prevailed. And so in Revelation chapter 5, this elder goes up to John and is like, hey, don't worry about it. And so then John looks and he sees a lamb as though it had been slain. And so he's seeing Jesus. So then Jesus goes up and he takes the scroll and then he's just holding on to it. And so what's interesting is that as you continue reading Revelation chapter 5, verse 8 to the end of the chapter, you see the 24 elders and the 4 living creatures, they all fall down and they all start singing a new song. And what you see with them singing a new song is what they are doing is they are in agreement. They are in agreement. They're in agreement with one another on what is about to happen on the earth. And so that's really interesting to really allow that to sink in, because people are like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, if God is so holy and it's so loving, why would he do what he does to the earth during the tribulation? Well, you see that from our earthly perspective, we think one thing, but from the heavenly perspective, from them being around the righteousness of God and how perfect and holy and just and right he is, we get to recognize from up there, they're like, oh, you know what? This is okay. And so you see these people in agreement, or these the 24 elders and the 4 living creatures in agreement. But the 24 elders identify who they are, and they identify themselves to be kings and priests. Now, if you are a Jewish person, you would recognize this to be almost some kind of a contradiction, because from a Jewish perspective, you can't be a king and a priest at the same time, which is why this one is so cool. So from a Jewish perspective, you can't be a king and a priest. It's just not, you just can't do it. But when you search the scriptures, what you'll find is that there were 3 people who were kings and priests. See, back in the Old Testament, what they would do, or back then, in order to be a king, you had to be from the tribe of Judah. In order to be a priest, you needed to be from the tribe of Levi. But here in Revelation chapter 5, we see that there are kings and priests. And so then all of a sudden it forces you to unpack who in the world could be a king and a priest at the same time. Well, back in Genesis 14, you are introduced to a guy named Melchizedek. He is a king and priest as well. He's the first one you are introduced to that is told very specifically that he is a king and a priest. Lots of questions arise. You're studying Melchizedek, but it seems like he is a type or a model or a foreshadow or a picture of Jesus Christ, who is yet coming. And so you have Melchizedek, who is a type of Christ, who is a king and priest. And then you have Jesus Christ, who is a king and a priest. And then in 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9, Peter is talking to the Jewish Christians who got thrown out of Jerusalem or chased out of Jerusalem because they decided to follow Jesus. And so Peter writes them a letter and he's like, hey guys, do you not know who you are? You are a royal priesthood. He's like, you are a royal priesthood. And it's really kind of cool to see that, because he's telling them, what does a royal priesthood mean to you? It seems royal means a royalty, like a king, and then a priesthood is priest. So he's saying you are a royal priest or a king and priest. So Peter is writing to the Jewish Christians that were alive during that time, but they were a part of the church. So he's telling the church that you are a royal priesthood. And so when you recognize that these people in Revelation chapter 5 are kings and priests, you see them up in heaven before the tribulation actually begins. What's up, man? The video doesn't look right. What? Does the video look weird? Anybody? Maybe it's on your end, Nick, I think. So anyways, hopefully it's just on, hopefully it's not on my end. Video looks fine to me. Okay, looks good here. Okay, fine for me. Fine. Okay, Nick, it might be Nick, maybe try backing out and then coming back in. Maybe that'll help you out. Hello, Felena, Yolanda. Hello. Good to see you guys. That would be awful. Hello. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on into Revelation chapter 6. But it's really important. The pre-tribulation rapture idea, something that you could, toy around with at least, is to recognize that the 24 elders are in heaven before the tribulation begins. That is so important to recognize. They're in heaven before the seals are broken. And so if the church is represented by the 24 elders in Revelation chapter 5, then the church is in heaven before the seals are broken. And if they're in heaven before the seals are broken, that means they're in heaven before the tribulation begins. And I think that that is so amazing to just think about that. That's the, like we get like little ideas, sprinkled in and out. And this is one of those huge ones, at least for me. But in order to understand the tribulation, it's good to recognize Daniel chapter 9. Hello, Holly. What's going on? And so in Daniel chapter 9, what you have this amazing prophecy that Gabriel gives to Daniel, and he gives him a 490-year-long prophecy. He's like, hey, Daniel, get ready. I'm about to blow your mind. So he gives him 490 years of prophecy that is going to be fulfilled in the future from where Daniel is standing. And so Daniel hears it. And Daniel is told that from the time that the command is given to rebuild the city of Jerusalem to the time of Messiah the King, it shall be 483 years. So that's basically the idea of Daniel 9, verse 25 and 26. So basically the clock for this 490-year prophecy starts when the command went forth to rebuild Jerusalem. And then this clock stops when Jesus rode into town on a donkey. So from that time to this time was 483 years. So 483 years of the Daniel 9 prophecy has already been fulfilled. The question is, what about the remaining 7 years of that prophecy? Well, that's where Daniel chapter 9, verse 27 comes into play, because in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, what's up, Holly, on YouTube? Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, we see, thank you, Julie, we see that there is going to be this Antichrist who is going to rise up, and that Antichrist is going to confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. And so when you think about how he's going to confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, what is that week? It's representing 7-year period. So this Antichrist is going to show up. He's going to confirm a covenant with many for 7 years. And then it says, but in the middle of the week, or in the middle of the 7-year period, which is 3.5 years in the middle of that 7-year period, which is 3.5 years in, he's going to break that covenant. Thank you, Nebuchadnezzar. That's interesting. So it's really fascinating to see what's going on here, but that's why it's important to understand Daniel 9:27. Because in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, thank you for those gifts, man. Thank you so much. Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, you learn so many things. You learn that there's going to be a temple, because he said in order to have the sacrifices and offerings currently ongoing, there needs to be a third temple. And so that's what's so interesting about the entire thing, because you're seeing a temple is implied in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. Why? Because there are currently sacrifices going on, and he's going to cause them to cease. Hey, thank you, Kathy and Nebuchadnezzar. Thank you so much. That's so strange. But Holly, thank you so much for that gift. Thank you guys so much. You guys are super kind. But you learn so much from the book of Daniel, specifically chapter 9. But when the covenant the Antichrist signs the covenant, whenever he strengthens or confirms the covenant, whatever this covenant is, whenever the Antichrist literally does that on the earth, it won't be revealed at that time, mind you. Just a covenant will be confirmed. Everybody will know a covenant is confirmed, but it's not going to really, it's not going to send shockwaves throughout too many people, because you and I will be already gone by that time. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. But this signing of the covenant is going to take place. And then while the signing of the covenant takes place here on earth, what's happening up in heaven at the exact same time is Jesus is opening the seals. So while Jesus is opening the seals, this begins the tribulation. And at the same time on earth, the Antichrist down on the earth is signing the covenant, and this is also starting the tribulation. There are two things, two layers going on, one up in heaven, one down on earth, two perspectives. And when Jesus breaks the seals, that is going to start the tribulation. And that's the same time when the Antichrist is going to confirm the tribulation. And so that's good to understand. Hey, what's up, Sushi? Good to see you, man. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture also, Steve. But let's go ahead and get on into Revelation chapter 6. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube right now. If you guys wanted to come over and check us out on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind following me on YouTube, I'd appreciate it, just in case they do get rid of TikTok. I know that they're, threatening us with removing this from us. And so that would be a huge bummer. But these studies will hopefully continue on YouTube if you guys are interested in this kind of stuff. Hello, Pauline. Good morning. And so thank you, Christina. Yes, this is the YouTube right here, ITZ_sheesh. So if you wanted to check that out, you are more than welcome to. There's also a link tree up in my TikTok profile as well. Revelation chapter 6. In Revelation chapter 6, this is where the seals are broken. This is where the beginning of it is, at least. But in the very first couple verses, we are introduced to these four horsemen. Now, we're only going to focus on this white horse rider because, we already unpacked everything else and we're just doing a recap of all the things we've covered already. But in Revelation chapter 6, this white horse rider is going to be the Antichrist. This is not Jesus Christ. It's important to understand that. You better continue over here. What's up, Jill? Oh man, yeah, no, I'm gonna keep on going till the wheels fall off. I'm telling you what, it is so funny. I just keep saying it. It's like we see, like you're just driving and you just see like one of your wheels go in front of you, and you're like, "This is fine. Everything's okay. Everybody, calm down." No, but in Revelation chapter 6, you see this white horse rider, and this is not Jesus Christ. This is the Antichrist, and he's just a complete imposter. He's a counterfeit. He is fooling everybody, and so it's really fascinating. But he shows up, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. And so that's really provocative, trying to understand who is he conquering and where's he going out to conquer. But this guy is going to be on a mission, and so it's really fascinating because when you couple all of these other verses in the Bible, it says when they say peace and safety. In order for somebody to say peace and safety, there first needs to be all kinds of calamity. And right now in our world here in 2024, you are seeing the world like reaching a boiling point between what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, and America allowing Ukraine to fire our own weapon technology into Russia. It's making tensions higher between us and Russia. And then when you think about what's going on over in the Middle East, Syria, Damascus is like being taken over. You're seeing all the things happening that's surrounding Israel. You're seeing all kinds of things happening all over the place. And so right now we're entering a time period that I would propose to you that we are entering in a time period to where if somebody does bring peace, then somebody will say peace and safety finally, right? And so in order for somebody to be prompted to say peace and safety, there needs to be all kinds of chaos beforehand. And so that is why this Antichrist sometime in the future is going to enter the scene. He's going to be a Mr. Fix-It kind of guy. He's going to solve some problems and everybody's going to think he's a genius. And then there will be peace. And when there's a false kind of peace, then everybody's going to say peace and safety. And so that is when sudden destruction will come. And so it's really remarkable. Anyways, Revelation chapter 7, you see you're introduced to the 144,000. These 144,000 are going to be Jewish men. These are 144,000 Jewish men, and they are virgins. If you read Revelation 14, you will see that they have not defiled themselves with women. And so that's interesting to see that God has selected 144,000 Jewish men. They're going to have the seal of God. They're going to be untouchable during the 7-year tribulation, and they're going to be running all over the place, telling people about Jesus as much as they possibly can, trying to win as many as they possibly can. And it's going to be an interesting time period because do you think that these 144,000 are going to be running up to somebody that's on the earth and be like, hey, so what do you think? Do you think spiritual gifts, do you think they still exist? No, they're not going to be talking about these secondary issues. They're going to be telling people about Jesus. They're going to be like, hey, can I tell you about Jesus? And they're going to be lifting them up and being like, let me tell you about a guy named Jesus. And it's so interesting to see what the focus is going to be during the 7-year tribulation compared to what it is right now. Because if you look in the world today, it's just like you see a whole bunch of people and we're all just like doing this at one another. And like, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ. And we're like, I'm going to get you. And like, no, it's just like, So it's really interesting to see how it's going to be during the tribulation time period. So these people are going to be focusing on what we need to be focusing on, and they're just going to be full sending it. But Revelation chapter 8, moving on, Revelation chapter 8, what you have here is silence is going to be in heaven for about half an hour. I think that's really fascinating. So this is where many people believe is the beginning of the Great Tribulation. Revelation chapter 8, when the 7 trumpets are blown, that is when the Great Tribulation technically is going to begin. That's what I believe. I believe the seals and the trumpets are all in the first 3.5 years, and I believe the bowl judgments are in the last 3.5 years. And there's a reason for that. We'll talk more about that when we get to Revelation chapter 11, but it's all one big picture. And so I don't want you to get this idea of that the first 3.5 years of the tribulation is going to be long peace. It's going to be amazing, and there's not going to be any chaos or anything like that. I propose to you that the first 3.5 years are going be as terrible as terrible, be able to hold a candle to the great tribulation. Anyway, these trumpet judgments, there are 7 seals, there are 7 trumpets, and there are 7 bold judgments that are introduced to you in the book of Revelation. So the 7th seal, when the 7th seal breaks, then that starts, or the 7 trumpets blow. And so that's what's going on here in Revelation chapter 8. You have 4 trumpets that are blown in Revelation chapter 8. Now, what's interesting about these trumpet judgments is that these trumpet judgments are it's a judgment of the thirds. What do I mean by that? It means whenever one of these trumpets are sounded, that whatever is impacted on the earth, it's a third of that thing. So, for example, when the water is affected, it's a third of the water. When the trees are affected, it's a third of the trees, and so on and so forth. And so that's what's going on in Revelation chapter 8. But in Revelation chapter 8, verse 3, through the heavens, and he says with a loud voice, "Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth for the remaining 3 trumpet blasts." And so it's really fascinating, because this angel is basically telling you that if the world thought that the first 4 trumpets were bad, he's basically saying that the last 3 trumpets are going to be so much worse than anybody could ever imagine. He's like, you think that was bad? You think that this was bad? You think that was bad? You think that was bad? He's like, you haven't seen anything yet. And so that's what's so interesting about Revelation chapter 9, because in Revelation chapter 9, what you have here is this angel is given a key. Bottomless pit opens, and out of it comes locusts. Now, these locusts are not actual locusts. These locusts are demons. Clearly, this is a very, very clear picture of demons, but John is describing to you and I what these demons look like. He's like, they had something, they had something on their heads like gold, like a crown of gold. They had their faces were like the faces of men. They had hair like women's hair. And so whenever you see the word like women's hair, like the faces of men, like, it's not those things, it's like those things. And so he's describing demons here in Revelation chapter 9. So in Revelation chapter 9, verse 1 through 12, these demons come out of the bottomless pit, and it tells us very clearly that they are given earth for 5 months. So these demons that are just unleashed on the world are given authority to torment mankind for 5 months. They're not able to end them. They're able to just, poke them a little bit, just like, not like that. But you understand what I'm saying? Like, they're being tormented. They're actually seeing the humans on the earth during this time are seeing these demons. They're seeing what's going on. They're just not being ended by them. They're not being unalived. And so it's really interesting to see what's going on here. But yes, physically, they are going to be physically tormented by these demons for 5 months specifically. And so that's the first demonic invasion that is going to be unleashed onto the earth. The second one is in verse 13, Revelation chapter 9, verse 13 to the end, because in these passages, these angels that are released from the great river Euphrates, that are bound at the great river Euphrates, they have this 200 million man army, and it says that fire goes out of their mouth, brimstone, all that type of stuff. People some people say that this is, talking about airplanes, and, it's like he was describing. I don't think that this is talking about actual technology. I think this is talking about an actual demonic invasion. You can be the judge of that. But if this is a demonic invasion, what you see here is that this 200 million man army that is similar to what John is describing to you in the first couple verses of Revelation 9, verse 1 through 12. You see that this demonic invasion is given authority to end 1/3 of mankind. Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. So you have this in this interesting in Revelation chapter 9, verse 15. Revelation chapter 9, verse 15. It says, so the 4 angels who had been prepared for the hour and day and month and year were released to end unalive 1/3 of mankind. And so when you look at the 2 woes that or these 2 trumpet judgments that we're unpacking here, the first one is a demonic invasion, where the demonic invasion is not allowed to end. They're just allowed to torment the people on earth. The second one is allowed to unalive the humans that are left on the earth. And so it's really fascinating seeing what's going on here. But that is why the angel was flying through the heavens saying, whoa, 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 because of what's about to happen. And so that is why he knew that this demonic invasion was going to be unleashed on the earth, to where a third of mankind is going to be ended. Moving on to Revelation chapter 10. In Revelation chapter 10, what's up, Hope? Good to see you. Thanks for coming over here. What's up, CC? How you doing, man? CC, or no, wait, I forget. What's your name? It's I try to look at your picture. It's a butterfly. So, but anyways, if you guys are interested, I upload all these to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you want to go check it out. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it, just because they are trying to get rid of our beloved TikTok platform. And it looks like our time might be coming to a close on TikTok, which would be very, very sad. But if you are interested, there is a link up there. Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. Christina will probably pin that, and it's in the link tree in my TikTok as well. But we're just going through the Bible book by book, verse by verse, and we're trying to unpack it the best we can. But let's go ahead and get on into Revelation chapter 10. Revelation chapter 10. Thank you, Christina. Revelation chapter 10. Hello, Katrina. Good morning. In Revelation chapter 10, you have this angel that shows up, and people are divided. CC equals female. Okay. Okay. I was going to guess. Right when I said it, I was like, wait a second. But Revelation chapter 10, you see this angel that shows up, and, he puts his foot in the water. He puts his foot on the ground, and people are like, this is either Jesus, or this is just another mighty angel. And so there's two really good arguments to say both sides. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But Revelation chapter 11, moving on to Revelation chapter 11, this chapter right here is so just amazing. It's such a good chapter to really help you with navigate and place things in order as far as the end times, right? Like eschatology, it's the study of end times. So when you dive into Revelation chapter 11, you see that this temple is being introduced. And John is talking about the temple, and he's talking about the temple, but what's attached to the conversation of the temple are two witnesses. So you have a physical temple that is going to be built, and that's going to happen in the future. And so that's so interesting. And so this is why it's good to understand these things, because this is why the book of Revelation is so difficult, because, it's highly symbolic. The book of Revelation is highly symbolic, but it's very literal at the same time. And so it's just trying to navigate what this means, what this means, what this means, what this means. This temple is not a spiritualized type of thing. This is an actual physical temple that's going to be there. They're going to be standing in it. And the reason why it's actually going to be a temple is because of all the other verses that make it seem that way. Why? Because in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, we see that the Antichrist is going to go in there. He is going to sit. He's going to say, I'm God now. And he's going to say, you will worship me. But there needs to be a temple in order to do that. And so you have that. You have Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, where it says he will cause the sacrifices and offerings to cease. In order to have sacrifice and offerings, there needs to first be a temple. And so when you look at what's going on over in Israel right now, you have these Jewish people who are lost, by the way. They are not born again. The born again believers the born again Jewish people are not the part of the Jewish people who are saying, let's get a temple. Because the born-again Jews recognize that Jesus paid it all. It's the lost Jewish people who want the temple. They want the temple so they can start getting back under the law, because under the law, they had sacrifices. And so when they sinned, every time they had this sacrificial system, and they felt like they knew how to navigate the waters, but then the temple went away 2,000 years ago. And when the temple went away, all the Jewish people were like, well, what do we do now? How do we atone for our sins? And so there's this huge question mark that's just floating around in the world right now, as far as what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? And so that's why the Jewish people want so badly to get a third temple, because when the third temple gets up and running again, then they'll feel like they kind of got their wheels back on the vehicle and they're starting to move again. And so it's really interesting, but the temple is not something that we want. It is something awesome to pay attention to because of what's going on in the Bible. It kind of gives us a little bit of an idea where we're at in this prophetic timeline. But in Revelation chapter 11, this temple is going to be there during the tribulation. It's going to be there before the tribulation begins. And that is interesting to me. Why do I say that the temple is going to be there before the tribulation begins? Well, there's certain things that need to take place that we're told about in the Bible, right? One of them is the rapture. I believe the rapture is going to happen first. The second is there's going to be a temple. Now, why is it going to be there at the beginning? How come it can't be in the middle? And how come it can't be at the end? Well, because the two witnesses and the beast are given authority for 3.5 months. The two witnesses are given authority for 3.5 years, and the beast is given authority for 3.5 years. Now, those 3.5 years do not overlap because the two witnesses are basically protecting the temple, is what you can read about in Revelation 11, verse 1 through 3. You get that idea from Revelation 11, 1 through 3. So anybody who tries to harm these two witnesses are going to be taken out by the two witnesses. This time period is fascinating. But then in Revelation chapter 13, you see that the Antichrist is going to show up, and he's going to be given authority to reign on the earth for 3.5 years. So if the two witnesses are in front of the temple for 3.5 years, and then their ministry goes away, and then the authority of the Antichrist rises up for 3.5 years, well, that's 7 years. So that means that the temple has to be built before the beginning of their ministry, because in order for the ministry of the two witnesses to begin, there needs to be a temple. In order for the two witnesses can't show up until there's a temple. The tribulation can't necessarily begin until there is a third temple, which is why I think it's so interesting what's going on right now in our world today, because the Jewish people have all the things to build the temple. If they want to build it, they can build it in like a month or two. It's unbelievable. They have all the pieces. It would just be like assembling like a puzzle to them. They have they're working all the instruments. They're working on all they have all the priestly garments. They have the red heifers. The red heifers are really interesting too, because red heifers, back in Numbers, is the book of Numbers. It was a foreshadow of Jesus Christ. Without blemish, the red heifers without blemish. There's no spot, no blemish. It's a picture of Jesus Christ. But anyways, moving on, Revelation chapter 11, these two witnesses are going to be in front of the temple for 3.5 years. And then once their testimony is complete, it says in verse 7, Revelation chapter 11, verse 7, it says, then when they finish their testimony, then the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them and overcome them, and their bodies will be left in the streets for 3.5 days. So it's at that point where so if you have the two witnesses here, and then you have the beast, and this is at the 3.5 years into the tribulation. So at 3.5 years after the two witnesses complete their mission, then the beast will show up. He'll confront them. He will overcome them. He will walk over their bodies, and then he will go into the temple. And then that is when Matthew chapter 24 comes into play. Because in Matthew chapter 24, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. He's telling you very specifically. He's like, hey guys, sometime in the future, there's going to be this dude who shows up. He's going to take out my two witnesses. Then after he does that, he's going to go into the temple. Hey, when you see that happen, run. And so it's so interesting to see what's going on. After it seems to be a very specific timeline that's here. There is a specific timeline. The difficult part is placing everything in its proper place, which is why so many people have so many different opinions, because everybody has different there's different understandings. And so anyways, that's what it takes place in Revelation chapter 11. Revelation chapter 11 verse 14, it says the second woe is past. Now remember what we talked about back in Revelation chapter 8. The angel was flying up in heaven saying, woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, right? And so it's really interesting because he's saying, woe, woe, woe. So the first woe was the first demonic invasion. That's where the demons couldn't hurt, or they couldn't end the people who were left on the earth. That's the first woe. The second woe was the second demonic invasion, where they could end 1/3 of where they will end 1/3 of humans that are left on the earth during this time. And so what is also taking part while all of these trumpet judgments are going on, the two witnesses are alive during this entire time period. And so at the end of the two witnesses' ministry, then they will be taken up. And then after the two witnesses die, they rise again, they go up to heaven. After their ministry is when the second woe is past. And so that's why I believe that this is all the seals and the trumpets are all part of the first 3.5 years of the tribulation. But anyways, hopefully that makes sense. We've talked about this before. Moving on to Revelation chapter 12. Revelation chapter 12, so fascinating. Revelation 12 is so good. I love this chapter, but it's basically what's up, Brent? Good to see you. Revelation chapter 12 it's a picture of Israel. It's a flyby. If you were to get in an airplane and fly over the history of Israel all the way down here at 1,000 mile an hour, and you were looking down, you would be able to get like little screenshots of like what took place in the history of Israel. And so that's what Revelation chapter 12 is. So in Revelation chapter 12, you're introduced to three players. You have the woman, you have the child, and you have the dragon. The woman represents Israel, the child represents Jesus, and the dragon represents Lucifer. And so you have these three players that are on the board, but you see in Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, it says that right when the child was about to be born, the dragon with his tail drew a third of the stars and he cast them to the earth. And I made a video on this because I wanted you to see a different side of the Christmas story that we all see. Like whenever you think, you're driving through, your town, you probably have seen a nativity scene, and it's like you got the shepherds, you got the sheep, you got the little, the things all around it, right? But a different view on the flip side of that coin at the same time, while all that was going on, Satan gathered his entire army and he put them in a snowball and he threw it at the earth, trying to devour the child as soon as it was born. And so this is what Satan was trying to do. So Satan was trying to eliminate Jesus right off the rip. And so what's so interesting is that in Matthew chapter 2, if you read Matthew chapter 2, King Herod is there. The wise men show up to King Herod. They're like, hey, where is he who is born king of the Jews? That didn't make Herod very happy. And so the wise men, they left. And then after they left, King Herod got super upset because the wise men didn't come back and tell him where the child was. So he gave the order to end all the 2-year-old Jewish males, the male children, everybody who was 2 years old and younger. And so there's this mass slaughter of young little ones that were going on back during Jesus's birth. And so that was a picture of the demonic warfare that was all because Satan gathered his whole army and he threw them down to the earth. And that is what they were trying to do. They were trying to end Jesus right at the beginning. Didn't work. Go figure. But Jesus, he knew all this from the beginning. Anyways, Revelation chapter 12, you also see that sometime in the future, that at the 3.5 years into the tribulation, right when the great tribulation begins, or the reason why the great tribulation begins, in a sense, there's multiple reasons. But one of them is that kind of signals the great tribulation is when Satan is cast out of heaven for good. Because right now he constantly is going back and forth to heaven and he's accusing you, he's accusing me, he's accusing everybody else who is a born again believer. He is constantly accusing the brethren. And so there's coming a day to where Satan is no longer, he's going to have access denied. That flashes across, like he's going to swipe his card and it's just going to say access denied. He's not going to be able to get into heaven anymore. And so it's so interesting because Michael is the one who casts him out of heaven. Michael, the archangel. So Michael, it's not even God who does this. Like God's like, I'm not even giving you the gratification of me being in this situation. And he's like, Michael, handle my light work. And so Michael casts Lucifer out of heaven. And so he's going to fall, and that's going to be in the future. But right now, as we are talking right now, he currently is able to go into heaven, which is so interesting because it's interesting to imagine that there's sin in heaven. That's fascinating. What do you mean sin in heaven? What are you talking about? Yeah. Well, Lucifer, sin, goes into heaven, constantly is lying about you and I and telling God how worthless we are. And God's like, I'm not hearing any of this, which is why it's so awesome, because we have an advocate, and our advocate is none other than Jesus Christ. How amazing. If you're going to have a defense attorney, it better be Jesus. And it's so when Jesus, can you imagine like you're going to court and you're like, oh man, I hope my defense attorney, you don't want just like somebody that the city just like assigns to you, just like somebody with like a, like an untucked shirt and like a tie that's, like over here and like, or whatever. You want the best one, right? Well, the best one is Jesus Christ, and he is the one who is constantly interceding on our behalf. How beautiful is that? But Satan is going to be cast out sometime in the future. And then that is one of the reasons why there's going to be a new heavens and a new earth. Why? Because right now heaven is tainted in a roundabout way. So that's why there needs to be a new one, because when the new ones show up, there will be no sin, and it's going to be futuristic, but there will be no more sin. There's not going to be any of it anywhere, and so that's going to be perfect forevermore. Hey, thank you, Randy. So interesting. This is deep stuff. Revelation chapter 13 is a great chapter. Revelation chapter 13. In order to understand Revelation 13, you need to understand Daniel chapter 7. So in Revelation 13, John sees this beast that comes up out of the sea. Now, this language is very similar to what takes place in Daniel chapter 7, because in Daniel chapter 7, Daniel sees a beast that comes out of the sea, which is, he describes it like a lion. Hey, thank you, Rashid. He describes this beast, this first beast that comes out of the sea, like a lion. He's like, that's like a lion. Now that lion represents the Babylonian Empire. Then he sees another beast that comes out of the sea. He describes that one like a bear, and that one describes the Persian Empire. And then he sees another beast that comes out of the sea, and he's like, that one's like a leopard. And so that one describes the Greek Empire, or Alexander the Great. But then he gets to the fourth beast, and the fourth beast was unlike any other beast that he's ever seen. And so that beast that Daniel saw back in Daniel chapter 7, that fourth beast, is the same beast that we're seeing here in Revelation 13. This same beast is what Daniel saw. So what Daniel saw is what John is seeing, and what John is seeing is what Daniel saw. So hopefully that makes sense. They're the same beast, but they're just in different parts of the Bible. But this beast is described. Hey, thank you so much, Holly. Thank you for that gift. This is my kind of Bible study. What's going, Noel? Glad I discovered your channel. Thanks for being here. Yeah, thank you so much. I enjoy this. This is really good stuff. I just get pumped up about it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it too. So this beast in Revelation 13 verse 1 is described as yeah, thank you, Christina. Yeah, we're live on YouTube too. If you guys are looking for a little bit different scene, I would also encourage you to follow me, at least, just because, you know, they're trying to get rid of TikTok. And if that happens, then I'm going to lose you forever, and it's going to be terrible. But in Revelation 13, you see this beast, and he's rising up out of the sea. And this beast that rises up out of the sea is described as having 7 heads. He has 7 heads, and he has 10 horns and 10 crowns. And so this is so interesting. This is so interesting. What is he saying here? So the 7 heads is basically the 7 kingdoms that were in existence in a threat to Israel. The first one is Egypt. The second one is Assyria. The third one is Babylon. The fourth one is the Medo-Persian Empire. Then after the Medo-Persian Empire, you have the Greek Empire. Then after the Greek Empire, you have the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire never was defeated. Nobody ever defeated the Roman Empire. It just kind of fell apart. It just kind of broke into pieces. It kind of just dissipated. But sometime in the future, what we're seeing here, this 7th one, is the revived Roman Empire. It's the one that is going to be brought back into the game, the playing field, sometime in the future. And so this Antichrist is going to have control over that revived Roman Empire. He's going to be like the ones calling the shots, telling everybody what to do. And so it's going to be basically like impacting and influencing the entire world. He's not going to control the entire world. That's important to understand, because, you know, Daniel chapter 11 talks about how he is going to hear from news from the north and news from the east is going to trouble the Antichrist. What news is he talking about? You know, there's multiple armies that are still in existence all around the world, but the Antichrist is going to have mass influence and control on the earth in some kind of capacity, some kind of form. It's not going to be a perfect government, obviously, because that perfect government is not going to enter the game until the millennial kingdom. You and I, if you're a born again believer, we will get to be able to. Hey, from TikTok, what's up, Jalen? Thanks for being here, man. We'll get to take part of that perfect government, and that's what we're going to talk about here in a little bit when we finally get to it. But Revelation chapter 13, this beast that he sees having 7 heads, and we'll talk more on it right here, because we'll be able to fly through Revelation 17 a little bit more easily if we do it here. But this beast has 7 heads. Those 7 heads represent the 7 kingdoms, which we already identified. The 10 horns, this beast is going to have 10 horns on its head. And the 10 horns, if you read Revelation chapter 7, are identified as 10 kings. So this system that is going to rise up in the end times is going to have 10 kings. And then it says they have 10 crowns. So you have 10 kingdoms, 10 crowns. It's really fascinating seeing this kind of stuff, what it takes, what it is, what it's alluding to. A lot of people see different things here, but one way or the other, it's a completely secondary issue. But what you learn in in Daniel chapter 7 is that the 10 kings are going to be, 3 of them are going to be plucked up and basically be subdued. So you go from 10 to 7, and that you learn more about that in Revelation 17. But anyways, in Revelation 13, this beast, the person who is in control of this first beast is going to receive a deadly wound. And then there's going to be a false prophet that arises up. So there's a total of 2 beasts that are given to you in Revelation 13. There's the guy who's in charge of this political system, in a sense. The guy who is calling all of the shots, that's the first beast. And then you have the second beast, and you get a picture of that in Revelation 13, verse 11. Because in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, it says, "Then I saw another beast." So there's multiple beasts. And then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in the earth to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. So this false prophet is going to be walking right next to somebody else, basically, and he's going to be doing all kinds of cool things, signs and wonders, and he's going to point to the Antichrist and say, that's the guy you need to worship. And he's going to do that to the people who are left on the earth. He's going to demand it. If the people who are alive during this time, they're going to see all kinds of this world that we're describing here in the book of Revelation. It sounds so sci-fi. It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't comprehend with our imagination. Like, we can't relate to what we're reading here. The rules are different. Everything here, it's a whole different world. A whole new. But when you dive into Revelation 13, what you see in Revelation 13, verse 14 and 15 is that this image is going to be built into the Holy of Holies. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit. So it's fascinating. So here in Revelation chapter 13, this is when, at the Great Tribulation, at the beginning of the Great Tribulation, I would say it's the same song. At the beginning of the Great Tribulation, this is when the mark of the beast is going to be introduced to the world. So the mark of the beast is it's not here yet. We're seeing, like, if we look out into the world right now and we're paying attention to AI and all this technology, it's remarkable. Like, you're seeing all kinds of videos on TikTok, which is one of the reasons why I think they want to get rid of it, because we are learning too much and we are aware of so many things now. And so if they kind of cut that lines of communication, like, that's the first thing that people do when you're in warfare, you cut lines of communication so the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. And so it's kind of that kind of idea in a way. They say, national security, whatever. Yeah. If that was the case, they would have gotten rid of it when they said national security. I'm just saying, but I just work here. But in Revelation chapter 13, the mark of the beast is going to be brought out, and it's going to be introduced to the world, and they are going to cause everybody to get it. And so the people on the earth are going to have a very clear decision to make. You either get the mark of the beast, or you don't get it, and then you are ended right then and there if they catch you. And so that is what is going on the earth. And so the mark of the beast is going to be introduced to those living on the earth, and you will not be able to buy or sell unless you have the mark of the beast. Now, this is very interesting. So the question that this naturally arises is, people have been saying, this is something that you hear all the time. People have been saying it's the last days for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, right? That's what everybody says. But when you think about Revelation 13 and you think about this mark of the beast, there's no system that has ever existed. No surveillance state has ever been in existence to where somebody can monitor the people and say, no, you cannot buy, no, you cannot sell. And so it didn't make sense 50 years ago. It didn't make sense 100 years ago. It didn't make sense 200 years ago. But today, in our world today, it does make sense, because now we do have the technology to do that kind of stuff. Now we have the technology to monitor. Everything that we have ever said, or everything that we've searched, all the buttons that we've pushed on our phone have been stored in some kind of fashion. They have access to it. They just aren't accessing it right now because you are not a threat. But if you were a threat, they would access it and they would pull it up and they would get all kinds of. My point is that information is being stored in places, right? Like, this is like they have all kinds of stuff for this kind of things. But my point here is that now we are entering into the time period to where people can monitor whether you buy or sell. And I think that's very fascinating. So Revelation 13, for the first time ever, is now applicable. Now it's applicable. And so that's something to be mindful of, because it lets you, it kind of shines a massive spotlight on the times that we are currently living in. We are living what an amazing time to be alive right now. Anyways, Revelation 14. In Revelation chapter 14, we are introduced to this awesome verse in verse 1, because you see the 144,000. They're still in existence. This is after the tribulation. John looks further out into the future, and he's not looking into the tribulation. He's looking further out past the tribulation. He's looking out into an event that takes place after the tribulation is over. Why do I say that? Because these 144,000 are standing with the Lamb. They're standing with the Lamb. They're standing with Jesus. So this has to be a millennial scene, because it wouldn't make sense in any other kind of way, because Jesus didn't come back to the earth yet. So Revelation 14 verse 1, John is looking so far out into the future. He sees the 144,000. He sees that they're all still there, which is amazing, because they didn't lose one. There's not one missing. There's not one of them missing. And so that is something to be mindful of. If they were sealed, then they are safe. And so that is a huge shout out to eternal security. I believe if you are saved, then you are always saved. And so that's really kind of cool to kind of dive into that and allow that to sink in. Be like, if God can provide and protect these 144,000 that were chosen to go through the tribulation, and it says that they are sealed, then what does that say about me as a born again believer? Can I lose my salvation? I would argue not. I would say if you truly are born again, then you are always going to be born again. Thank you, Vino. How many times can somebody be born again? Like, can you go from the old man to the new man and then back to the old man and then new man, old man, like I just don't see it. Anyways, Revelation chapter 14, verse 6, you see this angel flying through heaven, and this angel is flying through heaven preaching the everlasting gospel. And so what I want you to understand about this is that this time period is so unique that there is a clear line in the sand for those who are on the earth. So I want you to imagine that you're going through the tribulation right now. I want you to imagine you're going through it. You're paying attention to all the things happening around. You saw all the seals, the trumpets, all kinds of demons, all kinds of terrible things. But then you see the false prophet and you see him pulling fire down from heaven. And you're like, oh my goodness, he's amazing. But then you see the 144,000 and there's something different about them. And they're telling you about a guy named Jesus. And you're like, okay. And then after all that, you see an angel flying up in heaven and you're like, oh my goodness. And you come to this realization of hearing the gospel. And it's so interesting because I just did a video on this on, speaking and, spiritual gifts and stuff like that. And this angel that's going to come down is going to preach the gospel to those who dwell on the earth. Now, what's interesting about this is that this angel is going to be speaking in tongues because everybody on the earth is going to hear this everlasting gospel in their own tongue, which is so interesting, because like whenever you think about this angel preaching the everlasting gospel, you just imagine he's going to be speaking in English because America. Well, this angel is going to be preaching it to the entire earth. And so all the people and all the other languages are going to be able to hear this and understand it. And so it's really interesting to think about that. But these people that are left on the earth are going to have a decision to make. They're going to have a decision. And the decision is to see they see the false prophet. They see all the cool things he can do. They see the guy who received the mortal wound. He might have just come back from death. He might have rose from the dead in some capacity, or at least maybe that's the story that they tell in the mainstream media at the time. I don't know. They're going to see all that. But then on the other hand, they're going to see the angel. And they're going to remember all the things that you and I have told them before. And they're going to remember the 144,000 running around. And so they are going to have a very black and white decision to make. And it's either they're going to have to worship Jesus Christ or they're going to have to worship the Antichrist. And so it's a very clear line in the sand. Nobody will get the mark of the beast on accident. It is going to be a very specific decision that they are going to be making. And so I think that's very provocative. But that's Revelation chapter 14. We'll come back to Revelation 14. Really interesting because, well, maybe we will. I don't know. Revelation 14, verse 19 and 20 are very fascinating. Let's go to Revelation 15. This is just a recap, guys. I mean, come on. I just want to talk about some. Revelation chapter 15. Revelation 15 is real short and sweet. It's a very easy chapter, but this is basically a prelude for the angels you're basically seeing a heavenly scene, and the angels go into the temple of God and they pick up the bowls of wrath, and then they leave the temple of God. And then God basically says that nobody can come into the temple until after the bowls are poured out onto the earth. And so that is so interesting because God is in the temple alone. He is saying, I'm going to be by myself during this time. And so it's almost like, what kind of like emotion and feeling is going on inside the temple? Like he's not in there and he's not very happy to what he's doing. He just knows and recognizes that it needs to be done, because there's a point of no return to where there's a time, sometime in the future, that where the fullness of the Gentiles, that Israel is blind in part until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. There is going to be a time in the future to where Jesus is going to come back. He's going to get his church. He's going to take us out of here. And that is going to domino affect this chain of events that is going to spiral into the future, which is referred to as the tribulation. And that during that tribulation, it's going to be all kinds of terrible stuff. And God's not laughing about this kind of stuff. He's not up there saying, I'm super smiling and happy about all this kind of stuff. And so seeing him in the temple alone kind of shines a light on how he's like, I just want to be alone. Like, this is me. I'm going to be suffering by myself because I understand I alone am doing this. This is my decision to do this. He's like, you pour him out. You go ahead and pour him out onto the earth. And it's so interesting, because we understand what we understand. Yes, Jesus is all love, all those things, right? Lovey-dovey type of thing, right? He's not willing that any should perish. And so that's unbelievable. He's not willing that any should perish. In 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 1, it talks about how he's talking about false teachers and the false prophets. And he's like denying even the Lord who bought them. So the false teachers and the false prophets, they deny Jesus who bought them, meaning Jesus purchased those people. Those people just didn't want it. And that's why it's referred as a free gift. It is a free gift. You want the free gift? Go ahead and take it. It's up to you. He's out there. He's just holding his hand out. Take it. And if you take it, then he's just rejoicing with you because he's like, yes. And so he wants you to want him. And so that's what's going on here. But those false prophets and those false apostles, those people are purchased because Jesus paid it all. For God so loved the world, not just the elect. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It is so cool to see what's going on here and his heart. And so you see these angels come out with these bowl judgments, and they pour them out in Revelation chapter 16. And the difference between the bowl judgments and the trumpet judgments is that the bowl judgments are all about God's wrath, and it's all about whatever that's being poured out on, it's 100% of that thing. So in contrast to the trumpet judgments are 1/3. It's 1/3 of the trees, 1/3 of the grass, 1/3 of the sea, 1/3 of the sun, moon, and stars, 1/3 of those things. But in contrast to the trumpets, the bowl judgments, it's 100% whatever it's being poured out on. It's 100% of all of these. It's 100%. So the first bowl that is being poured out into the earth is on specifically those who chose to receive the mark of the beast. Because during the tribulation period, the people on earth are going to have a very clear decision. They're going to see the angel up in heaven. They're going to see the 144,000. They're going to remember all the conversations they had with the believers that had been raptured up until this point. And then they're going to see the beast. They're going to see the false prophet. They're going to see all the cool things and all the signs and all the pressure from the media that's going to happen during the great tribulation and the tribulation and whatnot. And so these humans on earth are going to have a decision to make. And the people who decide to choose to follow the Antichrist rather than Jesus Christ, those people have a specific bowl judgment just for them. Those people are going to have a bowl judgment poured out onto them. That's crazy. But that's what's going on in Revelation chapter 16, verse 2. And a loathsome sore came upon men who had the mark of the beast and those who worship his image. Fascinating. These are the Luciferians, if you will, the satanic worshiping people. That's what's going on. It's a weird thing, but that's what is being described here. This bowl is going to be poured out those who are helping the Antichrist, because these people that receive this mark are basically joining the ranks of his military in a visual kind of sense, if you're just trying to visualize it in a roundabout way. The next bowl is poured out into the sea, and the next bowl is poured out into the rivers and the spring water. So you have the salt water turning into blood. You have the spring water or the sweet water being turned into blood as well. So all the water is turned into blood at this point. Fascinating time. It doesn't talk about what's going on inside, like canteens, or, like if you have like gallons of water. It doesn't talk about that. It doesn't say that specifically. Maybe that water is also turned into blood, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I would say not. I don't know. I have no idea. But because time is still going to be going on throughout this time period, so who knows? But it does specifically talk about the sea, and it does specifically talk about the rivers and springs of water. So they all turn into blood. The next one is on the sun. The next one in Revelation 16, verse 8, this angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and power was given him to scorch men with fire. Fascinating. So these people on the earth are not having a good time. This is terrible. This is unbelievable, unprecedented time period in history. And there's never going to be anything like it before this. And there's not going to be anything like it after this. And so that's something to be mindful of. The next bowl in Revelation 16, verse 10, it says, the next bowl was poured out on the throne of the beast. We talked about the throne of the beast before. The throne of the beast I believe, is a literal thing. I think there is going to be a literal throne that he can physically sit down on. And that's what's so interesting about Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is going to be taken over, and half of the city is going to be in captivity. And you can read about that in Zechariah 14, verse 1 through 2, because you see that Jerusalem is going to fall in a roundabout way sometime in the future, and its temple is going to be taken over. And that is going to be around the time period of the two witnesses coming into existence, because after the two witnesses die, they rise up and they ascend up into heaven. But after they die, their ministry is over. So after they die, that's when the Antichrist is going to go into the temple, and he's going to sit. And so when he sits, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 5, I think it is, or 5 or 6, somewhere around there. But it's really interesting because that's an actual throne. And so you're visualizing this is a literal throne is what I'm proposing to you. And he's going to sit in there, and he's going to have his actual throne. But here in Revelation 16, verse 10, it says, then the fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and his kingdom became full of darkness, and they gnawed their tongues because of the pain. So these people who are a part of the kingdom, like if you just imagine, like I want you to imagine what I don't know. You guys remember? I try to think of like a movie where people are on horses and riding all over the place, and there's a kingdom. I can't even imagine. Let's just use Braveheart, for example. Braveheart, you see a whole bunch of people who, like, imagine all the, Mel Gibson and his army are a part of a kingdom. And then they're going against another kingdom. And so that's kind of like the idea. There are two kingdoms kind of coming to a collision sometime in the future. But the Antichrist kingdom is being completely wrecked. Not destroyed yet, but it's being completely wrecked. Hey, thank you, Christian. The Three Amigos. Yeah. But you have them being artillery is going in before the actual invasion, if you will. Like anytime, like before some foreign land goes and invades a different land, what they do is they soften them up a little bit by sending in all kinds of, bombs, missiles. They kind of hit them with artillery, and they cut their lines of communication. And then the ground invasion actually takes place. It's kind of like what's going on here in a roundabout way. Not that God needs to do that, but this whole tribulation period, in a sense, is one long altar call. It's a one long altar call. God is not willing that any should perish. And he is like saying, hey guys. And he's giving up, like, all while this is happening, the 144,000 are still running around, still telling people about Jesus. It's really fascinating. Anyways, Revelation 16, verse 12 is the next bowl judgment. This bowl judgment is where the bowl is poured out onto the great river Euphrates. Now, what's interesting about the great river Euphrates is that the river at this point has already been turned into blood. So doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. In fact, actually, it drying up probably would be a good thing to some people, because it's like, oh, great, the smell isn't as bad anymore because now it's all dried up. But what he's actually doing here by drying up the river is God is basically opening the door for people to walk right on in. He's like, oh, after you. And so what he's doing here is he's allowing all of the armies to basically walk across it, and to naturally, what they're doing is that they think that they're going to be doing something amazing, and they're like all pumped up, and they're all demonic at this point, these people who are against God, and they're all entering, but they're all walking right into a wine press. So like, I want you to picture like a bucket, and God just like turns the bucket over, and they all just kind of walk on into it, and then God sets it up, and then he's just like, okay, and then he stomps down on them. It's exactly what's going on here, but he's preparing the way. He opens the door. He's like, after you, and he's like, go ahead. And so this bowl doesn't seem like that bad of a bowl judgment, but when you actually think about what happens because of this event taking place, then you're like, holy smokes, this is a big deal. So in Revelation chapter 16, verse 16, we talked about the Battle of Armageddon. The Battle of Armageddon is a little bit of a misnomer. We talked about this before. I think it's good to recognize that there's no battle at Armageddon. From my understanding, I would propose to you that they just gather at Armageddon. I think they're just gathering at Armageddon, because they're going to gather at Armageddon, but then they're going to chase after the Jewish people. They're going to chase after the remnant. You remember Matthew 24, where Jesus is like, hey, when you see the abomination of desolation, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Well, the Jewish people are who Satan hates the most. He wants to end the Jewish people more than he hates the Gentile saved people. He hates you and I. Don't get it wrong, but he hates them so much more. And so he is going to attack them with everything he's got. And so the Jewish people, when they flee, so if here is Jerusalem, when they see the abomination of desolation, then those people who are recognizing what's going on, light bulbs are going to go off, and they're going to be like, and then they're going to realize, then they run and they flee to the mountains. And so I want you to imagine like a flock, like a swarm, a flock of Jewish sheep leaving Jerusalem, and they're all running, like they're all getting out of there. They're like, and like you just like see them like in the movies, like if a tsunami is like approaching, like you see all these people just like they do the Tom Cruise run, like where he like runs with his hands all the way out. I don't know why he does that, but that's what he does. I'm like, maybe I'm the one doing it wrong. But anyways, you just see these people leaving Jerusalem, and they are fleeing to a place called Basra. And so they run to the mountains, which is all the way over here. And so they're hiding out. They're trying to stay alive. And so, but Lucifer and the Antichrist and the false prophet on his armies are going to be gathering in Armageddon, and then they're going to go after them. And so when they go after them, that is where Isaiah 63 comes into play, because in Isaiah chapter 63, what you have is Jesus shows up. Isaiah sees somebody walking towards him, and Isaiah's like, who is this who's coming from Basra, who is glorious in his apparel? And then Jesus responds, and he's like, it is I who is mighty who speaks in righteousness and mighty to save. And then Isaiah is like, why are your clothes red? And then Jesus responds, he's like, I just got done wrecking a whole bunch of people. No, he didn't say that, but that's basically the idea. He's like, I have trodden the winepress alone. And so he goes, and the reason why Isaiah tells you where he's coming from. So why in the world is Jesus coming from Basra? Because Basra is over in Jordan. So here's Israel, and then to the east of Israel is Jordan. And so where Isaiah is seeing Jesus come from is from Jordan. You would think he would be coming from Israel, because it's always Israel, 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 Israel. But no, Jesus, when he returns, his second coming does not happen in Israel. It doesn't happen on the Mount of Olives. The second coming happens at Basra. And so he makes his way from Basra. It's a campaign of battles in a sense. So whenever you hear the Battle of Armageddon, it's kind of like a little bit of a misnomer, because there's so much more that is packed into that statement. But Jesus shows up at Basra. He starts treading the winepress over at Basra. And then after he treads that winepress at Basra, he makes his way all the way back to Jerusalem. But he doesn't go in Jerusalem yet, because if you read Joel chapter 3, Joel chapter 3, like verse like 9 through like 15 or something like that, it talks about how he treads the winepress out at the valley of Jehoshaphat. And so you have this whole picture that's going on here, where there's two wine presses and two places where Jesus is going to be trotting this wine press down. But it starts in Basra, and then he makes his way to Jerusalem, but then he treads the wine press, which is right outside of Jerusalem. So it's really fascinating. And that's where Revelation 14 comes into play, because in Revelation 14, verse 20, it says, and the winepress was trampled outside the city. Now, what city? The city of Jerusalem. So this winepress is outside the city of Jerusalem. So it's not inside the city. He treads the winepress outside the city. And so you see this trotting down of this wine press, like if you just picture somebody just like stomping their little feet, like on grapes, that's basically what Jesus is doing on these people. And so he's doing that, but it's outside the city. And that is where the Valley of Jehoshaphat is. It's outside of Jerusalem. If you're like standing on the walls and you got like a little spear and you're like a little hat on, you're just like, you're looking out and you are looking out at the Valley of Jehoshaphat, which is basically the Kidron Valley, which is where everybody is assuming this wine press is going to be trodden. Fascinating stuff. But anyways, 2 wine presses, there's multiple battles, there's things that are happening on. We talked about this before. Didn't mean to spend that much time on it, but that's Revelation chapter 16. Revelation chapter 17. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. I upload all of these to YouTube. If you're looking for a YouTube Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out. Hey, thank you, Steve. I would encourage you to check us out on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here where I upload these, and we've gone through so many books: Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians. We've done all those: Isaiah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. They're all uploaded to YouTube. And if you want to stay in touch, because if they're gonna take TikTok away from us, which seems to be what, I don't know, hopefully it's not the reality of it, but if you would like to stay in touch, we'll still do these YouTube Bible studies on YouTube. Hopefully we'll keep these things going until the wheels fall off. But moving on to Revelation 17. In Revelation chapter 17, you are introduced to this great harlot, and this great harlot. Thank you, Amber. Yep, this is the YouTube right here, ITZ_sheesh. But this great harlot is referenced in Revelation 17. So you have 2 things going on in Revelation 17. You have the harlot, which is, you have the woman, and then you have a beast. So you have the woman and the beast. The woman rides the beast, because that's what it says in Revelation 17, verse 3. The woman and the beast. Like, I want you to picture wherever the beast goes, the woman goes. Basically, what's going on in Revelation chapter 17, the woman represents the false church. So you have this false church that is going to be around during the first 3.5 years of the tribulation. The beast represents the political system in a roundabout way, because the beast has... it says that the beast has the beast, woman sitting on scarlet beast, which was full of names and blasphemies, having 7 heads and 10 horns. So this beast has 10 horns. We talked about how these 10 horns represent the 10 kings, but the 10 kings are only around for the first 3.5 years. And so this is where it gets interesting. So you have the woman, which represents the false church, and you have the beast, which represents the political system of the world during the tribulation. And so basically for the first 3.5 years, there's going to be a false church that is just doing all the false church types of things. And they're going to be deceiving all kinds of people as much as they possibly can. That will be going on for the first 3.5 years. While that's happening for the first 3.5 years, the beast, which has 10 kings attached to it, will be doing their things, and they're going to be doing their political things for the first 3.5 years. But then during the Great Tribulation, or the last 3.5 years, that woman is going to be devoured by the beast. And so then the woman goes away, and because the beast, or the 10 kings, devoured her and like ended her, the reason that happens is because the Antichrist then rises up and says, I am God. You don't worship anybody else, but you worship me. I am the only one that you worship. I don't care if you worship Buddha or Allah or Jesus or anybody. No, you worship me. And so it doesn't matter. And so that's what's going to happen during this time. And so that woman, the false church, is going to fall down. And then that's at the 3.5 year point. And then when she falls down because of the beast who devours her, then the Antichrist rises up, and he's in authority for 42 months. So that's what's going on in Revelation chapter 17. You have 3.5 years. For the first 3.5 years, you have the false church. You have the 10 kings. For the second 3.5 years, you have the Antichrist instead of the false church. And you have 7 kings, because the Antichrist rose up. He subdued 3 kings. He put them down. And then the kings gave them his authority. That's Revelation 17. Revelation chapter 18 is really interesting. We talked about this. We went over all kinds of stuff in Revelation 18. And Revelation 18 is all about Babylon. There's Babylon. What is Babylon? Who is Babylon? What is it? What does it represent? What's fascinating? We unpacked Isaiah 13. We talked about Isaiah 14. We talked about Jeremiah 50 and Jeremiah 51, which talks a lot about Babylon. You can learn about Babylon. But what's interesting about it is that in Revelation chapter 18, you see that there are three players that are on the board in Revelation 18, verse 9 through 19. You have kings, you have merchants, and you have shipmasters. And so basically what the kings, the merchants, and the shipmasters are basically letting you know is that the kings were somehow attached, their power was attached to Babylon. And so the kings are watching Babylon fall, and they are recognizing that their power is falling with its power. And so when Babylon falls, the kings are like, oh my goodness, we just lost all our power. And so that's the king's perspective. But then you have the merchant's perspective. And when the merchants watch Babylon fall, they realize that they also are losing their power, because within Babylon, they no longer have all of their fine goods and all of their materialistic things that they can sell to people. And so the merchants are like, oh man, dang. And so then after that, you have the shipmasters, and then the people who are transporting all of the goods, they are all freaking out too, because then they're like, man, we just lost everything too. So they're all reacting to the fall of Babylon. Now, what's interesting is that when John was writing this, in Revelation chapter 17, verse 18, Revelation 17, verse 18, it says, and the woman whom you saw is that great city which reigns over the kings of the earth. So when John was writing this, the great city that was applicable in John's time was Rome, because Rome was the superpower of the world when John was alive. Now, what's interesting about that is because this is why this conversation is so dynamic, because the question is, what is Babylon, or where is Babylon? Now, ancient Babylon is over in the Middle East. It's specifically in Iraq. Now, I don't think that Iraq is going to build up this, this epicenter of just power. I don't think it's going to become a powerhouse in the future. I just don't think that's going to happen. And so if you agree with that, well, then the question is, well, what is Babylon representing? So I think Iraq is not going to be where Babylon is going to be. So that means Babylon has to be something else. So Babylon is symbolic of a different place that is going to rise up, but it's going to be a literal thing. It's going to be a literal location, a physical location. And hey, thank you so much, Candace. And so the question is, where? What is Babylon? And so we unpacked this. We tried to do the best that we can. I proposed to you an idea that I think, a lot of people, I saw New York, some people think America, and I think that those are all really good answers. But I think in the 30,000 foot view, I think an idea that you can consider is the world. The world is Babylon. And the reason why is because if you go back to Genesis chapter 11, God is, or we're told that all of the people on the earth had one language and one speech. And so now if you look at what's going on in our world today, you look across the world and there's no more language barrier. We can talk to anybody we want to. We just got to pull out our phone and just open up a, kind of whatever app we want to use to do it. And so there's no more language barrier. And then at the same time, we're all mixed up in all kinds of, there's Babylonian roots that are just all over everything. And so it's just really fascinating to see how it's just like Babylon has got its tentacles around the entire world. And so that's why I think it's fascinating to at least consider maybe the entire world is a picture of Babylon. And so Babylon is fallen could be a picture, because all of it is going to be on fire. Because how would the kings of the earth see Babylon on fire unless they're just everywhere they look? How would all the merchants that are sprinkled all over the place see it on fire? How would all the shipmasters who are all over the place? You get this idea. I'm not being definitive. I'm just giving you an idea to consider. Anyways, that is Revelation chapter 18. Very fascinating kind of stuff. The answer is unknown, is the reality of it all. We all have our own opinions, I'm sure, but it's just something to consider. But this Babylon is going to be an actual literal location. It's just, what is it representing today is the question that we don't know the answer to. Revelation chapter 19. In Revelation chapter 19, you get to the actual revelation of Jesus Christ. This is where Revelation chapter 19 is the revelation. It is where the unveiling actually takes place. This chapter is unbelievable. Revelation chapter 19, verse 11. If you're interested in where the unveiling of Jesus Christ actually occurs, it's right here in Revelation 19, verse 11. This is where Jesus Christ shows up, and he's on a white horse, and it's super cool. I love it. But here in Revelation chapter 19, verse 7, Revelation 19, verse 7, says, let us be glad and rejoice and give him glory, for the marriage of the Lamb has come. Now, this is very fascinating. The question is, Well, the marriage of the Lamb. What is that? Well, first off, who is the Lamb? The Lamb. Who is the Lamb? The Lamb is Jesus Christ. That's the Lamb. So the marriage of the Lamb, that's really weird because now you're imagining Jesus Christ like getting married. Really interesting. Okay, so now you're imagining a wedding. Good. I want you to imagine a wedding. So you're imagining a wedding. You're not, you're like whatever wedding you went to last time, and if it was outside in the summer and you're just like sweating like crazy, you're like, like, why are we outside? But here, you see this marriage of the Lamb. And so this is Jesus getting married. And so now all of a sudden I want you to, like, as you unpack this and try to visualize these things, I think it's a good idea to visualize like an actual wedding ceremony. Like imagine you have the groom, you have the bride, and then you have the bridal party, and then you have the friends, right? And then that's what you got. And so that's kind of like the picture that's going on here. So you have the marriage of the Lamb. So the groom is the Lamb. Who's the bride? Who's the bride? You and I, as the church, the bride. We are the bride. And so here is where this is the consummation of the wedding is actually taking place. So while the 7-year tribulation is happening on earth, what's happening up in heaven is the 7-year wedding. It's the wedding. Like it's where the wedding is actually taking place. So while the 7-year tribulation is happening down on earth, up in heaven, paralleling that is the 7-year or the 7-day, whatever way you want to look at it, wedding. And so it's so fascinating because it makes you like think about this Galilean wedding type of aspect. What's up, Mima? How you doing? So when you think about this wedding, like in the Galilean wedding specifically, what they basically did is that the father gave the son the green light to go get the bride. The son never knew when it was going to happen. And so Jesus is using the Galilean wedding as a model when he was talking to the Jewish culture back in the 1st century. And so the Galilean wedding was unique to every other wedding that was in the area. The reason why is because every other city that was in the surrounding area, everybody knew when the wedding was going to be. But the Galilean wedding was unique to the area because nobody knew when the wedding was going to be. Can you imagine if can you imagine if you're a dude and you just sleeping at night and then your dad like wakes you up, you're like, hey, it's a wedding time. And you're like, Dad, it's like 2 a.m. And so basically you get up and you like run across the Tom Cruise run, you go get your bride, you bring her back, but that's basically the idea. Nobody knew when it was going to happen. Nobody but the Father knew. And so this is what's so cool about this entire thing. So when he comes and gets us, he takes us home, and the whole Galilean picture is really quite neat because he's walking through the town, he gets his bride, but then the people pick up the bride and they bring her back to the Father's house, and then all the people who are a part of the bridal party, they go into the wedding, and then the doors are shut. And so that's like what's like going on. So while the 7-year tribulation is going down on earth, the 7-year wedding is going on in heaven. But the wedding is just like where the bride and groom get married. It's the consummation. It is different from the reception. And so that is important to understand because we're going to be talking about the marriage supper that is going to be taking place in verse 9. So in Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, it says, "Then he said to me, Right, blessed are those who are called to the marriage supper." So you have the people who are being called to the supper. So who are the people who are called to the supper? The people who are called to the supper are the Old Testament saints and the tribulation saints. Because the Old Testament saints are not the bride. The tribulation saints, the people who get saved during the tribulation, they are also not the bride. Who is the bride? Everybody who was a part of the church from Acts chapter 2 to Revelation chapter 3. Everybody that's here, everybody that's in this parentheses, if you will, that's right when the part of the church, this right here is the church. It's going to be taken up. It's going to be there for 7 years while 7-year tribulation. And then during the 7-year marriage, which takes place up in heaven, that's the consummation of the wedding. It is different to the supper. There is a supper that takes place after the wedding. And so it's so neat to see all this kind of stuff happening, but you have a whole picture of a wedding scene. If you're just like a photographer and you're just like a fly on the wall, just like, you're like taking all kinds of pictures, you're seeing the bride, you're seeing the groom, you're seeing the friends, you're trying to get all the right angles. It's like you're getting everything. All the people are going to be there. and who are the people and who's who is the question. And so it's good to unpack that kind of stuff. But anyways, you're seeing a great picture of a wedding scene. And we'll talk about the marriage supper here in a little bit later on in Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 11, this is where you see the revelation of Jesus Christ, and how amazing, or the revelation, it is singular, the revelation, the unveiling. Everything that we've been reading about up until this point is about the unveiling of Jesus Christ. I absolutely love it. The unveiling of Jesus Christ. This is the culmination. He's coming back, and we're coming back with him, because he comes back with his armies. Now it's interesting because the word armies there is plural. What is armies? That means plural. That means more than one. It means that there's at least two. So what are the armies going to be? The armies in Jude, there's only one chapter, but in Jude verse 14 or 15, it talks about how he's going to come back with 10,000s of thousands of his saints. That's us. We're coming back with him. And then also it talks about his angels. So it's interesting because we follow him. He's in front and we're following him. We're not involved in what's about to take place on the earth. We are just following him. He's going to handle it all. That's what Isaiah chapter 63 talks about. Thank you, user. In Isaiah 63, it says he treads the winepress alone. And so he's the one handling business here. And so it's really kind of cool because he's not happy with with how the world treated him, and he's not happy with how the world treated his bride. And there's all kinds of other things that are taking place there, but it's just, he's coming back, and he's going to be the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Unbelievable. Revelation chapter 19 verse 20 says, the beast was captured, and with him the false prophet who worked signs in the presence, by which he deceived those who received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped his image. These two were cast alive into the lake of fire burning with brimstone. Thank you, Henry. Fascinating stuff here, but you see that the Antichrist is going to be cast alive into the lake of fire. We're actually going to be talking about that again here in just a minute. But that is the recap. We just went through it. That's an amazing recap. I feel like we did good there. I'm all pumped up now. But that is Revelation chapter 1 through 19. We've already done all of those chapters. And so now we are going to go into Revelation chapter 20 here in just a minute. But if you guys, the great Barbie, the great, so yeah, sup? What's up, Tamara? Thank you. Yeah, if you guys wanted to go follow me over here on YouTube, just because if they're going to get rid of TikTok here in like a couple of weeks, which I hope they don't, but it seems like everybody is pretty confident. I'm getting mixed signals from what I understand. Who knows what's actually going to take place? I guess we'll find out when we get there. But if you wanted to follow me over here on YouTube, I'm live on YouTube right now. If you wanted to come over to YouTube, you are more than welcome to just check it out over here. And it's kind of fun, but we do these verse by verse Bible studies. One way or the other, I would encourage you to find a verse by verse Bible study. Get involved in it. If you're trying to grow in your understanding and your knowledge, then the best way, in my opinion, hey, thank you, user. The best way is to study the Bible in a verse by verse manner. And so that's what we try to do here. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And so before we dive into Revelation chapter 20, I want you to understand the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That's the question. That's the most important thing ever. How do you get to heaven? Well, the first thing is you need to recognize that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That is terrible news. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's not good. Romans 6:23, Paul continues and he says, for the wages of the sin that you have done is death. And so basically what he's telling you is that you're under the death penalty because you've sinned. And that is how holy God is. Even if you sinned one time, like Eve, she just took a bite. She was under the death penalty right then and there. It didn't happen right away, but she was under the death penalty. Fascinating. But you have this death penalty that we are all under, and it's because of the wages of the sin. But the wages of the sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. And then out of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. There's so many people who want to add certain things to what Jesus did on the cross, but by adding to what Jesus did on the cross, what they're ineffectively doing is, or what they're doing is they're saying that what Jesus did on the cross was not enough. It wasn't good enough, because if Jesus did, yeah, I believe Jesus did that, but you also got to do all this. And so it's not. In order to be born again, you need to believe. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. It is faith, 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 faith. And so after you remember, after you recognize that you are a sinner, and after you recognize that you're under the death penalty, and after you recognize who Jesus is, and after you recognize what he did for you, and he dove into the creation to come in after you to save you, after you recognize that, then you come to this stark realization of, oh my goodness, what an amazing God. And then when you come to that realization, you're like, I want to learn more about him. And he did what for me? And he did this. This is amazing. You start getting in here, and then you start being like, oh, I should do this. Oh, I've been doing this my entire life. I got to stop doing that. Why? Because I need to reflect Jesus more. And so it's not works. It's not works that save you, but works naturally come because of what's going on internally, because the Holy Spirit is working inside of you. And then when he works inside of you, he's pushing all that crap outside of you. It is a process, which is called sanctification. So justification happens once. It's a one and done deal. It's one time. You get born again one time. And if you've been born again, you're born again. And so as you go about your life, you are currently being sanctified. It's a moment by moment, a second by second type process. And that's the present tense that we are living in right now. When we get home with the Lord, we will be glorified. And so there's past tense, present tense, future tense. There's justification, sanctification, glorification. That's the idea of it. But to be justified, to have his righteousness imputed in you, that is a one and done situation. It happens once, one time. How many times can you be born again? It's not like you be born again, you lose it, you get born again. You know, like how many times can you become a new creation? You become an old creation to new creation, old creation, new creation. I see it one and done. Thank you so much for those gifts right there. So that is the main thing. That's always going to be the main thing. That Jesus Christ is Lord, and you need to acknowledge it, that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried and he rose again on the third day, which can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3 and 4. The gospel, according to Paul, is that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. It's unbelievable. And so that's why I love what he says in 1 Corinthians chapter 2. He says, for I determined to not know anything. He's like, I don't want to know anything among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. That is what he wants you to know. Paul was the smartest person ever. He's like, I'm going to lay down all my credentials and I'm going to just put all this down. And I want you to understand that the most important thing is Jesus Christ and him crucified. He's like, I don't care what you think about me. I'm going to drop all my credentials. I don't care if I'm the smartest person in the room. I want you to see Jesus. And that was his whole mission. And so that's what we should be doing too. And so that's the idea of it all. W. Paul, right? Let's go. Julie, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jessica, hello. All right. What's up, Jay Con? Good to see you, man. Exit comments for a sec. Hit the like button. Come back button. The verse by verse. I need to read so many. Okay. What's up, Brent? Good to see you, man. Interesting. Yeah, I saw you say interesting, Jalen, when we were talking about the marriage supper. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so that is what I got for you guys. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. If you're looking for a verse by verse Bible study, we're going through the entire Bible. We've gone through like 25 books or something like that, and we're just making our way downtown. You know, walking fast, faces fast, and I'm homebound. We're gonna dive into Revelation chapter 20. But how do I get this on YouTube? There is this just type. Thank you, Amber. Just type this in right here. ITZ_sheesh. And then when you type that into YouTube, you should see this little blue icon, my blue profile picture, my goofy face. Okay. You betcha. Thank you so much, Julia. It's super kind. Okay. All right. Sheesh, are you? I was, Madonna. I was once upon a time. All right. So glad to be here. Nice work, friend. Let's go, Katie. Good to see you. All right. Let's go ahead and dive on into Get to Heaven. Why not the New Earth? Sorry, missed it. Not sure what you mean, be happy, but yeah, absolutely. Madonna, but no, I don't know exactly what you're asking, but if just because I know you can only write like 10 words in TikTok, if you wanted to reach out and just message me directly here on TikTok, feel free to. My message, you don't even have to follow me on TikTok. My messages are open for anybody. So if you would like to ask a more in-depth, detailed question where you can use more words, feel free to reach out. All right. So the study of what we're going to be talking about. What's up, Jason? Good to see you, man. the study that we are going to be focusing on today is going to be, that's very slay of you. What? Revelation chapter 20. We're gonna be talking about the millennial kingdom. So all that we just talked about, hopefully, if you've been here the entire time, was anybody here for that hour and 57 minutes? Because if you were, then good for you guys. You guys are probably all primed and ready to go, and everything's fresh on your mind to see the picture that we're gonna be diving into. And so that's what we're going to try to do. We are going to be only talking about 6 verses in Revelation chapter 20, verse 6. And so if you know that we're only going to cover 6 verses, then you probably recognize up until this point that we're going to be going all over the place. And it's not going to be in Revelation, but we're going to be painting an idea just so you can kind of like work with something and try to gain a little bit more understanding on certain things, because it's tough. This is some heavy duty futuristic stuff that we are going to try to unpack here. And so I just want you to know that going into it. But we're going to be talking about something called the millennial kingdom. And so let's go ahead and get into it. Revelation chapter 20, verse 1. Revelation chapter 20, verse 1, we'll start here. But in Revelation chapter 20, verse 1, it says, "Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, having the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil, the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years." Pause. Now we are going to stay right there for a little bit, because now I want you to go to the book of Daniel. We're going to go to Daniel. I was awesome, Katrina. Thanks for being here that whole time. That's super impressive. We're going to be talking about some interesting concepts, and we're going to try to wrap our minds around some things that are going to be difficult to explain, but also difficult to understand, especially if the explaining is not very good. So I will do the best to explain so that the understanding can be the easiest. So let's go. Daniel chapter 12. I need a Jocko. Daniel chapter 12. Man, I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew. No, I haven't had a Mountain Dew in forever. But in Daniel chapter 12, go to Daniel chapter 12, and let's read verse 11. Daniel chapter 12, verse 11. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 11. Now, just keep in mind what's happening here. Round trip around the Bible. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You are welcome. Daniel chapter 12. Yeah. Okay. What's up, Corin? Good to see you. All right. So in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, it says, "And from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and comes to the 1,335 days." Okay. So here is what is so interesting. We're going to try to paint a little bit of a picture for you, but I want you to recognize that the millennial kingdom will not begin immediately after the Great Tribulation, which ends all the way back into Revelation chapter 16. Go to Revelation chapter 6. Hold your place there in Daniel and go to Revelation 16, verse 17. Go to Revelation 16, verse 17. What version? I use a New King James version. But in Revelation 16, verse 17, it says this: "Then the 7th angel poured out his bowl into the air, and a loud voice came out of the temple of heaven from the throne, saying, 'It is done.'" So this, where it says "it is done," the question is, what is done? Well, what is done is the time of Jacob's trouble has come to a full stop. The time of Jacob's trouble is now done in Revelation 16, verse 17. So what I want you to understand is that the millennial kingdom does not start right afterwards. It does not go end of the tribulation 1 second, millennial kingdom the next second. That's not how it works. And we see that when we read Daniel chapter 12. So when we read Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, we see at the very end of Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, we see 1,290 days. Now that's interesting, because if you've been here throughout all of these, don't judge. I'm not judging Julie. That I do like Mountain Dew. I just don't drink it. because I could just slam a 2-liter right now and it would be painful. But in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, you see 1,290 days. Now, this is very interesting. Why is it 90? Why is it 1,290? Why isn't it 1,260? And so that's very interesting because he adds 30 days to what we are used to hearing. What are we used to hearing? We are used to hearing 1,260 days, 1,260 days, 1,260 days. But here in Daniel chapter 12, we see 1,290 days. So there is 30 days added to that 3.5 years. But it doesn't stop there. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 12, it says, "Blessed is he who waits and comes to the 1,335 days." So there's different there's different time periods that are unique to all the other things that you and I are used to, because we're used to 1,260 days, we're used to 42 months, we're used to times, and half a time, which is all talking about 3.5 years. No matter how you say it, doesn't matter. It's all talking about a 3.5 year time period. But here in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, you see 1,290 days. And then you see in verse 12, 1,335 days. So what you are seeing with the extra 30 days and the extra 45 days, 30 plus 45 is 75. So here, what you're seeing is that there will be a 75-day interval where multiple things will happen before the millennial kingdom can actually begin. So when the Great Tribulation ends, there is going to be 75 days. And then at the 75th day, when that ends, then the millennial kingdom begins. That's the idea. That's what we're trying to paint here. So you have 7 years of tribulation, then it stops. And then when it stops, there's this 75-day interval time period of where there's going to be a whole bunch of things that take place, which is what we're going to talk about here. And then when that 75 days is done, then the millennial kingdom begins. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. That's what we are wading into in a roundabout way. So there's a total of 75 days. There's a total of 75 days. But what's interesting is in verse 11, in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, we see in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11, it says, "And from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there will be 1,290 days." Now, this is where it gets really interesting. So the time where the daily sacrifice is taken away, when does that take place? When is the daily sacrifice taken away? Now, let's go to Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. The daily sacrifice is taken away in Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. In Daniel chapter 9, verse 27, it says this: "Then he, the Antichrist, shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week." So he confirms a covenant for 7 years. And then he says, "But in the middle of it, he shall bring an end of sacrifice and offering." So what this is basically telling you and me is that there's going to be 7 years of tribulation, but there's going to be a 7-year covenant that the Antichrist is going to confirm. And then in the middle of the week, in the 3.5 years, right when the Great Tribulation begins, he is going to cause the sacrifices and offerings to cease. He's going to take them away. And so then when he does that, he's going to build an image. And that is what Daniel 12, verse 11 is talking about. Because in Daniel 12, verse 11, when it says, "And from the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away," which is what we just got done reading about. Thank you, God, it's good. When that daily sacrifice is taken away and the abomination of desolation is set up, there's going to be 1,290 days. So here's what I'm saying. The abomination of desolation, whatever this is going to be, this image, is going to be allowed to remain 30 days after the Great Tribulation ends. So here's the idea. 7 years of tribulation. The tribulation stops. No more Great Tribulation. It's all done. But then right after it's done, 30 days after that, the image is still in the temple. That's what's going on in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11. So this abomination of desolation is going to be there after it's all said and done. It's going to be there for 30 days longer. But the abomination, what this does is it signals when the abomination is erected in the temple, what this does is it signals the start of the Great Tribulation. It signals the start of it. But this image is still going to be standing. And what's interesting about this image is, let's go to Revelation chapter 13 and let's look up, let's go to Revelation 13 verse 15, and let's just compare some things real fast. In Revelation chapter 13 verse 15, Revelation 13 verse 15, it says, he was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. So here in Revelation 13 verse 15, we see that there is going to be an actual image that is going to go into this temple. This temple, whatever this temple is going to be, a physical, a third temple is going to exist, and inside the Holy of Holies is going to be an image of some kind. Now, this abomination of desolation, it's talked to you about, and Jesus tells us to go read the book of Daniel. In Matthew 24, Jesus is like, hey, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, let him who reads understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. So Daniel is expecting the Jewish people to recognize the prophet Daniel. He says, hey, Jewish people, when you see what's going on in the book of Daniel. And so what took place in the book of Daniel? Well, there's this guy named Antiochus Epiphanes. What he was a foreshadow of the Antichrist, because Antiochus Epiphanes, the fourth, basically was persecuting the Jewish people. He was hunting them down, chasing them down. And then he even went into their temple and he built a statue to Zeus, and he slaughtered a pig inside that temple. Now, that is the most disrespectful thing that you could ever do. And so in Matthew 24, Jesus is pulling from that history, and he says, hey, when you see that taking place, you need to flee. And so that abomination of desolation is what he's basically alluding to. But there's going to be some kind of image that is going to be brought up in the future, and it's going to be erected in this third temple. But in Revelation 13, verse 15, it says he was granted power to give breath to the image. Now, what's so interesting about this is, let's go to Genesis chapter 2, because I just want you to compare. I just want you to see the differences here. Go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. In Genesis chapter 2, verse... we'll go to Genesis 1, verse 26 first. In Genesis 1, verse 26, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, it says, then God said, let us make man in our image. Image. Key in on that word. Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Okay, so that's what God made when he made Adam. Now, let's go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Because in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, it says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. The man became a living being. Now, what's so interesting about this is that back in Genesis, when you are looking at Adam, God breathed. He breathed into Adam. He breathed into it life. Now, what's fascinating is that when you go back to Revelation 13 and you compare what the beast is going to do, in Revelation 13, verse 15, it says he was granted power to give breath to the image. So just like what God did to Adam, and he breathed into Adam, and Adam had life, the Antichrist, this false prophet, is going to be granted power to breathe life to this kind of image. And so you and I, as human beings, we are made in the image of God. We're made in the image of Adam. Adam was made in the image of God, in a sense, and so you see how that trickles down. But it's just really fascinating to see the image. And so God, if in Colossians, let's go to Colossians real fast. Colossians chapter 2. Colossians chapter 2. Well, Colossians chapter 1, verse 15. In Colossians chapter 1, verse 15, talking about this image, in Colossians chapter 1, verse 15, it says he, referring to Jesus, and Jesus is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. So what we're seeing, what I want you just make connections to here is you're seeing connections of images, 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 images. And so you have during the tribulation, there's going to be the which one are they going to worship? Are they going to worship the beast and his image, which they gave breath to? Or are they going to, or I'm sorry, or are they going to worship Jesus, God, and His image, which was in the form of Jesus Christ? And so, which one are we worshiping, or which one are they worshiping? Which one are the people of the world alive right now worshiping? It's down to two. It's divided. It's divided. Okay, so when we go back to Daniel chapter 12, I just find that fascinating how you see breath being introduced and image and image and image, and you see the connection from Genesis to Revelation. Everything that the Antichrist does, it's a complete counterfeit. And so I think that's something to be mindful of. But let's talk about some things that are going to also, some other things that are also going to take place during this 75-day interval. Because in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11 and 12, there's going to be a 75-day interval that is going to take place where things are going to occur. Now, the thing is that we don't understand what kind of things are actually going to happen. Or I'm sorry, not what. We don't understand the order that things are going to happen, but we understand the things that are going to happen. And so that's what we're going to try to unpack here. And so I don't know the order of them, but we're going to talk about the things that are going to happen during this 75-day interval. So the first thing that's going to take place is that the image is going to be allowed to remain for 30 days. That is going to be there for 30 days. And then after 30 days, it will be taken down. Now, this is one of the reasons why this image may be allowed to stand is because one of the things that is going to take place during the 75-day period is something that is referred to as the sheep and goat judgments. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit, but I just want you to understand a possibility of why this image is going to be allowed to still exist. Like you would think that would be the first thing taken down. Well, when you realize that it's going to be standing for 30 days longer, you just start to ask questions like, why? Why would that be allowed to remain for 30 days? That's a long time, let alone 1 day, let alone 5 days. Like, why is it allowed to be there for 30 days? And so here is a possibility, but perhaps during the sheep and goat judgments, maybe it's going to be a side-by-side comparison or something to where Jesus, when he's talking to the sheep and goats, which is basically when he's addressing the Gentiles, he's going to be dividing the sheep on the right and the goats on the left. And when a possibility is when the goats show up, he's going to be like, hey, you did not choose me. Let me show you what you did choose. You chose that. And so maybe he might point to it. And maybe he'll be like, you see that? You remember that? Maybe you chose this over me. Do you understand now? And so maybe that's what he might do. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. It's just a possibility. I can't imagine why. I don't know why it's going to be allowed to remain for 30 days longer and why we're told that. We are specifically told it's going to be there for 30 days. That is super specific. And so just, who knows? You can run that around and roll that around in your mind and see what you come up with. But that is going to be happening during this 75-day interval. But another thing that is going to take place after the 75 interval is there is also going to be multiple resurrections. There's going to be multiple resurrections. And we're going to be talking about resurrections because this topic is very fascinating. And I was just like really trying to work this out in my brain. I even brought it up in Sunday school and I was like, hey, I got a question. What do you guys think about this? And so we started bouncing ideas off of one another. And I was just trying to gain a little bit better perspective before, I knew I was going to come here on TikTok to do this. But we're going to be talking about resurrections, and there's going to be multiple resurrections. But just focusing on Jesus, because what we know about Jesus is Jesus was the first resurrection. Or Jesus was the first fruits of the first resurrection. And what we're going to be talking about when we go back to Revelation chapter 20, we're going to learn that there is not just one resurrection. There are two. There's the first resurrection and the second resurrection. He says, blessed are those who take part of the first resurrection. But he doesn't say that about the second resurrection. So there's a stark contrast between the first resurrection and the second resurrection. Just so you know, in your mind, the first resurrection is for believers only. It's for believers only. So that can help you kind of order things in your mind. The first resurrection is good. That's the one you want. Like if you're going to choose one, you want that one. But we're going to be talking about resurrections. And so what's so interesting about this, Jesus being the first fruits of the first resurrection, when you look at Lucifer and you look at the Antichrist, whatever you want to, the beast, whatever, when you look at him and you understand that he's literally a counterfeit of God, he mirrors everything that God does. It's just in the evil kind of version of it. And so you see types of that sprinkled all throughout Scripture. You see the God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Well, you have the unholy Trinity, which is the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. He's mirroring in a upside down kind of manner everything that is good. And so whatever God does that is good, he takes and he makes it bad, is the idea. And so what I want you to recognize, thank you, Tori, thank you so much. And so what I want you to at least consider is that with Jesus being the first fruits of the first resurrection, I would like to throw an idea at you guys and let you guys can work it through if you would like to, but a possibility, and this is something that we worked through before and we're going to go back to it, but a possibility is that perhaps the Antichrist is going to be the first fruits of the second resurrection. So just like Jesus is the first fruits of the first resurrection, the Antichrist is going to be the first fruits of the second resurrection. Why do I say that? Well, if we go back to Revelation chapter 19, in Revelation chapter 19, verse 20, it says, "Then the beast was captured, and with him the false prophet who worked signs in his presence, by which he deceived those who received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped his image. These two were cast alive into the lake of fire, burning with brimstone." So we see that they are alive. So the question is, well, how would they be resurrected? How would they be the first fruits of the second resurrection if they weren't resurrected? Well, this is why, go back now. Now let's go to Isaiah 14, because this is just so interesting. Go to Isaiah 14. And let's talk about this possibility. In Isaiah chapter 14, if you read Isaiah 14, you'll see that this is a picture. Everything going on in Isaiah 14 is basically revolving around Lucifer. It's revolving around Satan, or the power, the idea, whatever Satan is representing here. Because in Isaiah 14, verse 12, it says, "How you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning. How you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations." And so he's telling you in the verses leading up to that's who he's talking to. And he's also continuing on, and the remaining of the chapter is revolving around Lucifer also. But here's where it gets interesting, because in Isaiah 14, verse 15, in Isaiah 14, verse 15, it seems that an idea, or some believe that this is referring to the Antichrist dying. But what we just unpacked is that the Antichrist gets thrown alive. He's thrown alive into the lake of fire. So if he's thrown alive into the lake of fire, he's alive. So how does this work? Well, let's look at it. In Isaiah 14, verse 15, it says, "You shall be brought down to Sheol, to the lowest depths of the pit. Those who see you will gaze at you and consider you, saying, 'Is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook the kingdoms, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities? Who did not open the house of his prisoners? All the kings of the nations, all of them sleep in glory, everyone in his own house, but you are cast out of your grave like an abominable branch, like the garment of those who are slain, thrust through with a sword, who go down to the stones of the pit like a corpse trodden under foot. You will not be joined with them in burial, because you have destroyed your land and slain your people. The brood of evildoers shall never be named." So here's an idea of basically what some believe, and I'm just proposing, or I'm just giving it to you, and you can be the judge. But basically, an idea is just like how Jesus was the first fruits of the first resurrection. People see that the Antichrist dies here in Isaiah 14, verse 15 through 20, because it says, "You shall be cast out of your grave. You shall, like a corpse trodden underfoot. You will not be joined with them in burial." So all of that kind of language kind of makes it believe like this guy's dead, right? And so that's what people kind of lean on for that idea that the Antichrist dies. But how do you harmonize that where it says that the beast and the false prophet are cast alive into the lake of fire? Well, here's where it gets interesting, because in order for the Antichrist to be cast alive into the lake of fire, it's interesting because what takes place? Like, is he going to be destroyed? Is he going to literally be killed during, like when the Lord returns? Is he going to be trampled underfoot? This guy. So it's a possibility. So the Antichrist could die, literally die, and then he could be brought back to life again. And in order to be brought back to life again, which would be Jesus doing, be like, no, no, no. He brings them back up, and then he picks them, and then possibly he throws them alive into the lake of fire. And so if that's a picture, because you have a reverse, everything that Jesus does, he does opposite. So just like how Jesus is the first fruits of the first resurrection, the Antichrist is it's a possibility that he is the first fruits of the second resurrection. So it's very interesting to see how these things kind of line up. It's just an idea. I don't know. We're looking super far into the future here. And so you can be the judge. I'm just giving you some material and some verses to work through in your mind and some ideas to work through in your mind. And obviously we are to test all things, right? And to hold fast to that which is good. There's a lot of question marks that arise in the Bible. It's like, what's this talking about? What's this talking about? And so it's really tough. But the idea, the picture is kind of like really, really helps you understand and puts things in order. And so, the hope here is to get you to just see the picture a little bit more clearly. Anyways, going back to Daniel, we're talking about things that take place in this 75-day interval. What's this stuff that's happening in this 75-day interval? Well, the first thing is that the abomination of desolation is going to still remain 30 days after the Great Tribulation. It's still going to be there. That's going to happen. We're going to talk more about the resurrections because we're going to be talking about that when we get to the book of Revelation here in a little bit. But in verse 12, in Daniel chapter 12, verse 12, it says this: blessed is he who waits and comes to the 1,335 days. So here is an interesting concept, because right now you're left in the world. I want you to imagine the world. The world just went through 7 years of tribulation. And so now we're told about 1,290 days, which is 30 days after the Great Tribulation. But then we're told about 1,335 days, which is 75 days after the Great Tribulation ends. So we're in this 75-day interval. And now here in verse 12, Daniel 12, verse 12, it says, blessed. So there are people who are going to be blessed who make it to the 1,335 days. And so what about the people who do not make it to that 1,335 days? Remember, the world is still divided. The people that receive the mark of the beast are still alive after the Great Tribulation ends. So the Great Tribulation ends, and you have the people with all the mark of the beast still alive. And then you have the people who are born again still alive. And so that's what this 75-day interval is dealing with. He is going to be dealing with these people. But it says here in Daniel 12:12, it says, blessed are those who wait and come to the 1,335 days. So the blessing for those that are going to be blessed are those who make it and literally will walk into the millennial kingdom. The blessing is given to those who literally are able to walk into the kingdom. Their physical human bodies are going to literally walk into this literal kingdom that is going to be on the earth. And that is what this is basically talking about. Okay, so let's go back to Revelation chapter 20. That is all just a little bit of a precursor, in a sense, to get your mind kind of primed, because we're talking about the millennial kingdom here. This is tough. This is difficult. Our minds are reaching so far out into the future, and we're doing the best that we can. So let's go back to Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 1, it says this: then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, having the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. Okay, so what's interesting about this verse is that if you click on the word angel here, what you'll find is that this word angel is just a regular angel. It's just like the idea behind it is like gives you the idea of the lowest angels. This is like a messenger type of angel. It's not like Gabriel. This is just like a regular angel. Nothing super fantastic about this angel that is being described here. And so what's interesting about this angel is that this angel, which is of the lowest order in a sense, is going to be in power. He's going to have power over Satan, and Satan is of the highest order. So you have the lowest order of angel taking control of the most powerful angel in a roundabout way. I'm not saying Lucifer is the most powerful, but he is up there. Let's go read about him just real quick. We've been here a million times, but we'll go do it again. Ezekiel chapter 28. Just so you can understand a little bit about who Lucifer actually is. In Ezekiel chapter 28, you are reading about the king of Tyre, but when you understand the background and the context of it, it's not a human king that he's actually talking to. He's talking to the person, like if this is the king of Tyre, he's not talking to the king, he's talking to the power behind the king of Tyre, the person who is basically pulling the strings, like puppeteer type of guy. And that person is none other than Lucifer. So in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, in Ezekiel 28, verse 12, it says, "Son of man, take up lamentations for the king of Tyre and say to him, thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, full of beauty and perfect and full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God." Now it's interesting. Right off the bat, you understand that this king of Tyre is literally not a king of a human king, because no human king of Tyre was ever in the Garden of Eden. He's talking to Lucifer here. He says, Lucifer, you were the seal of perfection. You were full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. And let's go to verse 14. In Ezekiel 28, verse 14, it tells you a little bit about him. He says, you were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones. So Lucifer was the anointed cherub. And basically what that's talking about is he was the overseer of all the other angels. He was the dude who was in control of all the other angels. Now, what's so interesting about what's taking place now that we go back to Revelation chapter 20 is in Revelation chapter 20, verse 1, you see an angel of the lowest order that Lucifer used to be over. Now that lowest angel is now over Lucifer and has power to take him and throw him in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. And so it's just almost poetic on what's going on here. But let's continue reading. Revelation chapter 20, verse 1, it says, "Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, having the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand." Now, it's interesting talking about the bottomless pit, because this opens up the conversation on, do you believe if the earth is flat? Do you believe is the earth spherical? What is your interpretation? Personally, it's a non-issue in my mind. I could care less. Like I don't care at all. I understand that we're being lied to on every single level imaginable. But when it comes to flat or spherical, it seems to be round to me because of a bottomless. The Bible describes to it as a bottomless pit. Now, what's interesting about that is that if you take a ball and you go into the exact center of the ball and this is bottomless, because this way it's up. When you look at it, and you, no matter which way you roll the ball, the center of it is always bottomless. Like it's always just. And so it kind of gives you an idea, at least a little understanding. Who knows? It's a secondary issue. At the center of the earth is the idea of this bottomless pit, is what many people conclude. But who knows? I mean, we'll figure it out when we're not going to. Hopefully, we don't go there, but we'll understand it one day. Revelation chapter 20, verse 2. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 2, it says, "He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years." Okay, so here we get into this idea of 1,000 years. We're walking into this millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom is so difficult to really understand. There's so much that goes behind it. And so there's people who are like, the millennial kingdom, it's not real, it's not a thing, or it happened already, or we're currently in it right now. And I'm just like, okay. But people say that this is the only place in the Bible that talks about the millennial kingdom. We're going to talk more about that later on, but I just want you to understand Revelation chapter 20, where it says 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. This is one of the verses or the passages that we don't pull from in order to explain a millennial kingdom. So other people will say, this is the only idea where you get a millennial kingdom. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's sprinkled all throughout the Old Testament. We'll go unpack that here in a little bit. But let's go to verse 3. Revelation chapter 20, verse 3. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 3, it says, and he, the angel, cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal on him so that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were finished. But after these things, he must be released for a little while. So this is interesting here in verse 3. We see a couple things. Lucifer is thrown into the bottomless pit, and there is a seal that is on him. Now, I just want you to recognize that. Just pay attention to the word seal, because we've crossed it so many times. The seal of God with the 144,000. Those people were saved. They never lost. They never perished. That is a sign of an unbreakable seal, right? You and I are sealed by the Holy Spirit, which is unbelievable, so awesome, which is so different from the Old Testament, which is why David in the Old Testament was super concerned, because he understood that God took his spirit from Saul. And so when David realized that King Saul lost the spirit, or that the spirit left him, David was like, take not your spirit from me, because it was a possibility back then. You and I are living in a time period where that is not a possibility, and that is something to rejoice over. But here, this Lucifer is going to be cast into the bottomless pit, and there's going to be a seal, and he's not going to be able to get out. He's complete captivity here for 1,000 years. But it says so that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were finished. I think it's really important to pay attention to the word till in the Bible. If you just like see the word until or till in the Bible, you could just do a whole crazy study on just that understanding of what's behind that until and the concept. If you just learn the understandings of the untils that are in the Bible, you would have such great understanding of scripture, because there's so many things that are crazy attached to the idea of until. So here it says he's going to deceive the nations no more until the 1,000 years were finished. So he's going to be locked up for 1,000 years. But before, what's interesting, it says so that he should deceive the nations no more. So we read this earlier in Ezekiel chapter 28, because Ezekiel chapter 28, Lucifer, he was the one who weakened the nations, and because he weakened the nations, he weakened the nations by deceiving them. In Ezekiel chapter 28, you can read about that in verse 12. Isaiah 14, verse 12. In Isaiah 14, verse 12, it talks about how Lucifer weakened the nations. And here we see that he deceived the nations. So he's weakening the nations by deceiving the nations. And so we're looking at the world right now, and we're seeing chaos all over the place. And it's just like ramped up like crazy because of the prince of the power of the air, which is none other than the God of this world, who is Lucifer. And that is something that Jesus didn't even challenge when he was here, boots on the ground. So we recognize that he is the CEO of this world right now, something to pay attention to. But Revelation chapter 19, verse 3, it says, and he cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal on him, so that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were finished. So before the millennial kingdom begins, the nations need to be judged. And so that's what we need to understand. The nations. So here in verse 3, where it says he should deceive the nations, before the millennial kingdom can begin, the nations need to be judged. And that's what, let's go to Joel chapter 3. Go to Joel chapter 3, because this is, again, piggybacking off of what we established in the book of Daniel chapter 12. Daniel chapter 12 tells you that there are 75 days that are going to take place after the Great Tribulation comes to a close. In Revelation 16, God says it is finished, or it is done. He says it is done. So that's when the tribulation ends. Boom. From that point on, you have 75 days, which is what you read in Daniel chapter 12. There's 75 days for things to take place. One of those things that take place is the image will be in existence for 30 days after, and then it will be taken down. The image will be taken down during the 75 days interval. Another thing that is going to take place are resurrections. We will talk about that here in a little bit. But another thing that is going to take place is the sheep and goat judgments, or the nations are going to be judged. The nations need to be judged before the millennial kingdom can begin. That is also going to take part during this 75-day interval. We are going to read Joel chapter 3, verse 1 through 3. Joel chapter 3, verse 1 through 3. And what I want you to recognize at this point in Joel chapter 3, verse 1 through 3, he's talking about how he is going to gather all the nations and gather them to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and how he will enter into judgment with them there. He's talking about the sheep and goat judgments. And so what I want you to recognize is that at the time that the sheep and goat judgments take place, Satan is going to be locked up. He's going to be bound. He is locked up in chains at the point when the sheep and goat judgments take place. So when you read Joel chapter 3, 1 through 3, Joel is looking into the future. And let's read Joel chapter 3, verse 1. In Joel chapter 3, verse 1, it says, "For behold, in those days and at that time, when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. And I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. They have cast lots for my people, have given a boy as payment for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they may drink." And so here in Joel chapter 3, verse 1, Joel 3, verse 1 is describing the final restoration of Israel. This is saying, when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem. And so what is interesting here in verse 1 through 3 is, even though many Gentiles will die during the campaign of Armageddon, there will still be Gentiles alive that will be judged by Gentiles. And those Gentiles will gather right outside the walls of Jerusalem, where they will be judged by the treatment of the Jews. And the reason why is because treating them well during the tribulation period is going to be super dangerous because of this worldwide anti-Semitism that is going to be enacted on the world during the time of the Great Tribulation period. And so we see that in Matthew 24. Go to Matthew chapter 24 real fast. Thank you for those gifts, whoever that was. I'm sorry, I missed your name. Go to Matthew chapter 24. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 15, Matthew chapter 24, verse 15. We're going to read Matthew 24, verse 15 through 26. In Matthew 24, verse 15, Jesus says this, and he's talking to Jewish people. He's looking at the temple. It's all very Jewish that he's talking about here. In Matthew 24, verse 15, it says, "Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains." Thank you all. Thank you for that gift. All for the mighty. Let him who is in verse 17, let him who is on the housetop not go down to take anything out of his house, and let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. And pray that your flight may not be in winter or on the Sabbath. Thank you, Victoria. In verse 21, it says, "For then there will be great tribulation, such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever shall be. And unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened. Then, if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Christ,' or 'there,' do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you beforehand. Therefore, if they say to you, 'Look, he is in the desert,' do not go out. Or, 'Look, he is in the inner rooms,' do not believe it. So the reason why Jesus is telling them to be on guard like crazy during the tribulation, because he's talking to the Jewish people who are going to be alive during the tribulation, because the Jewish people he's addressing there in Matthew chapter 24 are going to be saved during the tribulation, and he's addressing them. He's saying, hey guys, whoever the Jewish people are during the time of this time period, he says, when you see the abomination of desolation, flee. And then he tells them to be on guard. And he's like, hey, if somebody tells you that the Christ is over here, don't believe it. The reason why he's saying don't believe it is because the reason why people are going to be saying the Messiah is over here, we found the Messiah, they're trying to lure the Jewish people out from hiding. And so Jesus is like, when you hear that, do not believe it. Do not believe it. So you have this sense of this idea of this worldwide anti-Semitism that is being enacted during the time of tribulation, because in Revelation chapter 12, when you see that Lucifer is kicked out of heaven, he comes down and he is great. He's super furious because he knows he has a short time. And so he goes after the woman in Revelation chapter 12. And who is that woman in Revelation chapter 12 representing? That woman that is being represented in Revelation chapter 12 is Israel. He is going after Israel. He's like, okay, I got kicked out of heaven. I got a short time. I am using all my resources to go after Israel. He's going to go after the Jewish people. Worldwide anti-Semitism is going to be in effect in some kind of capacity on the earth during the time of the Great Tribulation period. And that's because of who is running the show during that time. And that's going to be the Antichrist, who is given authority for 42 months. Very, very fascinating. But let's go back to Joel, because in Joel, you have, so in Joel chapter 3, what's interesting about this, in Joel chapter 3, verse 2, it says, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them on account of my people, my heritage, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. Now, what's going on here is, this seems to be talking about what's interesting. This is okay. So get the picture here. So you guys remember what we talked about, the Battle of Armageddon, how the Battle of Armageddon is more like a misnomer. So the battle is staged in Armageddon, but the battle takes place in Basra. That's where the winepress that's where it's trodden down, right? There's that winepress in Jordan, which takes place in our day, modern day Jordan. So that's going to take place. That's where the second coming occurs. But then Jesus works his way all the way back to Joel chapter 3, which is where the Valley of Jehoshaphat is, which is the Kidron Valley, which is right outside the walls of Jerusalem. So right outside where the walls of Jerusalem are, right where the Battle of Armageddon concludes, right outside the walls of Jerusalem, this is where the nations are going to be brought to be judged. So I want you to imagine being alive during this time. And I want you to imagine everybody is funneling to Jerusalem in a sense. And this is where everybody is going to stand. And Jesus is going to judge, and he's going to judge the Gentiles, the sheep on the right and the goats on the left. But while he's doing that, you're looking out into the distance and you're looking around the land, and you're just seeing a whole bunch of just crazy, just battle, just gory stuff, just like all, just like this, like it's like this is like just carnage just took place, because that's where the wine press was trodden. And so all these people are like, they're getting closer to this valley where they are going to be judged. And that is what is going on here in Joel chapter 3. So in Joel chapter 3, verse 2, it says, I will also gather all nations here. Now, the word nations here would be better interpreted if you just look at it like what the meaning actually is talking about. This is not a group judgment. This is an individual judgment. So the reason why I say it's better if you look at it from a Gentile perspective, verse 2, it says, I will also gather all nations. I think it might help your understanding if you read it, I will also gather all Gentiles, because all the Gentiles are going to be brought here, and they are going to receive an individual judgment. It's not a national judgment. It is an individual, meaning one goes in, then another goes in, and then another goes in, and then another goes in. Boom, 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 boom. And so that's basically what's going on here. and it's time, and it's all about how they treated the Jewish people during the tribulation, because it's going to be super dangerous to help the Jewish people. And so think about who is going to be a part of the sheep and goat judgments. It's going to be all Gentiles that are a part of the sheep and goat judgment, but it's going to be a mixture of those who have the mark of the beast, and it's going to be a mixture of those who did not receive the mark of the beast. Those are who are going towards the sheep and goat judgments, and they're just like super like, what do we do? What do we do? Nobody really knows. That these people are not, they don't have a solid understanding of the Bible. They're just there. They like, hey, I saw the angel. I was like, I believe the angel. That guy, I didn't believe that guy. And so they don't understand. And so they're working their way towards this judgment, and they're just all kinds of nervous. You can just imagine. And so then they get closer and closer and closer. But the reason that the way that this judgment is going to be based upon is based on how these Gentiles treated the Jewish people during the tribulation period. And so you see that because in verse 2, Joel chapter 3, verse 2, it says this: I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them there. Now, them is everybody who is not a Jewish person. He's like, I'm going to enter into judgment with them there on account of my people. So them equals the Gentiles, and my people on account of my people equal the Jews. So you have a division here, and it's all about them, the Gentiles, being judged over how the Gentiles treated God's people. And so that's what verse 2 is saying. On account of my people, my heritage Israel, whom they... Now, who scattered his people? The Gentiles, whom the Gentiles have scattered among the nations. The Gentiles have also divided up my land. The Gentiles have cast lots for my people, have given a boy as payment for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that the Gentiles may drink. Do you see the difference here that's going on? You see, it is a picture of what's taking place during this time. It's a judgment based upon how they treat people during the tribulation period. Now, I don't want you to get it confused. It's not a works-based salvation that's going on here. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But this is like this is kind of like what's being measured in a sense. Like how in the like when the Great White Throne, how the books are open and people are going to be, hey, thank you, Victoria. How the books are open and people are going to be judged according to their works. Well, this is like a real-time kind of visual that we are given, and it's based upon how they are judging the Jewish people. The people who die in their sins, who died 1,000 years ago, yesterday, 50 days ago, whatever, they're one day going to stand before the Lord, and the books are going to be open. They're going to be judged according to their works, but they're not getting saved. They're just going to get a certain condemnation or a judgment based upon the things that they've done during this lifetime. Here, the people who make it through the tribulation are going to go and they're going to be judged specifically on how they handled God's people. And so it's very fascinating diving into this kind of stuff. Really kind of cool. But let's transition from here. But okay, so verse 2, what's interesting about verse 2 is at this point, in Joel chapter 3, verse 2, this is the point where the sheep and goat judgments actually take place, right? But remember, this is when the time of Jacob's trouble has already come to a close. The time of Jacob's trouble is over at this point. So the tribulation is already over. But now in Joel chapter 3, verse 2, what you could maybe something, just to help you visualize something, the time of Jacob's trouble is over. But here in Joel chapter 3, this is the time of the Gentiles' trouble. This that's something I've not heard. That's just me making it up on my own. I'm just trying to paint you the opposite of what is now being done. The tribulation is the time of Jacob's trouble, the time of Israel's trouble. But here in Joel chapter 3, at this judgment for the goats, for those who are lost, this is the time of the Gentiles' trouble because they're about to get it, right? And so that's what's going on here in Joel chapter 3. Hopefully, maybe that'll help you visualize it a little bit differently. I'm not really sure. But let's go to Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. So in Matthew chapter 25, we are going to be reading about the sheep and goat judgments. And so it's really kind of cool to dive into this and try to visualize, because that's all we're trying to paint here. We're trying to paint a picture. But in Matthew 25, verse 31, Matthew 25, verse 31, it says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. Now, here, this is Jesus coming back. Jesus is going to be judging. He's going to sit down, he's going to sit on the throne, and he's going to be judging. You see him coming back in Revelation 19, verse 11, and you see him in Revelation chapter 19, verse 11. It says, now I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he who sat on him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he judges. In righteousness, he judges. And so it's interesting. So here in Matthew 25, you see Jesus sitting on the throne of his glory, and he is going to be judging. He's going to be judging. Interesting. Matthew 25, verse 32. In Matthew 25, verse 32, it says, all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. Now here, in verse 32, it says, all the nations will be gathered before him. The nations, though, is a picture of the Gentile world. This is about Gentiles. These are Gentiles going to this judgment. This is Gentiles going to this judgment. And so in verse 32, it says all the Gentiles, and basically might help you understand it a little bit more. All the Gentiles, because if you read the Bible, what you'll find is that when the Holy Spirit basically wrote this down, in a sense, it's always Israel, and then it's the nations. It's always Israel and the nations. It's always Israel and the nations. Thank you, Victoria, for those gifts. You have Israel that is set aside, and then everybody else is just the nations. It's just the nations. And so here you have the Gentiles. So here in Matthew 25, verse 32, it says all the Gentiles will be gathered before him, and he will separate them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. In verse 33, Matthew 25, 33, it says, and he will set the sheep, the saved Gentiles, the sheep are the saved Gentiles. He will set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats, the unsaved Gentiles, he will separate them on the left. In verse 34, it says, then the king will say to those on his right hand, come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. So here in verse 34 through 36, what you're seeing is these are the pro-Semitic people, not the anti-Semitic people. These are the pro-Semitic people. These are the pro-Jewish people. It is these Gentiles that we are reading about here in Matthew 25. It is these Gentiles that are going to make it to the 1,335th day. You remember the 75-day interval, how in Daniel chapter 12, how hey, thank you, Lindsay. You know the 75-day interval, how he's like 1,290 days and then 1,335 days. He says, blessed are those who make it or come to the 1,335th day. That is these people. These are the people who are going to be blessed. We're reading about them. These are the Gentiles that are going to be blessed. Blessed are the people. What people are going to make it to the 1,335th day? It's these people that we are talking about here. Not everybody's going to make it to the 1,335th day. And the people who don't make it are going to be the goats. Those are the ones who are not going to make it. So in going back to Matthew 25, in Matthew chapter 25, verse 37, in Matthew 25, verse 37, it says, then the righteous will answer him saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or naked and clothe you? Or when did we see you sick or in prison and come to you? Now, what's interesting about this is that the fleeing Jews, the people who are running for their lives during the tribulation period, these people are going to be running around during the tribulation. They are going to be Jewish people during the tribulation, and these Jewish people who are fleeing are going to run into Gentiles, and they're going to stumble upon somebody. They're going to, and they're not going to have like anything. They're not going to have anything like, they're not going to have food. They're not going to have water. They're not going to, some of them are going to be caught. Some of them are going to be thrown into prison. And those are the Jewish people. And so what we're reading about here in Matthew 25 are the Gentiles who handle the Jewish people. And so the people who are saying, when did we see you hungry or give you food or give you drink or all these things? The Gentiles will provide food and water, and they're also going to visit them in prison because the Jewish people are going to be caught. They're going to be thrown into prison. And then Gentiles, like you can just like picture like people like these mass camps that they're going to set up probably during this time to like round them up or whatever. And then Gentiles are going to visit them and try to, sneak some stuff in there and help them out, do the best that we can, or hide the Jewish people during this time. And that's when Jesus is like, hey, it says in verse 40, thank you, redeemed. In verse 40, Matthew 25, verse 40, it says, and the king will answer and say to them, assuredly I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of the least of my brethren, you did it to me. Now, what's so cool about this is who is his brethren? Now, you could say all of us are, right? Like, yeah. But like specifically, Jesus was Jewish. And so Jesus he's Jewish. Like, and so his brethren is the Jew, or they're the Jews. And so that's why it's interesting about what Jesus said. He says, I did not come but to the lost house of to the sheep and the lost house of the sheep of Israel. I feel like I mixed some words around there. Sometimes it happens, but you understand what I'm getting at. His mission was to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. There it was. That felt so much better. But it was to his brethren was the sheep. It was to the Jewish people, his brethren. So here in Matthew chapter 25, what I want you to understand is that there are three people that are in view here. Hey, thank you, Cody. You have three people. You have the sheep, which are the saved Gentiles. You have the goats, which are the unsaved Gentiles. And you have the my brethren people, which are the Jewish people. And the Gentiles are being judged on how they handled the brethren. And so, or the brethren is a picture of the Jewish people. He's like, hey, you never saw me, but when you helped out that guy over there, you did it for me. When you helped out that lady, that Jewish lady, you did it to me. And so they are being rewarded for how they are treating the Jewish people during the time when they are running around trying to survive because of the worldwide anti-Semitism that is on the world during the tribulation period, specifically the Great Tribulation period. In Matthew chapter 25, moving on, in Matthew chapter 25, hello, Ramona. Matthew chapter 25, verse 41. Matthew chapter 25, verse 41, it says, then after that, after he handles the sheep, then he also will say to those on the left hand, depart from me, you cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Now, this is important to understand that the everlasting fire was not prepared for you and I. It was not. This is not how it's meant to be. We look out into the world and we see decay all over the place. Just look outside your window. Trees are falling down. You see, like you're driving on the road, you see a dead raccoon, just like, he's got like a good get well soon, like a helium balloon attached to his paw. It's just like, this is not how it's meant to be. But this is the byproduct of sin. What does sin do? It destroys. It's decaying. We are breaking down. And so he came in after us and he provided a way of escape. And so it's really interesting. It's a funny place to sleep. Yeah. But it says the everlasting fire was prepared for the devil and his angels. That's something that we need to recognize. But in verse 42, he continues, Matthew 25, 42, it says, for I was hungry and you gave me no food. I was thirsty and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger and you did not take me in, naked and you did not clothe me, sick and in prison and you did not visit me. Then they also will answer him saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or naked or sick in prison and did not minister to you? Now, what's interesting is that it's like this is like going to be, this is what the Jewish people are going to go through. Like, this is crazy. Like, it's almost like an insight on what the Jewish people are going to go through. They're going to be hungry. They're going to be thirsty. They're going to be naked. They're going to be sick. They're going to be thrown in prison during this time period. And then the people on earth who are not the Jewish people are going to have a decision on how to handle them. And the people who handle them well are the ones who refused the mark of the beast And those are the ones who are born again, who get saved. Those are the tribulation saints. And so those are the ones who are able to go into the millennial kingdom. But on the other hand, you have the ones who are not able to go into the millennial kingdom, and those are the goats. The goats are the ones who received the mark of the beast. They're the ones. Like, I mean, we have not read anywhere where the people with the mark of the beast, where they die, what happens to them. Well, that's what Matthew 25 is talking about. It is talking about those who decided to help. The goats are the ones who decided to help the Antichrist, because by not helping the Jewish people and by not doing this for the Jewish people, not doing all of this, they can't, because they were living in fear and they were trying to fall in line with the political system of the world, the power that be at that time. And they're going to have to answer for that. And that's what we're reading here in Matthew chapter 25. Really fascinating stuff here. But in verse 45, in Matthew 25:45, it says, "Then he will answer them, saying, Assuredly I say to you, inasmuch as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me." Now, what's interesting about this is that this goes all the way back to Genesis chapter 12. If you go back to Genesis chapter 12, you get this Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, you get this Abrahamic covenant that was given. And in Genesis chapter 12, verse 3, God is promising Abraham an everlasting covenant. And he says this in Genesis 12:3, he says, "I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. And in you, all the families of the earth shall be blessed." So blessing those who bless you and cursing those who curse you, this is like a picture of that. This is a fulfillment of that in a sense, because these people who make it through the tribulation during the 75-day interval that takes place after the Great Tribulation ends. Remember, 7 years of tribulation ends. Then you go into 75 days where a whole bunch of things happen. And within that 75 days, 30 days into it, the image that's in the temple is taken down. There's going to be resurrections. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But also there is going to be the judgments that we're reading about here. And so the people who blessed who blessed Israel during the time of this great tribulation, they're going to be blessed. And the people who cursed Israel, the Jewish people during the great tribulation, the people who are like, "Oh, no, can't help you. Get out. He's over here. She's over here. Get her. Go get him. He's right there. The guy, helping the Antichrist system." Those who curse you shall be cursed. That's what you're seeing taking place here in Matthew chapter 25. But in verse 46, it says, Matthew 25, verse 46, in Matthew chapter 25, how do you, the 75 days? That's in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11 and 12. And you get the 75 days there. Matthew chapter 25, verse 46. In Matthew chapter 25, verse 46, it says, "And these will go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into eternal life." And so the question here is, are these Gentiles saved by works? Are these Gentiles saved by works? The answer is absolutely not. Why? Because of what they went through to get to this point. What did they go through to get to this point? Remember, the rapture occurred. Now the people on the earth are confused. They go through the 7-year tribulation. During the 7-year tribulation, you have the 144,000 running around telling everybody about Jesus. People are getting saved during the tribulation. Then you have the angel up in heaven preaching the everlasting gospel. And so there's people who are getting born again during this great time period of tribulation. It's unbelievable. And so they are saved because of their faith. But here they're being rewarded because of their faith is, this is a picture of their works. Because they believed, they obviously, because they had faith in Jesus, they treated the Jewish people well. And so it's just a natural thing. If you believe, if your faith is genuine, then your works are going to back it up. You're not saved by your works. Your works are evidence of your actual faith. Hey, thank you, Redeem. Thank you so much. And so this is what is important to understand what's going on here in Matthew 25. The goats were basically the ones who rejected the angel who was preaching the everlasting gospel. And they also rejected the 144,000, but they did accept the image of the beast, and they did accept the Antichrist and the false prophet, and they also accepted the mark of the beast. And so you have two different people here. You have the unsaved, you have the saved Gentiles, the sheep, and you have the unsaved Gentiles, the goats. Okay. Hey, thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. I didn't know what class was today. Oh, this is a good one though. Okay. So that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 25. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. That is what is going on in Matthew chapter 25. But the blessed, how, remember in Daniel chapter 12, where in Daniel 12:12 it says, blessed are those who come to the 1335th day. The blessed are the sheep that we just read about in Matthew 25. Because there are people who, after the great tribulation ends, there's people who are still dying. There's people dying after the great tribulation. The sheep, the ones who rejected the mark of the beast, the ones who were hiding and running around and just trying to survive, those are the sheep who are the ones who are blessed. And those that are blessed are the ones who make it to the 1335th day. And the reason why they're blessed is because they literally get to walk in to the kingdom. And we're going to be like, woo, like cheering them on as they walk on in. And it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be super neat. But the people who are not blessed are the ones who do not make it to that, because the ones who don't make it to that are the goats. And so that's what's going on there. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Thank you for those gifts. Thank you. Thank you, Redeem. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. If all these studies are uploaded to YouTube, there's a YouTube link up here. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. We do a verse-by-verse Bible study. That's what we do. We just so happen to be in the book of Revelation right now. And so if you're looking to learn the Bible a little bit better, I would encourage you to just to find a verse-by-verse Bible study. It's tough, it's challenging, but it takes a lot of time. But there's so much good stuff to just, we all have hobbies, whether it's at the gym or you go outside, play basketball or whatever you do. But something that you could consider is maybe make the Bible your hobby. I mean, this is an amazing hobby to have, right? Like if you're a golfer, I mean, you can spend thousands of dollars just on trying to get better on like dropping a couple strokes off your game, right? Like, and so, been there, done that. But my point here is you could also make the Bible your hobby. Thank you, Amber. This is the YouTube right here. There's also a link up in my TikTok profile where I have the link tree there. If you wanted to go, if you wanted to support this ministry, there are also links up there that you have options if you would like to do that. But the YouTube link is also up there. And so I would encourage you to subscribe to YouTube if you want to keep up with these YouTube Bible studies or TikTok Bible studies, because it seems like they're trying to take TikTok away from us, and we don't want them to take TikTok away from us. This is how we communicate. This is how we learn. And so this is the news nowadays. And so it's fascinating the time that we're alive. But anyways, all of that is up there. Here is the link. And as per usual, I'm not right in everything, and I understand that. We are to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. That's what we are told to do. I am giving you the way that I think, and you are to receive it with all readiness, and then search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. That's the challenge that's on the table for you and for me. Okay. If my reply comes in late, it's because of the, okay. Hey, Corin, thanks for being here. Hello, Ramon. I love truth. I love Jesus. Me too. We are live on YouTube right now too. If you guys wanted to come over to YouTube, you guys are more than welcome to, especially since, or at least familiarize yourself with it, just because, if TikTok does go away, then, at least you'll be able to recognize this in the platform at least. But all the other books that we've done are already uploaded there. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians. We've done all of those. Isaiah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, and now we're going through Revelation again. It is so good. Okay, let's go ahead. Hello, Savannah. Hello. Okay, let's go ahead and dive on back into the Bible. Revelation. Jill, how? Got you subscribed on YouTube. Awesome, man. Thanks, Foundational. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and get on into Revelation chapter 20. Revelation chapter 20. We already read a couple verses here, but now we're going to continue on. Hopefully that background, that foundation is something that you can build upon. And oh, snap. Look at it. Oh, thank you very much. I got to pee so bad right now. It's ridiculous. Shout out to Mrs. Sheesh. Thank you. That's hilarious. I don't even know. Okay, so real cool. Hey girl. Yeah. Savannah says, hey girl. Hey girl. Hey. Revelation. Hello. I love that, Jocko. It's my fave. No kidding, dude. I would if I drink that right now, I'll drink it. I gotta be tactful about that because I'm just, Revelation chapter 20. But yeah, this is hilarious. Is that your wife? We went to meet her. She's been here a handful of times. If you watch some of the videos, you'll see her. They'll pop in. They're only like here. They try to avoid. Well, my kids don't. They've been in here multiple times, but okay. Revelation chapter 20. Second cup. Yes, that's her. Second cup. Go pee, Ryan. I know, right? No. Let's go ahead and I'm okay right now. Revelation chapter 20. Revelation chapter 20. Let's get back into it. We're going to read Revelation chapter 20. We're going to read the first couple verses again, just to kind of remind ourselves, because we've been out of this chapter for a minute, but just to kind of set the scene again. Revelation chapter 20, verse 1. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 1, it says, "Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, having the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal on him so that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were finished. But after these things, he must be released for a little while." Okay, so those are the verses that we've read up until this point, and so I just want to kind of set the scene again, just to kind of get you to remember what we're talking about here. But now we're gonna talk about these resurrections. I promise you, we're gonna talk about that here very quickly. But let's read verse 4 in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4. You see two different categories of people, and so it's important to understand the difference between them. But let's unpack it. Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, it says, "And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was committed to them. Then I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for their witness to Jesus and for the word of God, who had not worshipped the beast or his image, and had not received his mark on their foreheads or on their hands. And they lived and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years." This is just so good. I mean, this stuff right here is like why I think we are receiving a blessing in Revelation chapter 1, verse 3, where we are promised a blessing. It is remarkable. What's up, Joe? Good to see you, man. This blessing is just like the promise. Like, we know how the story ends. We understand how the story ends, and we win. And that is what is so cool about it, right? So you have in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, you are given two different people here. There are two groups of saints, and you have those that are on the thrones, because in Revelation 20, verse 4, it says, "And I saw thrones, and they sat on them." Well, who is the they? Who is they who are sitting on the thrones? Well, the they that are sitting on the thrones are the church. This is the church saints. So you have a picture of the church saints here, and then you have those who were beheaded for the Lord, and those are the tribulation saints. Those are the dead tribulation saints. So there are two groups of people here. So you see them sitting on thrones, and you see the 24 elders. If you go to Revelation chapter 4, in Revelation chapter 4, verse 4, which I believe the 24 elders is a picture of the church. In Revelation 4:4, you see that the 24 elders were 24 thrones, and on the thrones of 24 elders, you see them sitting on thrones. So it makes sense. So you see a picture of the church sitting on thrones. John, this is John seeing it, right? John is seeing the thrones. He's seeing you and I sitting on the thrones, and then he's seeing those who were killed during the tribulation, and they lost their head, and the reason why that happened to them. And I'm trying to just use words because like TikTok and like sensitivity and all this kind of stuff, but you guys understand the idea here. But there's two groups of people here. You have those who are sitting on the thrones, and you have those who lost their lives during the tribulation period because they refused to take the mark of the beast. These are two different groupings here. And so that's important to recognize. But let's read verse 6. In verse 5. Verse 5. Revelation 20, verse 5. In Revelation 20, verse 5, it says, "But the rest of the dead did not live again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection." So what we just read in verse 4 is basically a picture of like seeing like these resurrection type idea. That's the first resurrection. The first resurrection is all about it's encapsulating only believers. If you are a Christian, you are taking part of the first resurrection in some kind of capacity. the first resurrection is only for believers. The second resurrection is for those who are lost. And so that's important to recognize. That's the difference between the first resurrection, that's for the believers. The second resurrection is for the lost. Revelation 20, verse 5. Revelation 20, verse 5, it says, "But the rest of the dead did not live again until the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection." Then it goes on in verse 6, it says, "Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years." Okay, so let's talk about these resurrections. And so it's really fascinating to me trying to order this properly. And I don't know if I'm doing it correctly, so I'm just going to give you what I got and you can kind of work it. But it's really provocative. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 20 real fast. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, chapter 20. I'm sorry, 1 Corinthians 15, verse 20. 1 Corinthians 15 is another one of my favorite chapters because of so many things that are in here. It's just like, oh my goodness, you could just live in this chapter. But in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 20, this is where I want you to recognize something. And we are about to just get into some weird waters here and trying to organize some thoughts, because there's a picture that is given to us very clearly. It's just not very clear on the, like, who is where and who is what and who is who. But here's the picture. Or here's the idea. In 1 Corinthians 15, verse 20, in 1 Corinthians 15, 20, it says this, "But now Christ is risen from the dead and has become the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep." So Christ is the first fruit of those who have fallen asleep, right? Like there's a whole bunch of, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Daniel, those guys, they're asleep too, but Jesus is the first fruits, right? He's the first one. He's the first fruits. Let's keep reading. Verse 21, in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 21, it says, "For since by man came death, by man also came the resurrection of the dead. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ all shall be made alive." Now here's where we get to the weird part in verse 23. In 1 Corinthians 15, verse 23, it says this, "But each one in his own order. Christ the first fruits, afterward those who are Christ's at his coming." Now, this verse, 1 Corinthians 15:23, is so interesting to me. And the reason why this is so interesting to me is because of the word order. In verse 23, it says, "But each one in his own order." Each one in his own order. Hello from Israel. Are you really? Very cool, man. Well, hello. But each one in his own order. So you have this whole picture here where the word order is what I want you to recognize. We're going to zoom in on that word. So if you have your blue letter Bible and you want to make a note of the word order in 1 Corinthians 15:23, if you click on that word, what you have, or what's so unique about that word, is this is the only place in the Bible where the word order in this Greek word here is used. And I think that's very interesting to key in on. This word order is only used here in 1 Corinthians 15:23. And the idea behind the meaning order has a military type of idea behind it. And so what it means, hello, Walisha, hello. What the idea, tell Barb I said hello. But in 1 Corinthians 15:23, the idea of order, it's painting a picture of a military kind of structure. And so if you ever were in the military, like you had to march all over the place and there was platoons. There was one platoon here and they were walking, and then there was a platoon following them, and then another platoon following them. And it was like this train, right? And so everybody's walking in their certain spots. Everybody's in their proper order. And that's the idea that this is painting here. It says, "But each one in his own order." Now, the order there's a specific design to who is going to be where and to who's going to be first. And so this is where it gets rather dynamic, because here you start diving into it and you're like, okay, who's first, who's second, and who's on third? And like you go back to the Abbott and Costello type time period, which okay. If you know, you know. But the idea that I want you to walk away from here is the order. The order, this word here is there is a specific military order. And so you would have the first platoon, they would be walking, and then they would be followed by the second platoon, but there would be a gap in between them. And then there would be another group that would follow them, and then another group that would follow them. And so you have this whole battalion marching, and there is sections. And so hopefully you guys can visualize what I'm actually painting a picture here. But I think that's very important to pay attention to, because when we are talking about the resurrection, the resurrection is the topic of this conversation right now. We're talking about this first resurrection. And so when you go back to in 1 Corinthians 15:23, we see that there are each in their own order. So there is a military type order that's going on here. So what is the order? What is the order? What I think is very interesting, or at least to allow yourself to wrap your mind around this kind of concept, is first off, what I believe this is talking about is bodies. I think this is talking about the bodies type of resurrection. And I think that kind of way of thinking, at least right now, because I haven't dove super deep into trying to understand it, but I believe that this is talking about the resurrection, the bodies of the resurrections, the people who get resurrected, their bodies given to them. Because if you read Revelation chapter 6, what you'll find is that there were souls under the altar, and they were saying, "How long, O Lord?" And then you see that they were clothed. And so, that's has the idea, like a soul getting clothing on them. Okay, well, now did they just get a body right there in Revelation chapter 6? Very interesting, right? And so you have this picture of, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. So if I die right now, I'm present with the Lord, but that doesn't mean that I have a body. And so this is a really interesting kind of conversation, because all of a sudden you're just like, oh my goodness, when do we get the bodies? And so I believe that what we're about to talk about right now is specifically being directed towards when we get bodies. I think we're going to be getting bodies at different times, and each one in their own order, because God is not just random and it's not chaotic. No, he is very in order. And so Jesus is the first fruit, right? He had his glorified body. Interesting how he told people married, don't touch me yet. Don't touch me yet. It's interesting, that whole, what's going on there? I don't know, but it had to do with the body. And so that's interesting. So fascinating. I'm just like blown away by this kind of stuff. But anyways, so the first resurrection, this first resurrection that we all born again believers are going to take a part of, it's not all going to happen all at once. Now, what's interesting about it is that you and I, we like to think in a very linear timeline type of mindset. That's the way we tend to look at things. But that's just not realistic, because when we think of eternity, we think of a whole bunch of just a lot of time. But eternity, there is no time. And so, if somebody died 1,000 years ago and they're with the Lord right now, and I died today, it will be as if there was no time that passed. And so that is really interesting to consider, but you and I have a hard time thinking about that, because we're still in time. We are still in this bubble called time. And so we can't really think correctly, because we don't have that heavenly perspective. And so organizing this type of thought process is rather difficult, because we don't have that perspective. And so we're just doing the best that we can here. But there seems to be an order to this resurrection type mindset. And so what I want to propose to you is a thought. It's a possibility. First thing is that Jesus is the first fruit. Boom, done. That makes sense, right? Perfect sense. No argument there. Jesus should be first in every category. Not a difficult thing to talk about here. But when you think about order, you think about marching soldiers. And so if Jesus is the first and we are following him, well, who's next? Who's after Jesus? That's the question that we are going to unpack. And so it seems to be that after Jesus is first, which is what we just looked up in 1 Corinthians 15. The second one seems to be the church. It seems to be the church. You and I are going to be given our bodies next. And that is fascinating. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17. We can go there if you want to. Go ahead and check it out. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4. Let's go on over. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 17. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 16. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 16, it says, "For the Lord will descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Ooh. Then We who are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. Ah, so it's so interesting. So the people who do not die, like if we get raptured, it seems that we may be given our bodies right then. Like if you read 1 Corinthians 15, Paul, he breaks it down. He's like, hey, we have a terrestrial body, but one day we're going to get a celestial body. And I'm so pumped for that. But the question is when? How do we understand? But here in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, you see that the dead in Christ will rise. So when these dead in Christ are going to rise, they're going to be there just like a millisecond before we are in if you're trying to look at it from time kind of perspective, because time is the one that's difficult to explain here. Like, how do you explain the time concept in this kind of situation? Like, we can't wrap our minds around it because it says they will rise first and then we who are alive and remain will be caught up. That's a picture of the rapture. So it seems that the dead, when the dead in Christ, that are a part of the church, the dead in Christ, because Christ wasn't here until the church, right? So the church began after Jesus ascended up into heaven. So it's those who are dead in Christ, a part of the church. Those who died, like whether it was your mom, dad, brother, sister, grandma, grandpa, great grandpa, whatever, if they died and they are a part of the church age, they're going to get their bodies first, it seems. And then after, if we get raptured out of here, we're going to be taken out of here, given our bodies right away. So that's the idea that I'm proposing to you. You can take that and run with that, but I'm just trying to paint a picture for you with the idea of this military order of people marching and soldiers marching. Jesus is first, followed by the church, is what I would propose to you. But then who is after the church? It seems that it's going to be the Old Testament saints, which is what you and I would refer to, like the Old Testament saints are referred to as the friends of the bridegroom. So let's go to John chapter 3, verse 29. John chapter 3, verse 29. So in John chapter 3, verse 29, in John 3:29, it says, "He who has the bride is the bridegroom. But the friend of the bridegroom who stands and hears him rejoices greatly because of the bridegroom's voice. Therefore, this joy of mine is fulfilled." So here, John the Baptist is in view, and John the Baptist is referred to as the friend of the bridegroom. But John the Baptist closed out the Old Testament. Where is it? Luke 16. Let's go to Luke 16, verse 16. Go to Luke 16:16. I think it is. And if it's not here, then that'll be funny. Nope. Okay. So in Luke 16, verse 16, it says this. Luke 16:16, it says, "The law and the prophets were until John." Talking about John the Baptist. So the law and the prophets were until John the Baptist, meaning that the Old Testament ended with John the Baptist. And so John the Baptist and all those who came before John the Baptist, like David and Daniel and Abraham, all of those Old Testament saints are in their own group, and they are referred to as the friend of the bridegroom. They're the friends. They're the friends. They're the friends of the bridegroom. You and I are not them. You and I are the church. We are the bride. And so it's really interesting because now you're seeing a picture of a wedding. Who's going to be there? The bride's going to be there. Who else is going to be there? The bridegroom. The groom is going to be there. Jesus is going to be there. The friends are going to be there. And so you see that these Old Testament saints, or the friends of the groom, are going to be there. Let's go check out Daniel chapter 12. Let's go back to Daniel chapter 12, verse 2. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 2, let's just read Daniel chapter 12, verse 1. So in Daniel chapter 12, verse 1, it says, "At that time, Michael shall stand up, the great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time, your people shall be delivered, everyone who is found written in the book." So here in Daniel chapter 12, you see that the context that is being given is talking about the Great Tribulation period. This is the build up to verse 2, Daniel chapter 12, verse 2. The build up, the context is this occurs after the tribulation. This is so what we're reading about here in Daniel chapter 12 in context is what is happening after the tribulation. So let's continue reading. In Daniel chapter 12, verse 2, it says, "And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt." Interesting. So after the tribulation, the Old Testament believers rise at the end of the tribulation, as it seems. Because in context, just in flow, Daniel chapter 12, it talks about Michael shall stand up. It says it's talking about the end of the tribulation here. And then it runs right into verse 2. And in the verse 2, it says, "And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake." So here in verse 2, it seems that those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake is referring to those Old Testament saints like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And it seems like at this time is when the Old Testament saints will receive their bodies. And so I don't know. I am, again, I have some grace with me on this because this is rather deep stuff. Like you're trying to order something that is really, really quite challenging. But it seems that here in Daniel chapter 12, verse 2, it seems that this is what that and many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. Seems like this is when they will receive their bodies. Right now, I believe that they're with the Lord. I believe Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, I believe that they are with the Lord, but I think they just have souls. I think they're just souls right now, which is an interesting concept, an interesting visual. But when do they get their bodies? And so this could be when they get their bodies, when their resurrection, the bodies of their resurrected bodies. But here in Daniel chapter 12, verse 2, it's a really interesting verse because in Daniel chapter 12, verse 2, it says, "And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake." Here's where it gets interesting. "Some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt." So you have two different people here, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt. So there is going to be 1,000 years in between these two resurrections. Some to everlasting life is going to happen right at the beginning of the millennial kingdom, or right in that time period, that 75-day interval, so it seems. So they are going to be resurrected within that 75-day time period that we talked about before, it seems. And then there's going to be a gap of 1,000 years to where Daniel 12, verse 2, the last part of Daniel 12, verse 2 comes into play, where it says, "Some to shame and everlasting contempt." There's two resurrections here. The first one is the ones who are going to be resurrected. They're going to be given their bodies, so it seems, right at the beginning of the millennial kingdom in a roundabout way. And so they're going to have their bodies on. And it's going to be great. We got bodies. But then there's a pause of 1,000 years because then at the second resurrection, that's when the other people are going to be resurrected, some to shame and everlasting contempt. Fascinating kind of picture that is being given here, but there are two different resurrections in Daniel chapter 12, verse 2. But let's go look up another thing that kind of backs this up a little bit. And let's go to Isaiah 26, verse 19. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 19. What's up, Jacob? Good to see you. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 19. You came in just on time. I'll have to rewatch. Yeah, this one's a good one, Leanna. Isaiah 26, verse 19. This one's a good one. This one's tough. Isaiah chapter 26, verse 19 is another picture of this idea that we are painting here. In Isaiah chapter 26, verse 19, it says this: "Your dead shall live. Together with my dead body, they shall arise. Awake and sing, you who dwell in the dust. For your dew is like the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead." So here in Isaiah 26, verse 19, it says, "Your dead shall live." Now this is being directed towards the Jewish people, right? The Old Testament saints. So he's saying your Old Testament saints shall live. And they're going to be given bodies. And so what this body, so they're living right now. Don't get it wrong. I believe that when Jesus died, he went to paradise. He got all of his people, and I think he took them home. But I don't think I don't think they have their bodies yet. I think they were in paradise until Jesus showed up, and then Jesus took them home. But I think we're talking about these resurrections is when they are going to be given their bodies. Okay, so That is, so the first one, the first resurrection, the first person is Jesus. We are all following him, right? That's the first one in order, according to 1 Corinthians 15:23, right? So we have this picture of an order, Jesus first. Second, the church. We will be given our bodies then. Then after us, the Old Testament saints will be given their bodies. And then after the Old Testament saints are given their bodies, then the tribulation saints are going to be given their bodies. And that is what we read in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4. Because in Revelation chapter 20, verse 4, it says, "And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was committed to them. Then I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the witness to Jesus and for the word of God, who had not worshipped the beast or his image and had not received his mark on their foreheads or their hands, and they lived and reigned with Christ for 1,000 years." So you have the order that is presented to you. You can pick it apart, dissect it, move it around, whatever you want to do. But it seems like that makes the most sense to me. Jesus first, the church second, the Old Testament saints then get their bodies. And then after the Old Testament saints get their bodies, then you have the tribulation saints. Seems to be going in that kind of order. Okay, so that is what I propose to you. That's very fascinating. But all of that to be said, now that everybody has their bodies, now we can get into what is about to happen in Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, it says, "Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power, but they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him 1,000 years." Okay, so here in verse 6, if you guys remember, let's go back to Revelation chapter 19, verse 19, because here is the idea. Here's the visual. I'm trying to like paint a picture. Revelation 19, go to Revelation chapter 19, verse 9. In Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, if you guys remember this, in Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, what's up? Cole. Is Cole? What's up, Cole? Good to see you, man. Revelation chapter 19, verse 9. In Revelation 19, verse 9, it says, "Then he said to me, Write, blessed are those who are called to the marriage supper of the Lamb." So when we talked about the marriage supper of the Lamb, we talked about how people are going to be invited to that. Now, who are the people who are going to be invited to that? Well, it seems to be a very specific grouping who are actually going to arrive. The people who arrive to the marriage supper or the reception, like where they eat and all that kind of stuff, the people who arrive there are the Old Testament saints and the tribulation saints. Okay, so with that in mind, when you go back to Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, as we just mentioned in Revelation chapter 19, verse 9, the friends of the groom are the Old Testament saints and the tribulation saints. Those are the friends of the groom. So here in Revelation chapter 20, verse 6, what you have is you have both the Old Testament and the tribulation saints. They are present. And not only are they present, but they have been resurrected. And so now they're all resurrected. They all have their bodies. And so now the marriage supper can actually begin. Everyone is in place. Everyone is where they should be. And so the feast or the reception will either end the 1,335 days or it will begin the millennial kingdom. So just to kind of, just talk plainly here, you have this marriage supper that people are invited to, right? We have the marriage supper that people are invited to. The marriage is already complete. The bride and the groom, they're already married at this point. But now they have moved to the reception, to the supper. And so the people who are invited to the supper, that's who we're talking about. The resurrected Old Testament saints have now received their bodies. The tribulation saints have now received their bodies. And now we can all sit down and eat. And so you have this supper, this marriage supper that is about to take place. And the marriage supper is what seems to begin the millennial kingdom. You know how Jesus is like, I will not eat or I will not drink of the vine until I drink it anew with you in my kingdom. That's what we're talking about here in Revelation chapter 20. This marriage supper, which is the reception. You have the bride, you have the groom, you have the friends of the groom. They're all there. They all have their bodies, and now we can eat. This is the picture of the millennial kingdom. And so What is all these events? All these events that we are talking about will conclude the Daniel 12 verse 12 talk, what we talked about before. This concludes that. This concludes the 75-day interval that we talked about in Daniel 12 verse 12. So what I mean by concluding the 75-day interval is going back all the way to where we began in Daniel chapter 12 verse 12. You have 75 days that is given to the people in order for things to actually take place. There's going to be 75 days. Like right when the tribulation ends, there's going to be 75 days for things to take place. The things that take place in that 75-day period is the abomination of desolation. That image is going to be taken down. That's going to be taken down 30 days into it. After that is taken down, there is also going to be this is not a specific order, but there's also going to be resurrections, bodies. People are going to be getting their bodies in the order that they should be given them, like as we talked about, as what is painted in 1 Corinthians 15. So the bodies are going to be given to people. Everybody's going to be getting their bodies. And then after that, we have Lucifer. He is bound. And you also have the sheep and goat judgments. And so all of those things take place. You have the abomination of desolation being taken down. You have the resurrections taking place. You have the sheep and goat judgments taking place, where all the Gentile nations are judged based upon how they treated the Jewish people during the tribulation. Really, really fascinating stuff. And so after all of that takes place, after all these people receive their bodies and they are invited to the marriage supper, then everybody sits down and then the marriage supper begins. And then that basically opens it up for the 1,000 years, the clock to start. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. That is just a little picture into the build up to the millennial kingdom. And I know we haven't really talked much about the millennial kingdom yet, but now we are going to do that. But if you are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're about to get on into it even deeper. And so I just hope you guys are here for it. So this is really fun. This is really challenging, really, really neat though. Like if you start to see it, you start to put all these verses together and then you just start dancing all around the scriptures. You're just bouncing all over the place, and it's just so cool to see this kind of stuff. And so thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. Thank you, Amber. This is my YouTube right here. It's ITZ_sheesh. So if you were looking for a verse by verse, hello, Truth Teller. Hey, thanks for being here. If you're looking for a verse by verse Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. The YouTube link is here. Or if you just type in ITZ_sheesh, you'll find us. We're live on YouTube right now. We got some people over here. Thank you guys so much for being over here on YouTube. And Jason and Starve Jacob, good to see you guys. Bridget, thank you for your help. Cole, it's good to see you, man. But I want you to understand that, like it's really fun diving in here, but it's really challenging. So I would encourage you to follow me over on YouTube, because if they get rid of TikTok, then we won't be able to do this anymore. And, it seems like getting rid of TikTok is a very real possibility, which is heartbreaking, because this is such an amazing mission field in a sense for many people, including myself. But if you wanted to follow me on YouTube, I would appreciate it. I upload all these studies on YouTube. We go through it verse by verse, chapter by chapter, book by book. And we've done like 25 books like this so far. And so it's just really fun. I am learning so much as I personally go through this, because I'm the one talking. And so it forces me to really dive in there. And so I just get pumped up telling you guys about it. And I know you guys get pumped up, and then you tell people about it. And that it's wonderful. It is wonderful. And so I want you to always remember the main thing is always going to be the main thing. What we talked about here in Revelation so far is going to be secondary stuff. The main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. What's up? Realist Music. Good to see you, man. The main thing is, how do you know for sure you can get to heaven? There's only one way. First, you need to recognize that you are a sinner. For all have sinned and fall short of God. Second, in Romans 6:23, it says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord, period. Through Jesus Christ alone. It's not through Jesus Christ, comma. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so we need to recognize that. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. We need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's not, and that's the beauty of it. It is a free gift. I mean, it's unbelievable. how the world likes to complicate this, the simplicity, the simplicity that is in Christ. He paid it all. He said it is finished. He said it's not kind of finished. It's not like it's sort of finished. It's not. It's like, oh, I did most of the work. Now you guys got to go get water baptized. No, it's not that. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith. Now, if you are a born again believer, I would encourage you to get water baptized. That is something that we should be doing, because that is just you identifying, and you're letting everybody know that you have identified with what Jesus went through. The baptism represents the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. And so that is, we are identifying with him. We are identifying with him. We are identifying with him. And so, people mix that up sometimes. So I would just caution you to really dive into, if you're going to break down any kind of topic in the Bible, it shouldn't be on eschatology. It should be on soteriology, which is the study of salvation. You need to get in there and unpack it 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 and know it forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward. And that is a part of you arming yourself with the full armor of God. And so you need to know what you know so that you can defend yourself. Always be ready to provide a defense for the hope that is within you. We need to defend the gospel. And so that is what I would encourage you to do. But that's the main thing. That's always going to be the main thing. Okay. So on that note, let's go ahead and get on into this talk on Revelation. I'm sorry, the Millennial Kingdom. We're going to talk about some of the things in the Millennial Kingdom. Actually, I'm going to go use the restroom. Just give me a second. Just give me a minute. I'll be RB. Yeah. Hello. Oh. What's up, guys? Okay. I had to make room for some Jocko. Oh man. No. Yeah, I should play some music. So good, right? So good. Am I allowed to ask a question because I only 65% believe? Or will I get muted? I hope. Well, yeah, no, I think the mods only really try to, they do the best that they can, and they try to discern whether or not somebody's trolling or not. So yeah, no, if you have any questions, and also you can feel free to message me directly, because I know, you can only ask write 10 words at a time. So if you want to expound and write a more detailed question, feel free to reach out to me or somebody in here if you'd like to. Definitely that. Okay. We talk faster when we have to pee. Some of us don't need help with that. Now I know what you're talking about. Oh man. Okay. It's about time he went to pee. He had to hold it. Goofy guy. I'm telling you what, let's go, Jill. Man, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. The realist music. I don't know if you're still here, but man, thanks for being here. Yeah, elevate. I should. get some music here. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, absolutely, Trixie. Okay, we don't need to. All right, okay. Very cool. Father Bennett mutes everyone. Father Bennett. I don't know who that is, but I am coming to conclusions with the name already. So I just okay. Oh man. Okay. Focus. Thank you for this. Yeah, absolutely, truth teller. 100%. I will watch you from now on. Very cool. If you want to subscribe, like I say, I upload all of this to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here. And so if you would like to follow that, all of these studies are uploaded. So if you wanted to go back and review them, because I talk fast. And the reason why I talk fast is because there's so much to go through. Somebody said before, it's a good thing you don't breathe, because if you did, we'd be here for 10 hours, because these things go pretty long. But it's mainly, we did like a 2-hour long recap, but I think the recap is just so good for those who don't know. And, like, it helps me remember, it helps other people, even though it gets a little bit monotonous. And I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of the things down. I just try to think of the people who don't know. And so, it's difficult. And so I mean, we would definitely it would be more optimal if we could just get right on into it. But sometimes, depending on the larger book, sometimes I'll like on Isaiah, I was like, there are 66 chapters in this book. I can't keep doing a 3-hour long recap. And so we went all the way to Isaiah chapter 39. And then that's when we stopped doing the recaps. And then we picked it up again from Isaiah 40 onwards. So talk at a great pace. Thank you so much. Grateful for the recap. Thank you. Yeah, all of these are uploaded to YouTube. If you'd like to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it, especially since they are probably, it seems like they might get rid of TikTok, which I hope they don't. I really hope they don't. But who knows? Okay, so let's go ahead and switch some gears a little bit. Let's switch some gears. And let's talk about, let's get into this topic of the millennial kingdom. Now we're gonna be talking about some interesting ideas, and so I want you to just, kind of put your hard hat on and buckle up, and then just put some like gloves on, so that when you slap me across the face for saying such a thing, it won't hurt as bad, because we're going to be talking about some interesting concepts here. So you need to just go with it, I suppose, and just test it. Test all things. I'm giving you my way of thinking, and it's just my opinion. I'm giving you an opinion, and so like this is me. Like I'm telling you how I think on things, and so I think we need to remember that. And so I'm wrong on a lot of things, and so I recognize that, and I can understand that, and so that's why it's good to test all things. Because don't take my word for it. Don't say like I'm writing this down because Ryan said it. No. But man, what a fun journey trying to figure it out, right? Like, I mean, I just am blown away by this entire thing. Like, there's so, like, who would have thought all of this story was in the Bible, and then we've had the Bible this entire time, and it's just like, it's been here. I had never seen that verse in my entire life, right? Like, that's kind of like the idea that happens many times as we dive into these ideas. It's such a cool thing. Elise, baby, you still here? I didn't call you baby. Somebody else did. A truth teller, at least baby. I have you listen on YouTube. Great materials. We'll definitely continue to watch and follow. Very cool, Jessica. Thank you so much. All right, the recaps are very valuable. I think so too. I think they help me. All right, so let's go ahead and get on into this idea of the okay. We're going to be switching gears a little bit, and we're going to be talking about the millennial kingdom. And so this is something that I think is very important to understand. The millennial kingdom. The millennial kingdom. Is the millennial kingdom real? Did it happen already? Are we living through it right now? Or is it in the future? Where is it? Is it a thing? Is it symbolic? This is kind of stuff that we're actually, people like try to argue against. And so you need to know what you know, so you can actually explain it when somebody comes to you and asks you this kind of question. So this is what we're going to be diving into as far as the millennial kingdom. But the millennial kingdom, if you go back in Revelation chapter 20, in Revelation chapter 20, verse 1 through 6, what you see is you see the use of the word 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. It's like mentioned like 6 times or something like that. And so that is where many people say that's where everybody gets the millennial kingdom idea from, because it says 1,000 years. Now, what I want you to be sensitive to is that it does actually say 1,000 years many times in Revelation chapter 20. And I want you to be sensitive to the Holy Spirit felt like we needed to see 1,000 years mentioned 6 times. I don't know, maybe I think it might be 6 times. But when you see something mentioned multiple times, you need to pay attention to it. And so here is a picture of that. The 1,000 years is so important that it was actually, I don't even know. Does anybody know off the top of your head? In verse 2, Revelation 20, verse 2, 1,000 years. Verse 3, 1,000 years. Verse 4, 1,000 years. Verse 5, 1,000 years. Verse 6, is it there? Verse 6, 1,000 years. Okay, so it's like 5 or 6 times. Maybe I missed one, but it's mentioned 5 or 6 times. What I want you to recognize is that when it's something like that is that significant, it's that many times mentioned, so in such a short amount of time, it's important. And so we need to pay attention to the importance of it. So the millennial kingdom must be taken literally. That is what I'm going to propose to you. I'm going to tell you about the millennial kingdom, and I need you to understand where I'm giving you the idea from. The perspective that I actually hold, I believe the millennial kingdom is literal. Absolutely, Sergeant Jacob. It is literal. It is literal. The millennial kingdom must be taken literally. And the reason why is because many prophecies cannot be fulfilled until that age is actually here, until the millennial kingdom is actually here. For example, the Abrahamic covenant promised to Israel to possess the land with specific boundaries. They were given specific boundaries and borders that they would possess this land. That has never happened. But while Israel exists, they never in history possessed all of the promised land. And so because Israel never possessed all of the promised land, does that mean that God failed to uphold his promise? Or does that mean that the promise has not yet been fulfilled? I would propose to you that the promise has not yet been fulfilled, and that promise will be fulfilled in the millennial kingdom. That is one of the reasons the millennial kingdom is a necessity. It has to happen because there are prophecies that will be fulfilled in its fruition. But this promise that we're talking about here, this Abrahamic promise, let's go to Genesis 13. Genesis chapter 13, verse 15. In this specific promise to Abraham, it's not just to Abraham's seed, it is to Abraham. And that is something that we need to be mindful of, because in Genesis 13, verse 15, it says this: "For all the land which you see, I will give to you and your descendants forever." Now, what's interesting about this is that people just will naturally roll over the word you. I will give to you and your descendants. So people will say, oh, it's promised to Abraham's seed. Well, no, it was promised to you. It says, I will give to you. This is specifically including Abraham. So it says, I'm going to give this land to you, Abraham, and to your descendants forever. This is something that Abraham never had it. He didn't have the entire land. And so since Abraham was never given the entire land, that promise never came true. And so since that promise never came true, it needs to come true, because if it doesn't, then God ceases to be God. And so therefore, a millennial kingdom, a literal millennial kingdom, is necessary. Okay. But another thing that we need to be mindful of, we can unpack the covenants. You can go into the Palestinian covenant, which is just talking about the land covenant, is basically the idea, the land covenant. You can unpack that if you want to. But another idea is in 2 Samuel chapter 7. So let's go to our second. So I'll just give you the idea before we turn there. In 2 Samuel chapter 7, you are given the Davidic covenant. There is a covenant that was given from God to David. And so in this Davidic covenant, there are 4 eternal things that are given, or promises that were given to David. 4 things are promised to David. one of the things that was promised to him was an eternal house or an eternal dynasty. Like David's lineage would last forever. That is something that was promised to him. Another thing that was promised, an eternal promise to David, was an eternal throne. Another thing that was eternal that was promised to David was an eternal kingdom. And another thing that was promised was an eternal person. So you have an eternal dynasty or a house, an eternal throne, an eternal kingdom, an eternal person. That is all promised in 2 Samuel chapter 7. And so if you wanted to go read 2 Samuel chapter 7, you can see all of that just sprinkled all throughout that chapter. And it's a promise from God to David himself. And so that is very interesting. But the dynasty of David is eternal. David's dynasty, his lineage is eternal because it culminated with Jesus. And the reason why it's eternal is because since it culminated with Jesus and Jesus is eternal, then that means his lineage or his dynasty is eternal. So it's being fulfilled by Jesus. And because he is eternal, that means his throne and his kingdom are eternal as well. And that is something that we need to be sensitive to, because Jesus was born of the tribe of Judah. Jesus is eternal. That means his throne is eternal. That means his kingdom is eternal. That means his dynasty is eternal. But the issue about this eternal throne is that this throne is that Jesus has never sat on a throne of David while ruling over a kingdom of Israel. This never happened. And so the question on the table is, when is this going to take place? Because if we go back to, let's go back to Luke chapter 1, I think it is. Go to Luke chapter 1, because before Jesus was born, Gabriel shows up. It's in Luke chapter 1, verse 31. Luke chapter 1, verse 31. Before Jesus was born, Gabriel shows up to Mary and he's like, "What up, dog?" No, that's not what he said, but he's talking to Mary. And in Luke chapter 1, verse 31, he says, "And behold, Mary, you will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Highest. And the Lord God will give him the throne of his father David. And he will reign over the house of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there will be no end." Now, what's so interesting is that Jesus never sat on the throne. He never did it. So when Jesus was here, boots on the ground, he was not here as a king. He was here as a prophet. He showed up the first time he was here. He showed up as a lamb. The second time he shows up, he's showing up as a lion. He's going to show up and he's going to have many crowns of King of Kings, Lord of Lords. And so it's interesting because that promise that Gabriel gave to Mary was that, hey, Mary, he's going to sit on the throne of the father David and his kingdom is going to be forever. That never happened. And so this only can be possible with a future kingdom. And so we need to recognize that Jesus never sat on the throne of the father David while ruling over the kingdom of Israel. So this requires a future kingdom to fulfill this. And so it's also interesting because people will also argue that you and I are living in the millennial kingdom right now, that we are here and this is the kingdom. This right here, when you look outside your window and how we're talking right now, this is a part of the kingdom. And I would argue completely differently because of all the things that we've talked about before, because Israel does not possess all the land. Jesus is not sitting on the literal throne. There needs to be a literal throne that he needs to sit on, and many, many other reasons. But this is, and also Satan being bound is another one. Like, if you think that Satan, there's people who think that we're in the millennial kingdom right now. I'm like, if you think that we are in the millennial kingdom right now, then that means if you believe Satan is locked up, then he's got way too long of a leash. Like, he is running all over the place still. It is still super obvious that he is still hard at work behind the scenes. And so this cannot be the millennial kingdom that we are living in right now. And so I propose to you that that millennial kingdom is yet future. It is a literal kingdom that is going to happen in the future, but it has to take place after the 7 years of tribulation. There is an order of events. There is things that need to take place. First off, there is the I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. If you think a mid-trib, if you think post-trib, that's okay. Secondary issue, but I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. So the order that I see it is rapture is the next thing that's on the prophetic timeline. After that, then there's the signing of the covenant or the confirming of the covenant, which starts the 7-year tribulation on earth. And then at the end of the 7-year tribulation, while the 7 years of tribulation is happening on the earth, up in heaven, there is the 7-day or 7-year marriage that is consummating up here. And then at the end of both of those things, then the second coming comes down. Then Jesus comes back down to earth. And then after that happens, then he is going to have the sheep and goat judgments. He's going to take down the abomination of desolation. He's going to do all those things that we talked about before. And then after that, then the marriage supper will begin, and that will begin the millennial kingdom or the 1,000-year reign, or what some people refer to it as the messianic kingdom. So there is an order to these operations. There is a correct way to view it, and we're just doing the best that we can, trying to figure out which piece goes where. Okay, so let's talk about some of these things that need to be fulfilled in the millennial kingdom. Another thing, let's go to Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 11, this is right after the Sermon on the Mount. So in Matthew chapter 5, 6, and 7, Jesus has the Sermon on the Mount, right? It's the 3 long chapters. It's this wonderful sermon that Jesus gives. And right after that, you get right on into Matthew chapter 8. And here he's addressing this centurion. But in Matthew chapter 8, verse 11, Jesus says this. He says, "And I say to you that many will come from east and west and sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven." That's fascinating. So people are coming from the east and west to sit with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom, in the kingdom, in the kingdom. And so you're like, okay, well, did that happen? And so the answer is no. And the reason, if that did not happen yet, that means there's so much packed in Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. In order for Matthew 8, verse 11 to actually take place, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob need to be resurrected. They need to be given bodies, and they need to be given thrones and all this kind of stuff. They need to be given authority in the kingdom. And so then that's when people are going to come up to them in the kingdom of heaven. They're going to sit with them. They're going to go hang out with them. It's going to be unbelievable. But this hasn't happened yet. And so since that hasn't happened yet, people are like, well, they try to use it to kind of make it go away and say that's not a big deal. But it is something that you need to really work out. And so that only makes sense in a future millennial kingdom. What's also interesting is in Matthew chapter 6, verse 8, if you read Matthew chapter 6, this is the disciples' prayer. You know how Jesus taught his disciples to pray. He says, hey, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. And so in Matthew chapter 6, verse 10, Matthew chapter 6, verse 10, you have Jesus is teaching his disciples to pray for the kingdom. And so when the kingdom does arrive, it is going to be an answer to that prayer finally. And so it's coming. It's going to happen. And so when it does happen, the disciples' prayer, which they were taught by Jesus to pray for the kingdom, to get involved in the kingdom program, he's like, hey, pray for it, pray for it, pray for it, pray for it. And so it's really interesting that we need to be praying for it. But that kingdom, when that kingdom shows up, their prayer is finally going to be answered. The prayer that they were given is finally going to be answered. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 2. There's some things that is just interesting that's going to take place during the millennial kingdom. And one of those things involves you and I ruling and judging angels. So in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, what you have in this chapter, Paul is talking to the church in Corinth, and he's talking to he's talking to believers who were basically going at each other's throats in a sense. He was like saying, hey guys, what are you doing? He's like, you guys are fighting amongst each other. And because you're fighting amongst each other, he's like, if you can't handle these small details that you guys are, fighting about in your inner groups, if you guys can't handle this, do you not understand? He's like, do you not know? In 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 2, he says, do you not know that the saints will judge the world? And if the world will be judged by you, are you unworthy to judge the smallest matters? And so he's trying to get them to have a heavenly point of view, because he's like, guys, look future, look in the future. He's like, what are you doing? You guys are worked up about these small matters. Think about the things that we're going to have to deal with in the future. If you can't handle this, then how are you going to handle that? And so that's the idea. So sometime in the future, we are going to judge the world in a sense, and we're going to unpack that. And so to recognize there's an idea that's behind judging. Judging is not something, it's going to stem from somewhere. And that's something that we're going to unpack. You and I are not going to be like the end all be all where the buck stops with me, I'm a judge. No, there is something there's a chain of command that we're going to unpack here, and it'll be a good thing to kind of see. But that's in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 2. But let's go to Isaiah. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2. Oh goodness. Okay. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, it says this: Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. Many people shall come and say, Come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He shall judge between the nations and rebuke many people. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. So here in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2 through 4, what you're seeing, this is a picture of universal peace. Universal peace is what is being depicted here in Isaiah chapter 2. The nations will still have differences at this time during the millennial kingdom. They're still going to have differences, but those differences will no longer result in war. And that's what it's saying here. They're no longer going to result in war, but they're going to be resolved by the word of the Lord, or the law, which he will distribute to us from Zion. He is going to give us the law, and we will give it to those of the earth. So during the millennial kingdom, you have all of these nations that are all over the place, but it says in verse 3, in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 3, it says, many people shall come and say, Come and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So what you see here, if you continue reading in verse 4, it says that they're going to basically take their weapons and turn them into farming equipment. He's like, these people are going to forget war. There's still going to be differences. There's still going to be sin during the millennial kingdom. But the people who are in charge, you and I, if you're a born again believer, you and I are going to be ruling in that area. Not only you and I, but there's going to be a government. His government will have no end. You and I are going to be a part of that government, or if you're a born again believer. But the law is not your law. The law comes from Zion. And so what does that mean? I want you to imagine it's not a democracy. This is not a democracy. I want you to imagine a monarchy where there is a king, and the king has his subjects, and we get to be his subjects. That's an absolute privilege. And so what I want you to imagine is that there is, like when you see the chain of command, like it's like a pyramid, kind of like where the top dog is like at the top on any kind of chain of command. Like for us, for example, it's the president of the United States, and then it kind of like waterfalls down. The top of this chain of command is none other than Jesus Christ. He's at the very top, and we are nowhere even close. And so then after that, his law goes forth from Zion. So he tells us, we're going to be like, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to say? Like, how do I handle this? And so he's going to tell us how to handle the people that are of the nations of the world. And so then we go out, and then when we go out, we do that. So we are told what to do, and then we just follow our orders in a sense, and then we handle the nations. And so it's rippling throughout the world because the world's a big place, but it's going to be centered around what's taking place in Jerusalem. In Jerusalem, everything is going to flow. Like there is no source anywhere else in the world except from Jerusalem. It is flowing out of Jerusalem. And so all of this is coming out of there, and it's rippling throughout the rest of the world. But you and I are going to be handling differences that arise during the millennial kingdom. Very interesting, but you need to recognize a couple of things because, the government kind of aspect, we'll talk more about that here in a little bit, but also to recognize that there is going to be sin during the millennial kingdom, something that we need to be sensitive to. But that's Isaiah chapter 2. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 11 now. Isaiah 11 verse 6. In Isaiah chapter 11 verse 6, we get a little different, a little bit more of a picture here. In Isaiah chapter 11 verse 6, it says the wolf also what's going on with that word? The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb. The leopard shall lie down with the young goat, the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. The cow and the bear shall graze. Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. The nursing child shall play by the cobra's hole, and the weaned child shall put his hand in the viper's den. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Wow. As the waters cover the sea. What am I reading? Isaiah chapter 11. What we just read there, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 6 through 9, basically what you're seeing is that this universal peace is even going to be extended even to the animals. The animals are also going to have this universal peace. They're going to be vegetarians. It's crazy. They're going to go back to how it was in the Garden of Eden. This animal kingdom is going to be peaceful. What's interesting about it is that all animals will be, they're clearly going to be vegetarians, but also in verse 8, Isaiah chapter 11, verse 8, it says, the nursing child shall play by the cobra's hole, and the weaned child shall put his hand in the viper's den. The oldest of enemies right there. You have the serpent and you have the human right next to each other, back in harmony with one another. So this curse is clearly lifted at this point. In Romans chapter 8, how it talks about this curse, the earth groans. This curse is going to be lifted during this millennial kingdom. And it's just remarkable to see the time that's going to be during this millennial kingdom. It's really, really quite wonderful. And the reason why all of these people, the child and the serpent are going to get together, the wolf and the lamb and the lion, they're going to be eating grass and stuff like that. The reason why all of this is taking place is because of what it says in verse 9. In Isaiah chapter 11, verse 9, it says, for they shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord. The earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord. Full of it. It's going to be going all over the place. Remarkable. That is in Isaiah chapter 11, verse 6. Now let's go to Isaiah chapter 65. Isaiah chapter 65, verse 17. So in Isaiah chapter 65, verse 17, we'll read a couple passages here, but I want you to get the idea of what's being painted, and we'll unpack it. In Isaiah chapter 65, verse 17, it says this. Isaiah 65, verse 17, it says, for behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered or come to mind. But be glad and rejoice forever in what I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem as a rejoicing, as her people a joy, and her people a joy. I will rejoice in Jerusalem and joy in my people. The voice of weeping shall no longer be heard in her, nor the voice of crying. No more shall an infant from there live but a few days, nor an old man who has not fulfilled his days. For the child shall die 100 years old, but the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accursed. They shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and eat their fruit. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For as the days of a tree, so shall be the days of my people. And my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth children for trouble. For they shall be the descendants of the blessed of the Lord, and their offspring with them. It shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer. And while they are still speaking, I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. The lion shall eat straw like the ox, and dust shall be the serpent's food. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, says the Lord. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's what's going on in Isaiah chapter 65, verse 17. But what is interesting about verse 17 is something that I think we could talk about for a little bit. In Isaiah chapter 65, verse 17, it says, "For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth." Now, here's an interesting concept. It's easy to think that when we think of this new heavens and a new earth, we immediately go to what the Bible talks about. John talks about in Revelation chapter 19 or whatever, 19 or 20 or 21, somewhere in Revelation chapter 20, I think, or 21. We immediately go to that new heavens and that new earth. But I don't think that is what is talking about here. So here in Isaiah 65, verse 17, these new heavens and earth, they don't seem to be the same ones that are mentioned in Revelation. Let's go look up at the one so you can compare the two, just so you know the other one is. Revelation chapter 21. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, John says this. He says, "Now I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth have passed away. Also, there was no more sea." Okay, so this is an interesting concept. So there's one new heaven and a new earth, and now we're talking about a different new heaven and a new earth, but they don't seem to be the same, and I'm about to explain why I don't think they're the same. The ones in Revelation chapter 21 that we just read there, that John saw in Revelation 21, those are brand spanking new. And those are created after sin is no more. So do you understand what I'm saying? So the ones that John sees are when everything is done, when all the sin, there's no more sin, no more sin, no more sin, no more sin. And that's what John saw. He sees a new heaven and a new earth, and that's after sin is done. But the ones that we see in verse 17, that we see in Isaiah chapter 65, verse 17, these new heavens and new earth, the idea that's going on behind this seems to be more of a renovation of the already existing earth. So the earth that is currently here, that we're living in right now, is going to be renovated. And so what I mean by that is that, kind of like what we talked about before, like right now, Satan is the god of this world. But when Jesus comes back, he's going to set things up the way he wants it to be like. He's like, this is how it's going to be. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And so what's interesting about this new heavens and new earth, in the sense of a renovation kind of style, is because there's going to be some things that are old that are going to remain. There are things that are going to be old that are still going to be here during this millennial kingdom. And what I mean by that is that some of the old things that are going to remain are things that we talked about before when we went through the book of Zechariah. There's going to be the Mediterranean Sea. There's going to be the Mediterranean Sea and the Dead Sea. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 14, verse 8. If you remember, in Zechariah chapter 14, verse 8, you see that these things will still remain during the millennial kingdom. In Zechariah chapter 14, verse 8, it says, "And in that day it shall be that living waters shall flow from Jerusalem, half of them toward the eastern sea, and half of them towards the western sea. In both summer and winter it shall occur." So that's what's going on. So you see this taking place. But now let's go to Ezekiel 47. Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 8. And we'll see it again, just in a different perspective. Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 8. In Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 8, this is talking about the same river that Zechariah saw. Here is Ezekiel is saying it. In Ezekiel 47, verse 8, it says, "Then he said to me, this water flows toward the eastern region, goes down into the valley, and enters the sea. When it reaches the sea, its waters are healed." And you can continue on reading about that if you would like to. But during this renovation, going back to Isaiah 65, during this renovation of this new heavens and the new earth, there are things that are going to remain that are old. And the seas are a part of them. You have the Mediterranean Sea, you have the Dead Sea. They are still in existence. So it's not necessarily the new heavens and the new earth that we are accustomed to. So I am proposing to you an idea that this is possibly talking about how when Jesus comes back, he's gonna change things. There's gonna be old things that are here today, like the Mediterranean Sea and whatnot. But on the same side of that, there is going to be brand new things. For example, there's going to be a very high mountain, the highest mountain in all the world, and it's going to be located at the center of Israel. And that is where that's where God is going to dwell. He's going to dwell there. I want you to imagine just like here's the earth, and then here's like right here is Jerusalem. Right when you get to Jerusalem, it's just like poof. And like up here is where God is going to live. And everybody's going to be like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go learn. And we're going to be taught by God himself. It's remarkable. So that is something to at least consider, I think. But that mountain is going to be located in the center of Israel. So let's continue reading in Isaiah 65, because in Isaiah chapter 65, verse 18, or I'm sorry, in Isaiah 65, verse 20. In Isaiah chapter 65, verse 20 says this, "No more shall an infant from there live but a few days, nor an old man who has not fulfilled his days. For the child shall die 100 years old, but the sinner, being 100 years old, shall be accursed." So this verse is really interesting, but in verse 20, it seems that there will be no babies that die in the millennium. Everyone born in the millennium will live at least 100 years. And that's crazy to think about. They're going to be at least 100 years old. That's what the conditions are going to be like during the millennial kingdom. But it's also interesting because verse 20, it seems that only unbelievers will die in the millennium, because it says in verse 20, it says, "But the sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed." So only the unbelievers will die in the millennial kingdom. Those born in the millennial kingdom will have inherited their parents' sinful nature. And they, even though Lucifer is locked up for 1,000 years, they still have their sinful nature. And so they're going to have this natural tendency to rebel. And so those who choose to rebel are going to live a maximum of 100 years, as it seems, according to verse 20. Because it says, "But the sinner being 100 years old shall be accursed." So there is going to be, so what verse 20 seems to imply, and this is also very interesting because you know how we talked about the resurrections, you know how we talked about Jesus first and the church, and then after the church you have the Old Testament saints, and then after that you have the tribulation saints, the resurrections. There's no mention of any millennial saints. And I think that's something that we need to be mindful of. There's zero mention of millennial saints being resurrected in the Bible. There's nobody. And so the idea here is that when you get into the millennial, is that when human beings are born into the millennial kingdom, they're going to see amazing things. They're going to be able to go to Zion. They're going to be able to talk to you and I and see you and I in our glorified forms and all this kind of stuff. But they're going to have a decision to make. And so those who choose to trust in what we are telling them, they're going to live, and they're going to live forever. They are never going to die. But those who hear what we say are going to have a decision to make as well. And some of them will reject it. They'll be like, okay, not for me. Those people will be allowed to live for 100 years, and then they will die. But what's interesting is that there's no mention of millennial saints being resurrected. And so what this implies is that the people who are born again, who literally put their faith in Jesus and all the things that we tell them that, and they believe everything, whatever, the people who believe that, they do not seem to die. And so there is no mention of millennial saints. And so what this is basically getting your mind primed for is that they are going to live into the full 1,000 years and then beyond that. And so that's very interesting. We'll talk about that later on. But you have two different categories in verse 20. You have those who are going to die at 100 years old, and those are going to be the people who are sinners, the people who reject Jesus. But it says that those people who die at 100 years old are going to be like a child. He's like, hey, the people who do die, those are sinners. Those are people who rejected Jesus, and they died at a maximum of 100 years old. They were like a child because of everybody else here. There's 900 years old. There's 700 years old. You got people that are different ages. And so the people who reject Jesus, when they do die at 100 years old, they will be like a child because of how young they will be considered. Everybody's going to be like, you've been alive for 100 years. You don't believe this? Okay, I'm telling you, you better do it. You got like 5 years left and then you're dead. I'm just telling you. Seems to be the idea going on here in verse 20. Very fascinating. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep on reading in Isaiah chapter 65. In Isaiah chapter 65, verse 21. In Isaiah chapter 65, verse 21, it says, they shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and eat their fruit. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For as the day of a tree, so shall the days of my people, or so shall be the days of my people, and my elect shall long enjoy the work of their hands. Basically, what you're seeing here in verse 21 through 24 is that a time in the millennial, this is going to be a time of building and planting. And he who builds and plants will enjoy the work of his hands. That's basically the idea here. So people are going to be working the ground, and the ground is just going to just be popping out all kinds of fruit, and they're going to just be loving it. And so he who builds, it says another will inhabit, meaning people aren't going to be plundering and taking over and pushing down and all this kind of stuff. There's still going to be sin, but you're seeing this easiness kind of being introduced into the people. And so this is kind of like what it would be like if the Garden of Eden never actually, if sin never entered. You're going to see like that kind of relationship being taken place. Can you imagine imagine a world where Adam and Eve never messed up? It's kind of painting a picture there in a roundabout way, or at least warming you up to that idea, which is going to be eternity in a roundabout sense of it. Okay, so that's Isaiah chapter 65. Now let's go to Micah chapter 4. Micah chapter 4, verse 1. Micah chapter 4, verse 1. In Micah chapter 4, verse 1, it says this, now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains. That's crazy. That the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains. So here's a mountain. This is a real tall mountain. I want you to imagine Everest. Big mountain. And then on top of that mountain, the mountain of the Lord. And then on top of that mountain, you have the house. Fascinating. Micah chapter 4, verse 1, it says, now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills, and peoples shall flow to it. Many nations shall come and say, come and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways, and we shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion the law shall go forth, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He shall judge between many peoples and rebuke strong nations afar off. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. So here in Micah chapter 4, verse 1 through 3 or 4, this is just like Isaiah, what we read in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 2, if you remember what we just read a little bit ago. But here in Micah chapter 4, verse 1 through 3, these verses speak of the millennial age where the mountain of the Lord will be the center of attention for the Gentiles. And the millennium is characterized as a time of peace, and not only a time of peace, but a time of messianic teaching. This is a time where God himself is going to teach us. It says in verse 2, in Micah chapter 4, verse 2, it says, and many nations shall come and say, come, let us go to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of God, of the God of Jacob. He will teach us his ways. Can you imagine just like sitting down and just being like, just like, okay, I'm ready. Like, go ahead and teach me. This is unbelievable. This is an unbelievable time period that is going to happen in the future. The nations are going to be like, hey, guys, let's go. Like, let's go learn. And we're not going to learn from Ryan. We're not going to learn from Sheesh. We're going to learn from God, and he will teach us his ways. This is unreal. Unbelievable. What an unbelievable time of peace. And not only peace, but of messianic teaching. Remarkable. Let's go back to Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 9. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, brings us all the way back to this verse that we are all probably very aware of. In Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, it says this, for unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there will be no end. Upon the throne of David and over his kingdom, to order it and establish it with judgment and justice. From that time forward, even forever, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. It's just so good. I mean, it's unbelievable. So many things to talk about, right? So many things. Like, where do we go with this? The thing that I want you to recognize. So recognize it all. But the reason why we're here in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, is that so it starts off in verse 6. It says, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. The child is born. That child, that event took place in Bethlehem. That's when Jesus was born. That's one singular event. But then it says, unto us a son is given. That is a different event. Jesus was born. A child is born in Bethlehem. A son is given. That took place at Golgotha. So those are two different events that are taking place there. So then it spirals on. Isaiah just continues on. Verse 6 and verse 7 is just rapid fire, looking into the future. It's like he says one thing. He's like going this way in the future. He's like, boom, a child is born. And then he looks further out into the future and he's like, boom, a son is given. Then he looks further out into the future and then he's like, boom, and the government will look on his shoulders and then it will be everlasting. And he keeps going out further and further and further from verse 6 to verse 7. He keeps going further and further out. He's like, this is where it starts. It's kind of like those memes that you see. This is how it started and this is how it's going. Well, that's kind of like what's going on here in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 and 7. He's like, this is how it started and this is how it's going to go. This is what's going on. He talks about a government that is mentioned in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6. A government. And so this gets you to kind of zoom back a little bit more, because when you think about the millennial kingdom, what I want you to appreciate is that during the millennial kingdom, God, Jesus, he is going to be ruling from Jerusalem. He's going to have his throne there. There's a mountain. His house is going to be there. His throne. He's going to be sitting there. And then all the nations are going to just start walking there. They're going to be like, let's go see him. And they're going to do that. But there's going to be differences. There's going to be people who are having issues with one another. That's where you and I come from, or come in. We, as born again believers, we are going to be reigning and ruling with him. But the law, it's not going to be based on me and my opinion on the matter and be like, I think this should happen to you. So you and I judging, how in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 2, where Paul is like, hey, do you not know that you shall judge angels? It's going to be based upon his law. It's not based on my opinion or my law. The law is going to flow out of Jerusalem. We are going to hear it, and then we're going to give it down to the people below us. It's a hierarchy. Jesus at the top. Then it branches down into the Gentile side of things. There's two branches of this government. Jesus is at the center of both of them. It's a monarchy. He is ruling over everything. But it's Jesus. And then when you go this way, you have the Gentiles, you and I, the church. We're going to be reigning and ruling. Then when you go this way, you have the Jewish side where you have the 12 apostles, and it says that they will have thrones. But before you get to the 12 apostles, there's somebody reigning over them. Thank you, Redeemed. You have David. He's going to be on his throne. He's going to be sitting on his throne too. David's going to be brought back into the picture. David's going to be ruling over the 12 tribes. And then the 12 tribes are going to be, or the 12 apostles are going to be ruling over the 12 tribes. And it just trickles on down. You and I are going to have Jesus over us. We are going to be reigning over him. And then we will be reigning over the kings. We will tell the kings of the earth what to do. And then the kings of the earth will tell the Gentiles what to do. And then it trickles on up, and then it comes back down, trickles on up, trickles back down. What you are seeing is a beautiful picture of a perfect government. And so right now in our world today, we are living in a world where our government sucks. Like, this is terrible. This system is completely broken. And I know now it's on record. Yes. Did you hear me? Okay. Thank you. They're listening, like, it's just fascinating. I understand that, but it's just remarkable because we are living in a broken government. This is a broken government. It is very clear to see this take place. Like, you can look outside and be like, that's broken, that's broken, that's broken, that's broken. But during this millennial kingdom, it is going to be an absolute perfect government. And so what you're going to see during the millennial kingdom, as we are in our glorified bodies, we will not hold the capacity to sin during this time. It's not going to be an option. You cannot do it if you are a born again believer right now. So we are going to be reigning over those Gentiles who literally walk into the millennial kingdom. Remember how we were talking about the sheep and goat judgments? Well, the people that we are reigning over are the people who literally go into the sheep and goat judgments, and the sheep will enter into the kingdom. They're going to populate the earth. They're going to be popping out babies left and right. I mean, like, wow, lots of babies. And then their babies are going to have babies. Babies are going to have babies. Babies are going to have babies. And so you're going to see this perfect government ruling over the people, but then you're going to still have rebellion at the end of it. And so even though Satan is locked up for 1,000 years, it doesn't matter. Jesus is letting us know that even if we had a perfect everything where everything was ruling and reigning, even if Satan was locked up and not a part of the picture, he's letting you know that there would still be sin. And so that's kind of a whole picture. He's like, even though he's like, you think that if I just let you guys go, he's like, no, you needed me. You needed me. And so the question is, like, people are like, oh, if God's so loving, why didn't he just get rid of Lucifer to begin with? Because we would still sin. And if we would still sin, he would still have to come in after us, because that's what he is. That's how holy he is. We can't be around him in his presence unless we are like him. And so that's the whole thing. And so this whole millennial kingdom is to get people to understand, like, hey, even if everything was in a perfect scenario, it still wouldn't matter, because people would still rebel. And when people still rebel, it's going to create him to punish them. And so that's why everything is going to end at the great white throne judgment. It kind of trickles into there. Satan's going to be released. He's going to go and deceive the humans that are left on the earth during that time. And he's going to try to deceive as many as he possibly can. And we'll talk about that next time. But that's just a picture. That's just a little bit of an idea of what's going on during this millennial kingdom. And so just to kind of do like a little bit of a review, to go back into everything that we talked about and put it in a very brief synopsis for you guys. Daniel chapter 12. In Daniel chapter 12, what you have in Daniel chapter 12, verse 11 and 12, you have a 75-day period that is going to be in effect after the tribulation ends. So just the flyby of the entire thing. You have the rapture, I believe the rapture and a pre-tribulation rapture, then 7-year tribulation. At the end of the 7-year tribulation, Jesus comes back to the earth. When he comes back after the battle of Armageddon, the campaign of Armageddon, after that, he is going to have 75 days to basically set up his kingdom. And so within that 75 days, there are things that take place in that 75 days. There is the abomination of desolation is going to be taken down. You are going to have the resurrections of the multiple resurrections, in each in their own order, where they're given their bodies. And then after they're given their bodies, or sometime before or after they're given their bodies, you have the sheep and goat judgments that's going to take place, where the Gentiles are going to be judged based upon how they treated the Jewish people who are on the earth. And so that is taking place all in those 75 days. And then after the 75 days is completed, then the marriage supper takes place, which basically begins the millennial kingdom. You and I get to eat and drink with him and all the friends, the friends of the groom, the friend of the groom, the Old Testament saints. We get to sit there. And that's when Jesus is like, I will not eat of the vine or drink of the vine until I drink with it anew with you in my kingdom. That's going to happen right when the millennial kingdom begins. It's unbelievable. And so then millennial kingdom begins. At the millennial kingdom, you're going to have this whole government, but it's a monarchy. We are told what to do by Jesus himself. It trickles down the chain of command. It goes from him to us, from us to the people below us, to the people below them, to the people below them, to the Gentile nations that are scattered all throughout the world. That lasts for 1,000 years. And then at the end of the 1,000 years, Satan gets released. And then he goes after the people who are on the earth. And remember who he is during that time. Don't think he's just like a little red dude with like fangs and stuff like that. No, this dude is the seal of perfection. He is going to be coming at them with everything he's got. And he's a deceiver. And what's so interesting is that when you think about him being a deceiver, is that in our world today, there's a lot of people who base things off of their own feelings. And so I want you to understand that you basing things off of your feelings opposed to basing them off of the word of God is very dangerous, because Satan would not be a good deceiver if he could not make you feel good. And so if you're feeling good, then that might mean that you might be deceived. And so that's just one of those things that you need to like look at, because if you're basing things off of how you feel, like I'm letting you know, like if I trusted my feelings, I would not be where I'm at right now. And so the word of God needs to be your compass. It needs to be everything that you are basing your decisions upon, because without this, there is no truth. You should know this, know the truth. And this is your whole foundation. If you don't have this, then you're just like kind of like bebopping around in waters, just going wherever the water's taking you. And so this is what we need to be doing. So that is a little bit of a review of everything we talked about, just a very brief synopsis just within like 3 minutes there. But that's what I got for you guys. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. These are all uploaded to YouTube. They're up. There's a YouTube link up here if you wanted to go check it out. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, I'd appreciate it, just because if they get rid of TikTok, like they're talking about banning TikTok, and TikTok's going away January 18th or 19th or something like that. Seems like we might not have that much time left on TikTok. So if you're looking for a verse by verse Bible study, I would encourage you to check us out here. These things are, they're fun, take a lot of time, a lot of energy to dive into. So if you would like to support this ministry, I would appreciate it. There's a link tree up in my TikTok profile where you can have some options there if you would like to support this. Not a big deal, not an issue, but it's there if you would like to. These studies are so much fun. I love diving into it. And so always the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? You need to recognize that you are a sinner. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. You need to recognize what that sin does to you. You are under the death penalty. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's what you need to recognize. It is through Jesus Christ our Lord. Paul expounds on that. For by grace you have been saved through faith. You've been saved through faith. And then out of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so it is all about Jesus. It's all about Christ. It's all about what he did on the cross. You need to believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And so we need to recognize that. And so when you do, then you will be born again. And being born again, man, I want you, if you're not sure, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly here on TikTok. You can message me on TikTok. I don't know if you can message me on YouTube, but I don't know. I don't think there's any direct messages on YouTube, but you can message me directly on TikTok. And if you have any questions about that, if you're not sure, I would love to help you if I can. I don't know everything. I'm never going to know everything, but it's fun. It's a fun journey. And so I will help you where I can and maybe give you an idea if you're struggling with something, to maybe give you a different perspective. But that's what I got for you guys. That was a fun study. That was a good one. Good one. What did you say, Katie? Almost through with Revelation. Any world news updates, Ryan? Yeah, almost through it. We still got a lot. Yeah, absolutely, Trixie. World news. No, I noticed the other day, I just made like a real quick video. It's like a 10-second long video. But basically, there was a huge explosion that took place in Syria, which I thought was very interesting because the explosion was so massive that it registered as a 3.0 as a like it registered as a 3.0 magnitude as a like a earthquake. And so it was that big. And so I thought that was fascinating because you're seeing more action being done in Syria. Even though things we may not be paying attention or seeing or tracking all the things that are happening over in Israel right now or in that neck of the woods, things are happening. I did see something today about Korea. I think it was Korea, like mass producing robots. It's just ridiculous. But these are like little humanoids. It's fascinating. Um, so yeah, absolutely, Jay. Thank you. Yeah, saw that. Yes, 100%. We are a work in progress. What's up, Joe? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Trixie. Absolutely. I'm glad to help. Um, okay. The power is given to the beast and for its mark the beast. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I don't really have anything else. Y'all head over to YouTube. It's she talks longer. We actually had a really good one the other day, and I didn't mean to do that. I don't mean to do that, but it was a fun one. Um, that was just a random impromptu type thing, and it was just because a question was asked. But I thought it was kind of cool. Technology is off the chains. Yeah, it's off it's off. I was sick through it. Yeah, I know, Amber. How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. What is up, Cole? Man, been here that whole time, huh? Very cool. What is heaven? What is heaven? Yeah, going over soon. Everyone buy a Bible. Very good. Took notes. Going to rewatch on YouTube. Very cool, Trixie. Heaven, man, heaven. What is heaven? What is heaven? The third heavens. There's multiple heavens as far as you got the where the birds fly. You got where the sun, moon, and stars are, and then you got where God resides. And so that heaven is the place of God's dwelling place, And so it's really interesting thinking about heaven. How do you describe it? The Bible describes it as things that are not there rather than the things that are. It's easier to describe what is not there. Yeah, absolutely, Katie. Thank you so much. How will people have babies if we don't marry? I'm pretty sure they will marry. Hey, thank you, Amber. Thank you. Very cool. Nice shirt. Yeah, I know. Very nice shirt. Yeah, it's all wool. I love me some wool. What's up, Craig? How you doing? What's up, bro? Craig. What's up, brother? Do you think we will have our clothes on when we get raptured or leave them behind? I don't know. I have no idea. That's a hilarious question. I would say that we would not need them. Maybe they'll just go away. Who knows? Maybe there'll just be a whole bunch of random clothes all over the place. Why is there one sock here? Oh man, that's funny. Champs steering the ship. Yeah, absolutely, Jaycon. Thanks, man. Wool, yeah, Shelba. One sock. That's funny. Yeah, I have no idea. Sock with a hole. I think the sock. One of the socks I have on has like a big old hole, like right at the heel. That's okay. Hey, thank you, Krista. Thank you for those gifts. But yeah, who knows? I have no idea. I think it's just interesting. I mean, it could be. I mean, I haven't really thought too much about that. Not sure. Be like dryers are always eating sock. Yeah, yeah. You should just throw a random sock in somebody else's laundry if you do your laundry in a laundromat. Just go in there and just throw a random white sock in there and make them have the problem. They'll be like, where did this sock come from? Wool socks are the best. Yeah, my buddy Cole actually turned me on these socks. I forget what they're called. They're like Mountain Ridge or something like that. Love your studies. Very cool, Julie. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Okay. Well, thank you, Mark, for pinning that. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here. We've been doing this for about 5 hours, which is kind of cool. I mean, this was a fun one. Hopefully, it edified you in some kind of capacity. I would just like to encourage you guys before we go to remember to what you are here for. It doesn't matter. Your circumstances do not matter. You could be going through the worst time of your life right now. It does not matter. I would like to encourage you to glorify God no matter what, because that is when you shine the brightest. And if you're a born again believer and you're going through a hard time, just keep on going, keep on being a light, shine so bright, because you might be able to win somebody for the Lord. And that is what we need to be doing. It's not about how successful you are from man's opinion, from man's perspective. It's about what you're doing for the Lord from God's perspective. And so that's what we need to be focusing on. And even if you're going through the greatest time of your life, awesome. What a blessing. Use it and be able to just use all the things that God has given you in some kind of form to glorify him. You don't need to be going out of your house and like banging on doors and, telling people about Jesus in that kind of capacity, but it's just about your day-to-day walk, your devotion for the Lord, how you talk to others, how you treat other people, how you serve, the things that you do in your church, the things that you do in your community, the things that you're just pouring into people. And whenever you get an opportunity to tell people about Jesus, I would like to encourage you to take it. And so what a privilege to be able to share Jesus with somebody else. That's what an amazing thing. And so I want you to recognize that ability, that privilege is one day going away. It's going away. When we get home with the Lord, when we pass away, we are no longer going to be able to share the gospel with Jesus. Thank you, Candace. We're going to be able to do it in some kind of capacity in the millennial kingdom and, in that arena in a sort, but that is going away. The privilege is going away. When we enter eternity, it's gone. And so when you have the privilege to be able to do that right now. And so I would just like to encourage you, it's getting really weird out there. A lot of cool things are happening, a lot of scary things, a lot of things like the world seems to be tumbling down. But I think that that's an amazing thing because it seems like the world is getting gloriously dark. I want you to remember that, like to look at it in that kind of capacity, because even though when the world's falling down, when all of these things are happening and it's getting gloriously dark, just be like, oh man, one day closer to home. And I am pumped. No more laundry. I know it is just crazy. One day closer to home. We are almost there. And this world is so temporary. The pain is so temporary, and you can just fall on those promises. And I would like to encourage you. Thank you, Sephora. What's up, little bird? And I would like to encourage you to remember those things and to stir one another up. But you need to know the word of God in order to fall down on those promises. If you have the promises, then you'll be able to land softly and you'll be able to remember. And so that's what's so interesting about like how much if you know the word of God, if you've been surrounding yourself with it, then when you go through a storm, you'll be like, this is okay. This is okay. This is not my home. I'm just passing through. I'm not a citizenship of this land down here. This is not my home. I am just a pilgrim passing through. And so then your perspective will help you. But Paul tells us to remember. Remember. Why do we need to remember? Because we forget, because we focus on what is right in front of us, and that's what we think about, and then we forget all the things. And so I would like to encourage you to remember. And you do that by diving in and surrounding yourself with the word of God, and then, using that in your world. Okay. All right, guys. Well, that is what I got for you guys. This has been a fun one. Good stuff. I'm getting a lot of trolls, I think. Thursday or Friday night next. Yeah, Mark, next one. I'll do this exact same study, probably maybe Friday night, but sometime in the nighttime. It'll be the exact same thing, roughly. Exact same ideas. It'll just be during the nighttime. I don't know when that'll be, but I do try to do the same thing twice just so I can reach a different crowd, a different audience, because this is some good stuff. And so yeah, I think it'll be beneficial for those night shifters. Yeah. All right. Have a good one, Yogi. Go get that kiddo. All right, guys. What a great study. Awesome. Almost said goodnight to everyone. All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here. Hey, Tess, thanks for being here. I were you here the whole time? Very cool. All right, guys. I'm out of here. You guys tell somebody about Jesus if you get the opportunity to, and keep praying for those that we mentioned before, like Amber. She's going through a hard time. And keep praying for Israel. Keep lifting them up. What a time to be alive. We have the opportunity to pray for people. And it's interesting because in the book of Isaiah, you get the idea that we are told to keep God up at night. Is the roundabout understanding. Be so persistent. Be super persistent. Be stubborn in your prayers and be like, I am not stopping praying about this issue until I get an answer. And just keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. And so that's what we should be doing in our prayer life. And so that's something that's very cool. But all these studies are uploaded to YouTube. If you wanted to go again, like I said, follow me over on YouTube just in case TikTok does get banned. I would appreciate it. And we have all the other studies that are uploaded there too. If you wanted to go back and rewind or fast forward or make fun of me, I get all of the above. I get it's interesting, some of the comments, but that's what happens. It's okay. But I'm out of here. Thank you so much for being here. And I will see you guys next time. All right. Hello. Yeah, Bridget. Hello. Yes, great study. Thank you, Jill. So much fun. Thank you, Jill, for the support. I really appreciate, I see those gifts that you send. So I'm very thankful for that. Thank you so much. Very encouraging. Bridget, thank you so much. Ramona, no, that is error. Will opt for chip. Huh? No more laundry. That's what I'm talking about. I just invited one of my granddaughters to this channel. Very cool, Corin. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now I'm here. You knew it. You knew we'd be over here. You found us. I'm going to be hiding in this bush back here. Where is it? This way. This bush. All right. Well, that was a fun one. Hopefully that was revealing or something helpful in some kind of capacity, but I enjoyed it. And Julie, hello. Oh man. My son-in-law came in while I was listening. Thank you. You have a new follower. Awesome, Jill. That is super neat. It's a fun thing. It's tough. It's just so fun. It's just fun, being able to try to understand it. There's a lot of things I don't understand, but I try, and I'm just like, man, is this it? Is this it? And so like, I've even been working with this whole, you guys heard me before with the Antichrist and like him being destroyed, but being cast alive in a lake of fire. And I'm like trying to like make it all make sense in my mind. And so it's difficult to try to put everything, who's he talking to? It's tough, but it's so much fun. And right when you finally get it, then you'll move on to another topic, and then you'll forget everything you remembered. And then you get to remember and learn it all over again. And so that's a fun time. So it's just a walk, it's just one day at a time, one bite at a time. That's all you can really do. But it's fun, and it kind of pumps you up when you start seeing the picture, and you're just like, and then you dive deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's really, really neat. But all right, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna thank you so much again, Ryan. That was fire, so encouraging and awesome. Thank you, Jaycon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here. Very right. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll be able to get some more people to migrate over to YouTube if TikTok goes away, which I am so confused. I hope it doesn't go away. But if it does, I do think that we'll lose a lot of people, which is completely fine. We'll keep on going until the wheels fall off completely. But it's an interesting thing trying to guess what's going to happen, but who knows? Maybe the rapture will happen before that takes place. Ooh. Now to get my youngest on board. Awesome. I had to get off because my great grandkids are sick. Please pray for them as 1 year as 7-year-olds. Okay, Corin. Yeah, there's sick kids. Oof. Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. When one gets it, they all get it. It seems. Wash them hands. We are the temple. We are a temple. We are a temple. We are not the temple. If you're talking about in Revelation 11, that is a physical temple. I guess it depends on what capacity you're talking about. But all right, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Don't know when that's going to be, but I don't know if you heard, but they played Goodness of God for me when they were putting me under. That's the last thing I remember was praising God. Oh. Well, that's just precious. Thank you for letting me know. That's amazing. That's very cool. I'm sure that was a huge testimony to the people that were working on you. I can only imagine that's going to stay with them for a while. I would wager. That's very cool. Very awesome. Hey, thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. Yeah, very cool, Amber. Still lifting you up, still praying for you. Bridget, thank you so much. You are a huge encouragement and blessing. Thank you guys, Amber, and I don't know if Mark is here, but you guys modding, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for your time. I also just want you to understand, I never want you to feel obligated to be here. If you guys, I mean, never. If you got something going on, go do it. We'll be fine. It is, but I do appreciate when you guys are here. So thank you very much. But okay, guys. Yep, I'm out of here. Gonna go hang out for a little bit before the girls get home from school. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I get it, Amber. That is very cool. Abomination of desolation standing where it ought not. Yeah, that is. It's gonna happen sooner or later. All right, guys. You guys have a good night, and I will see you next time. Hopefully, maybe Friday night. I feel like Friday is pretty good for some people, but if not, maybe we'll go earlier just so we can keep on going on with this study. But who knows? I'll keep you guys posted. All right, guys. See ya.